What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Let me get you on screen.
Yeah, likewise. 1 second. Turn on my virtual cam.
And then my goal today is to not have a stroke. That's my goal.
Me too. I have many goals, but that's one of them.
Okay, good.
Let's see here. Okay. Just 1 second. How you doing though? Have a good night?
No, I slept like shit.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I was like, I'm probably going to fight Pisco in Destiny sometime this week. And, I mean, that's not the only thing that's keeping me up at night, but like, I was like, I need to be well rested so I can be my best for Destiny and Pisco this week. And then I got like I got 7 hours of sleep, but it was interrupted and it was shitty.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Just 1 second. I'm transitioning real quick.
It's no big deal. When I'm tired, I get grumpy and people find that entertaining.
Okay. So I want to have a good conversation with you. And I think the best way we can have a conversation is to just start by looking at this 5-minute clip from the New York Times to sort of ground us, if you don't have any objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
When federal agents shot and killed 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis on Saturday, officials said he approached agents with a handgun intending to massacre them.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
But a Times analysis of video footage from...
I would just like to play it, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we could just agree on this real quick. They're lying "see you next Tuesdays" in reference to the way that they're characterizing this incident, right?
Yeah, that's not what I want to focus on. I want to more focus on this part.
Okay, but I just want to say, like, we can keep watching, but I want to give easy concessions.
Oh, sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, they are liars for sure. 100%.
Okay.
The scene and the moments when two officers open fire clearly contradict federal government statements. Preddy does not appear to pose a threat to agents. In fact, at several critical junctures, he's outnumbered and under their control. Here are the key moments that reveal what happened. We see Preddy walking about filming a group of protesters who are speaking with a federal agent. He's holding a cell phone in one hand. The other hand is empty. It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground. Preddy steps between her and the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist. The agent pepper sprays Preddy's face. We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents. Preddy, who had a firearms permit, carries a gun holstered on his right hip, but he doesn't reach for it, and it appears agents are unaware the gun is even there. He reaches toward the protester, apparently trying to help her up, while agents begin grabbing him from behind. He tries to pull away, and again, he makes no threatening movements towards the agents. But agents pull him backwards and force him to the ground. Then, shots ring out. Now we'll slow things down so each moment is clear. Here is Preddy. Several agents are restraining him, and this is the Border Patrol agent who will shoot him first. This appears to be when agents first notice that Preddy is carrying a firearm and yell that he has a gun. Watching the same moment from a different angle, the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy beats him several times with the spray canister. We can see that both of Preddy's arms are pinned down by his head. This agent in gray reaches to remove Preddy's weapon from his hip. As this agent unholsters his gun, nudges the agent in gray out of the way, and fires. Let's rewind and focus on the agent who shoots first. Just seconds before he fired, he was facing away from Preddy and focusing on an entirely different situation as he tries to spray a nearby woman with an irritant. The spray appears to malfunction and the agent turns as he adjusts it. That's when someone yells that Preddy has a gun. And around 5 seconds after fully turning his attention toward Preddy, the agent draws his weapon and shoots. His arm visibly recoils at the first shot. The firearm has clearly been removed from the scrum when the first shots are fired toward Preddy at close range. The officer who disarmed Preddy can be seen reacting to the sound of the first shot, looking back toward the skirmish. The shooter was standing behind Preddy and not under direct threat, contradicting statements from Homeland Security officials that he fired defensive shots. He also has a vantage point to see the gun pulled from the scene, but it's unclear if he did, and whether he thought a weapon was still on Preddy. He then fires 3 more shots from behind Preddy, whose arms are down as he appears to brace himself against the pavement. In one hand, he still holds his phone, and in his other, his glasses. The agent in gray who removed Preddy's gun carries it across the street. Preddy is disarmed and falling to the ground. But the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy and later beat him with a canister also pulls out his gun. From a distance, despite the fact that Preddy is lying motionless on the ground, these 2 agents fire 6 more shots. Neither is under threat.
What the fuck did you just do?
In total, the agents fire 10 shots in 5 seconds. After the shooting, an agent kneeling next to Preddy's body asks where the gun is.
I got the gun.
Showing that not all of the officers seemed to know the weapon had been removed. Agents appear to begin giving medical aid. About 31 seconds elapsed from the time agents first physically engaged Preddy to the moment the last shot was fired.
Okay, this is what I would like to propose real quick, if you don't mind, and I promise I'll stop being annoying.
No,
afterwards.
I prefer low and slow because I think you and I can both get probably pretty spicy pretty quick.
Okay. I would like you to indulge me. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I did the wrong scene. One sec. I would like you to... Let me just make sure people can see you real quick. And let me just make sure that's right.
Depending on what you ask, I might already have a drawing of what you want me to indulge you in.
I want you to indulge me in asking like probably 7 or 8 questions that are designed to be yes or no questions, but you can tell me if you can't answer them that way. And after that, you can run the conversation. And you can approach
Can I do the inverse?
Which is
I don't even care if you you go first. You can go first. But I could probably bear in mind I am tired. I am getting caffeinated. I'm a little fussy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask me a series of 7 or 8 yes or no questions, I, to the best of my ability, in good faith, answer them yes or no. And then if I feel like I can't answer yes or no because it's loaded, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
And then if I could do the inverse when you're done,
Yep.
then happily I will do this.
Perfect. Okay. And then we can get into more open dialogue. So my first question is the following. Do you agree that the tests for use of force for an officer is taken from an objectively reasonable perspective from the officer who applies the force's perspective?
Yes.
And so the next questions are just going to be going off of the basis and point of view of the officer that actually used force. There's 2, but we'll just do the initial one, okay? The initial shooter, okay?
Yep.
Was there any good reason for that officer to believe that Alex struck an officer?
Yes.
Was there any good reason for that officer to believe that Preddy brandished a gun?
No.
Do you agree that he did not visually see Preddy reach for a gun?
Yes.
Do you agree that he's in a position such that he is in line of sight of the gun as the officer removes it, regardless of whether or not he perceives it?
Yes.
Do you agree that there's no reason for the officer to believe that this person committed an inherently violent felony?
Okay. Let me expanded answer,
Yeah, sure.
but I can still give you a clear answer. I would have to look at obstructing a law enforcement operation, and I would have to see if it's a misdemeanor or a felony.
Okay.
So depending on that, that would be up to the shooting. That's the only criminal charge that I can think of.
And you don't think that he just to expound that there's no reason that the officer would think that the person like committed a murder, some sort of aggravated assault, some sort of sexual crime.
It would be like simple battery on a law enforcement officer, which effectively like simple battery for those of you who don't know, at least within the state of Florida, I could touch Pisco with a finger and that would be considered simple battery.
Okay. And so just cleaning up and sort of finishing off. So you agree he did not visually see brandishing the gun, doesn't have a reasonable basis to believe brandishing a gun, did not visually see him reach for a gun, and he did not appear ever, and there's no good reason to believe he fired a gun, correct? That's Preddy.
Correct. I think he predicated his shots fired based off of somebody screaming gun, gun, gun.
Got it. Okay. And therefore, on that basis, you believe it was objectively reasonable under the Fourth Amendment, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Your turn.
Okay. So I'll try not to be a douchebag and I'll try not to ask too many questions.
Sure.
So are ICE and or CBP agents, federal law enforcement agents, vested with detention and arrest power?
Yes.
Okay. Even if it's weak, can a people, so not specifically blasting whistles, because we already read that blasting whistles, yelling, all that kind of stuff is protected by 1A. Okay. But can people obstructing an officer from being able to go in a certain direction or obstructing a vehicle from going in a certain direction be contextualized as disrupting a law enforcement operation?
Depends what you mean by some of that.
Okay, that's a sufficient answer because that's a gray area that we're going to have to play with later. So that's a sufficient answer for me. Okay. Once a officer has deemed that the law enforcement operation is being disrupted, we've already established, I think, that they have detention and arrest authority. So if the officer believed that he had detention and arrest authority over the women, and perhaps Preddy, we'll get into that, if he issues those women lawful commands to get out of the street and get onto the sidewalk and they disobey said commands, does he have arrest authority over those women? Provided
he has reasonable suspicion that a crime was committed or as part of his investigation. Contingent on reasonable suspicion.
Okay. And if the women disobey said lawful orders, then isn't that in and of itself something that could be considered like disruptive to the law enforcement operation?
Depends what you mean. We'll get into that. Sure.
Okay. We'll get into it. Okay. Now, if I run in the middle of a law enforcement operation, even if I am completely morally justified in doing so, okay, I'll be specific. If I run into the middle of a law enforcement operation and I try to separate a law enforcement officer from somebody that he is taking action on, even if it's morally justified, can that be construed as battery on a law enforcement officer if I touch said law enforcement officer
Depends
in
on the
doing so
context.
and try to separate the parties?
In my opinion, it depends on the context. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you that I might press you on that later. Okay. Then, in the escalation of force or response to resistance, or whatever you want to call it, doctrine, Are you aware of the differences between like thresholds, like passive, active, violent, but non-deadly and violent?
Sorry, what's the frame of reference in the continuum of force?
So yes, it is.
I'm generally aware of those concepts, but there might be some more specific meaning you're referencing that might not be captured by my understanding of it. So tentatively, I think I do, but I don't know.
That's a detail we're going to have to get into, so I can't really phrase an explanation as a question. So I'll just ask you another question. So do we think that it's been established by case law in the past that officers can act off of the perceptions of other law enforcement officers and they themselves do not have to see what's going on?
It depends. So it depends is the answer to that. Yes, there are cases in which the use of force is justified by virtue of something that's being relayed to them. That's part of the TOC.
Okay. All right, then I think we could get into it,
Okay.
and however you want to get into it or whatever. I could narrativize, you could narrativize, we could pause each other, we could even use that video as evidence and pause it chronologically and then debate it chronologically. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind doing that only because the later violence is predicated on detention and arrest authority chronologically as it unfolds. So if you want to have a different approach that you think is going to be faster, we could do your different approach. If you want to do the video, we could do the video. I don't care.
I would appreciate like an open conversation just initially, and then if we feel like we need to go back to the video, we can definitely do that. I'm not opposed to that at all.
Okay. Then if we could still go chronologically, that would be
Sure.
great.
Well, I want to start with what you want to sort of analyze. Do you want to analyze whether or not this was a use of like an objectively reasonable use of force under? It's like the same thing that we did with Renee Good, right? Like, are you interested in the legal discussion?
I'm interested in both actually, because I think that people would probably be surprised that we probably align morally and maybe even prescriptively, but we're not going to agree legally.
All right, so then why don't we do the throat clearing legal? Or sorry, why don't we give you the space to do the throat clearing moral stuff? Because I think that we might align on it, and it might be just easier to get out of the way. So I'll give you the space now if you want to just throat clear your thoughts on the sort of overall ethical situation before we get into the justification issue.
Sure. No, that'd be great.
All right.
So in reference to the First Amendment, I believe I'm a Republican in that I actually believe in a republic. I believe in the rule of the law. I believe in the Constitution of the United States. I think it's a sacrosanct document, relatively sacrosanct document that holds us together socially. And therefore, I want to honor it as much as possible while still giving latitude to the people who defend it with their lives. And so the First Amendment has held that, you have the freedom of religion, you have freedom of speech, you have freedom of conscience, arguably inferred from that. You have the right to peaceably assemble, and you have the right to, there was another one that's relevant, but it's peaceably assemble, freedom of speech, and there was another one that I felt was relevant, but I'm not sure what it is. But anyways, the First Amendment covers 100% in every case law that I've ever seen, filming law enforcement officers in public conducting their duties. There have been states that have legislated against this, and they've been struck down on First Amendment grounds. So are we in alignment on that moral analysis that it is perfectly legal and moral to film law enforcement officers in the conducting of their duties and protest them as well?
That's my belief. I'm not sure if the Supreme Court has squarely held the direct fact pattern of the sort of ICE recording stuff going on there, but things that are close enough. So yeah, and I think that every court, including a court in the District of Minnesota, has held that at a bare minimum, recording in the context of where you're allowed to be is protected by the First Amendment, as well as sort of being in public streets, again, provided that you have authorization to be in a place. It's a traditional public fora, things like that. So yeah, I would agree generally with your outlook, and I would also agree that that's the way things ought to be in a free country.
Okay, so let's do the Second Amendment. So a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Even if this guy didn't have a concealed weapons permit, it would actually not change my calculus in iota. He could have been, as long as he wasn't like a hardened criminal with like, terrorist offenses in the past or whatever. Actually, having a concealed pistol, actually legal or not, I think that as long as he's not a felon, basically, he has the right to keep and bear arms. And so as a result, going into a dangerous situation, regardless of whether or not you perceive the threat as abusive law enforcement or potentially criminals that you might bump into, he had the right to keep and bear arms. And the firearm itself, in isolation, does not warrant a death sentence.
Okay. I think you're going to find agreement with a lot of people on that at least under the current laws, peacefully, within the regulations by the government that have been approved, possessing, not even just wielding or brandishing a weapon, isn't grounds for death. So I think that we agree on that.
Okay. That's probably where we could start, and I don't really need to, caveat much more. I think that what people directionally say is like, oh, well, if you're trying to justify this legally in any sense, then you're sweeping for the Nazi Gestapo Trump administration, and therefore you hate the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. I found that line of criticism frustrating and stupid, but that's okay.
I respect the fact that you're like, I know that this opinion of yours is going to get you a lot of flack, and I respect you for like sticking to your guns, at least in that limited respect. I don't think that you're sweeping for Trump or MAGA. I think you're sweeping for cops. But I don't think that that's because you are trying to like institute another, like a Fourth Reich with Trump specifically or anything like that. I just think that you have a very wrong and inaccurate and fucked up view of cop conduct and whether or not, and like the legal thing. So that's where my focus is mostly. And I am,
if we get pissy, if we get pissy and we're like not able to have an adult conversation or whatever, then as a nice little palate cleanser, I wouldn't mind moving into prescriptions, because the abolish ICE thing, you're not going to get me on. The defund ICE thing, you're not going to get me on. However, there's like tactical things and training things that I think you would probably agree with. And then therefore you're not going to walk away from the conversation being like, oh, Connor's a fucking meat-headed piece of shit who just loves murdering innocent people. I could actually give you things that I think are prescriptive that would help.
Okay. All right. Perfect. If we need a palate cleanser, you just give me a timeout. We'll do a palate cleanser. And yeah, let's get into the legal stuff. I think it's like not even close a case for justified use of force here. And I basically think that my initial set of questions to you indicate that really the only ground that any person could even like facially have to justify this is the mere fact that someone said, gun, 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 he has a gun. And then you're qualified as objectively reasonable in those circumstances to use force in that case throughout the entirety of the use of force. That prolongs, as you saw in the video, 10 seconds. And I think that is so absurd as to be essentially a free ticket for cops to use that rationale if it were to be upheld for essentially any situation in which there could be loss of life or any kind of arrest happening. All it would take is someone saying, gun, 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 he has a gun. And Connor would say, justified. And that cannot be objectively reasonable under the circumstances. And when you add in all the totality of circumstances in this case, to me, it is so clear that not only was there not a qualifying threat, not only would a reasonable officer not think that there's a qualifying threat, but the use of force persisted across an unreasonable period of time between two officers. That extends into a situation in which he's lying prone, face up, and 6 additional shots have been shot. So I think it's like insane that you have this take. Also, some of your characterization of the facts. He wrestled the cops. He wrestled the cops with his gun. I don't see evidence of that at all. And so I have to question, I think, your conclusion, but also your assessment of the facts.
Let's start there because I was explaining that to chat beforehand. But so what I'm going to say is 70% of what you said, I feel like is jumping ahead of context that is necessary for TOC. And so we need to back up from the chronology of the women confronting the gentleman in the street. Sure. And then we'll work our way up to the shooting.
Yep.
However, responding specifically to the tweet, that everybody hated, which is fine. What happened, in my opinion, is that MAGA said, oh, he's a terrorist. He has a pistol. He has 3 magazines. He was trying to take out as many officers as possible. And they did that lame propaganda. Okay. And so in response, what Josiah said was the gun was legal. This was murder. There's some tweet in there. I could look for it if I want to, but there's effectively that thing. And I disagree with your and Josiah's characterization of this as murder. And I think it makes the situation worse, but that's fine. We can get into that detail later. So the reason why I posted that, thing, the thrust of that tweet is not, oh, Mr. Preddy is a bad guy who deserved his death. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is the legality of the pistol actually has no fucking bearing whatsoever.
No, I agree with that.
On what's happening.
I agree with that. People are saying that because of the fucking optics of it. And Connor, you know that. Come on. Like, this is to try, it's also a PR game. And you said it was lame for the individuals of the administration to blatantly lie to our faces in the most disgusting, depraved manner. I think it's totally fair for people to point to the legality of the gun, to talk about the entailments of what someone like your view would do to the Second Amendment for individuals, in that it would trivially make any such encounter where an officer has bad faith or bad motive to just say gun, 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 to justify turning that into a deadly situation. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with, from an optics perspective, from a policy perspective, to say, hey, if we adopted your rule, this guy was a legal gun owner. It would apply more broadly than that. So I agree that it doesn't specifically bear on the use of force justification in this case, because of course he can't know if it's legally owned at the time he's using the force, and we all know that. But I think that what Josiah is saying is relevant to the optics war, which is being waged so disgracefully by the other side, and B, relevant to the policy entailments of your view. And so I don't have any problem with Josiah saying that.
Okay. What I would say is that you guys are ahead of me politically, I suppose, angling this conversation in a political direction. What I would say is, while I discuss politics, I have a higher loyalty, and the loyalty is to the truth as I see it. That's like my
What's the untrue statement by Josiah?
Hold on. So what I think is going on is that you're saying that this tweet by Josiah, that it's murder, is pointing to a deeper hypocrisy with political implications for MAGA, who are saying that he's a terrorist. I'm saying that it's not murder from my perspective, and I'm going to call it out. And what I'm calling out is the fact that the legality of the firearm actually has nothing to do with the scenario. And if I interjected myself, if I interjected myself into any law enforcement operation, I don't give a fuck if it's by Trump. I don't give a fuck if it's by local police. I don't give a fuck if it's by county sheriffs. If I'm a concealed weapon carrier and I interject myself into a law enforcement operation and I'm carrying a pistol, I am substantially increasing the risk for all involved, including myself. So the legality of the pistol has no bearing on what unfolded.
Yeah, so I think it has a bearing on, like I said, the broader policy implications of what you're suggesting, in that if it were the case that your insanely low deadly force standard were found to be objectively reasonable, it would bear on and would chill people's willingness to openly carry. That's how it's relevant to the broader policy discussion, to the extent that Josiah is A, not a lawyer, and B, maybe said something with respect to the murder. The fact that it was couched right next to the conclusion of murder would make it seem perhaps that he's implying that bears on the murder analysis. To the extent that he made that, I think it's a forgivable error, and the statement is still relevant to other aspects of this discussion, including what people have pointed to, namely the chilling effect this might have on gun possession in this country, and the bootlicking mentality of a lot of people who just years ago seemed to be saying that, everyone should have a gun all the time in public and it would make everything safer. So that's what he's pointing to, I think. But if he's trying to do it just to say what it bears on the murder analysis, he's wrong about that. But who the fuck cares? That's an ancillary point. That's not about the discussion we're having. I don't understand why
Okay, well,
that
Twitter
justifies what you said.
Twitter is not a place for nuance, so I don't want to loop on.
Okay,
it.
But why does it justify what you said? I don't understand how it bears on what on your view is.
Because if you're saying that the legality has, and by the way, you're inviting a fight very early on, but that's fine.
How am I inviting a fight, Connor? Because of my tone?
Because I'm telling you the intent behind my tweet. I'm telling you that I disagree with Josiah. You want to bear down on it, which is fine. When we have a lot of other shit to get into.
Okay, we can move
That's
on.
fine.
No, we can
No,
move
no,
on.
we don't need to. We can do it peacefully. We can do it fiery, but mostly peaceful conversation.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the reason why I don't like the legality argument, and I think it's stupid as fuck, and it pisses me off. And I understand that you're saying that the underlying intention of Josiah's tweet is different, which is fine. And I understand it. I probably wasn't even thinking about all the MAGA hypocritical see you next Tuesdays who were like braying about the fact that this guy had a pistol with 2 magazines. I probably wasn't even thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about that. Okay. What I saw was Josiah saying this guy had a legally permitted firearm. This was murder. Okay. And so to me, the reason why that is dumb as fuck is because let's just boil down the scenario. I'm a criminal, or I don't have a concealed weapons permit. Let's say I'm a sovereign citizen and I have a pistol in my back pocket. Okay. I don't have a concealed weapons permit and I'm in a state that requires a concealed weapons permit. Identical scenario. I'm killed by the state. The legality of the pistol has no bearing on me because I do believe in the Second Amendment of the United States. Okay. Yeah. We already agree on that.
The Second Amendment doesn't bear on the deadly force usage in the specific case. I'll grant you. What I think is relevant from a Second Amendment perspective and what you have to contend with is the implications of your determination in this case and what it might have for gun rights down the line. Specifically, to wit, okay, if we adopt the Connor rule that this is objectively reasonable, the reply from other people is, wow, this standard is so low that you're going to chill exercise of Second Amendment rights. And I think you have to contend with that. And it's not like I'm making this argument up. Everyone has been talking about it. Everyone's been pointing at the hypocrisy.
Let me contend with this is going to chill Second Amendment rights, okay?
If adopted, if your standard is adopted.
Every concealed weapon carrier I know knows that they're doing an inherently dangerous thing every time they place a firearm on their body because they're reminded by liberals all the time. The mere fact of owning a firearm like triples your chances of suicide and that suicide being successful. It like doubles or quintuples your chance of a family member dying to an accidental gun discharge. It, if you're actually in a use of force scenario, there's so many different scenarios where people can mistake uses of force. It's possible that you could kill someone on accident or on purpose and be incorrect in their intention and therefore go to jail for murder or manslaughter. It's an inherently dangerous proposition to keep a firearm on your person. And so as a result, that culture is already there. And so to say, oh, well, if we state that bearing a firearm and then trying to protest or interrupt a law enforcement operation is something that's going to chill Second Amendment, the exercise of the Second Amendment, fucking good, okay? People should know the risks inherent to carrying a pistol. People should know the risks inherent to carrying a firearm. And if you can't do so responsibly, then fuck off.
Yeah, but that's contingent on your false assumption that this person interfered or otherwise was obstructing federal prerogatives, which he clearly was not.
Which is why we need to back up and do it chronologically.
If it's the case that there were good reason to believe that he were doing that, that's one thing. But would you grant that? But let's just take the other view. If it were the case, conditional. If someone thought, as I do, that was fucking stupid, that he wasn't being irresponsible with his gun or irresponsibly interfering with federal operations, you would agree that the criticism would go through in that case. Because then it's like, wait, I'm putting myself at risk even when I'm not being reckless.
Okay.
If it's the case, would you agree? Okay. All right. So what is the evidence that a reasonable officer And again, the officer who shot isn't the officer who like pushes the woman. Just to be clear about that.
That doesn't affect my calculus.
Oh, in what sense? Well, how would it not?
Why would that affect my calculus?
Because the rule,
the TOC or the evaluation at the time of the, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. The TOC is not reliant on the individual officer being in a scrum with a bunch of other people. He is backing up his other fellow officers, which is exactly in his purview. I think we should take this chronologically.
No. I understand that the TOC...
I'm going to say that again in a second.
I understand that the TOC will, it'll be able to include the fact that it's in a scrum and things are confusing. I'm not doubting that. But understand that the rule you're providing is an officer who arrives at a scrum who hasn't necessarily seen this person interrupt a federal function, or at least you haven't established it, that the rule that you're proposing is one that's independent of that. You understand that? That the rule would not necessarily include that situation, because you don't have any good basis to believe that a reasonable officer from his position would have done the kind of predicate acts that you're accusing them of doing, that he would have seen the hand touch the belt, even assuming that were obstructive in that sense. And because you don't know that he had that intent.
Take it chronologically, otherwise we're going to loop. Also, hold on. I need to tell my chat something real quick. Okay. This is a warning to everyone in my chat, okay? Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. If you're soy, or if you're a rude see you next Tuesday, or a bitch, I'm going to time you out. The only thing is, it's going to be 300 seconds, so it's not going to be a long time. But if you show up in your soy, I'm going to time you out. You show up in your soy again, I'm going to time you out. You show up in your soy again, I'm banning you, okay? The only people who have immunity are Oilers and chippers, okay?
What's a chipper?
People who pay my fucking bills. If you're a regular and you're being a see you next Tuesday, I'm going to kick you. You understand? All right. Anyways, so let's move it chronologically. So do you want to build up the video chronologically, or do you want me to narrativize it and then we can dispute the details as we narrativize it?
Oh, okay. So it sounds like you want to watch the video, right?
I would like to.
Okay.
I think it will allow us to contend with details as they occur.
Yeah, one moment. One moment, please.
Okay, so for instance, Dude Man Sue says, soy, what the fuck does that mean? Disagreeing with your take? Correct. You're in a timeout. Fuck off.
Okay, let's get to this part, and then I'll go over here. Okay.
And is empty. Keep ready in hand.
Do you want me to
while
mute
holding
it?
Roll it back to the beginning.
Okay, beginning past the comments over here, right?
I would like it wherever the females are approaching the vehicle.
The females are approaching the vehicle.
Correct.
This one over here?
Correct.
Okay.
are the key moments that reveal what.
Okay. So far, these are the females that approach the vehicle. Give us your analysis. Do you know that this is the officer who shot the one who they're talking to?
Yeah, again, irrelevant to my analysis.
Okay. Well, wait, hang on. Why is it irrelevant? Can you just explain that real quick? Why is it irrelevant whether or not this is the officer? If it's going to factor into your self-defense analysis, it needs to be something that the officer would have known. Same thing with the gun thing. You just made that point about the legally operated gun, whether or not he had a permit. They need to be things that the officer knows about. And so why is it irrelevant?
I can give you a brief summary, but I would really appreciate it if we took it chronologically, because effectively what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put you in the eyes of the officers as the situation unfolds to understand the continuum of force. 100%. Why are you saying you won't follow me down this road?
I will, but is there a reason you can't answer? Like, the use of force is analyzed from the perspective of the particular officer and what he would have known about, correct?
Right. So if you want the TOC, if you want the totality of circumstances, Why wouldn't you analyze the information as it becomes aware to the officers involved in the
To
incident?
the particular officer, correct?
Sure. And if you want to
Yes.
particularize it, we can particularize it when we get to the shooting.
Wait a second. Because it sounds like what you're saying is what I'm doing is unreasonable. I'm happy to do the analysis that you're talking about, but let's just be clear that I'm not saying sure we'll do it. That's what we have to do, is analyze the information available to the 1 or 2 officers actually shooting the guns. That's what the test is.
So I've asked for this like 10 times. Can we do it when we get there?
Okay.
Happened.
And so, for instance,
Versus what?
sorry, I was muted. I was saying pause it right there.
Oh.
Okay, right here. Now, I think that the initial officer has sand in his vagina. Okay, to be clear, he has sand in his nethers. But we have 2 females who are in the roadway, who are 6 feet away, 5 feet away from an ICE vehicle. If the ICE vehicle wanted to back up, it would have to do so cognizant of where the females are. The females have no lawful reason to be in the road. They're not in a pedestrian crosswalk. They're in the cop's face. They're yelling at him. They're pointing fingers and all that kind of stuff. Do you think that a officer in good faith could view that as a disruption of his law enforcement duties?
Depends what you mean by disruption. That's what I answered like your question about. So what do you mean by disruption? Do you mean...
Okay, my answer is yes.
Well, what do you mean by disruption?
I mean that if the let's say that they're looking for a suspect or something like that, and the suspect is on the other side of the street. If that officer wanted to run across the street in order to engage in a law enforcement operation, those women are in the way. Okay. Not only that, if the vehicle needs to back up because they're at like a 3/4 angle to the rear of the vehicle, and I'm not saying the vehicle needs to back up. Okay. It probably doesn't. Right. But at the same time, if it needed to back up, those women are obstructing the vehicle.
If they needed to back up because of their presence there, they would be in the way of the vehicle. I take obstruction to be an intentional volitional act with a particular purpose in mind. That's what I understand obstruction to be. You use the term disruption. I'm trying to follow your claim. If your claim is, I can imagine scenarios in which they would present a physical obstacle to what ICE is trying to do, I mean, sure, but that would also exist for everyone on the fucking street. I can imagine scenarios where they would present themselves as a physical.
Are you allowed to be in the street? Are you allowed to be in the street? And it's considered lawful if you're not in a pedestrian cross zone?
Sometimes yes. Agreed. Sometimes yes.
So hold on. Let's skip ahead a little bit, and I would appreciate it if you stopped being the defense attorney and if we just started playing in probabilities. Okay.
Okay.
Do you think that this officer could reasonably? So, for instance, if these ladies are on the side of the road and they're blowing their whistles and saying, "Fuck ICE, eat a dick, you fat pigs, you pieces of shit. I hope you die. You're Nazi Gestapo. I hope you kill yourself. I hope you start your fucking pistol the second you get home."
I don't think that they can apply force to them or detain them at all on those facts alone.
Now, if they're 6 feet away from the vehicle and they're doing the exact same thing, do you think a reasonable officer could argue that this is escalated to the point that they might be obstructing their law enforcement duties?
Not on that fact alone, no.
Okay, not on that fact alone. Can you foresee a reasonable law enforcement officer believing that these 2 women are obstructing their law enforcement duties, or at least having sufficient? Hold on, let me phrase it because you're being annoying as fuck already.
Wait, how am I being annoying? I'm telling you,
you're being annoying because you're slowing down the entire conversation and wrapping us around a fucking axle when realistically you could just say yes or no. So yes or no, Pisco. Let me use your favorite tactic. Let me use your favorite tactic. Do you think this officer has detention authority to detain or arrest these women now based off of their conduct? Yes or no? Okay, I think you're wrong.
Wait, what's the crime against the United States that they've committed?
The obstruction of a lawful law enforcement operation, which is something that ICE and CBP can detain for.
Wait a second. How have they done obstruction in that case?
So, if you look up the statute, I can pull it up. I have it fucking bookmarked. It's incredibly vague. It's incredibly vague. But they have no lawful purpose to be in the roadway. They have no lawful purpose to be 6 feet away from a vehicle. They're distracting law enforcement officers by the mere fact that they're putting themselves in danger by being in the roadway. And a law enforcement officer's job,
I'm just looking for the crime,
is to protect like life and liberty. So they're already distracting from a law enforcement operation by putting themselves in danger by standing in the middle of a roadway.
So would yelling at them from a safe place.
No, it wouldn't. If they were on the
How
fucking
would it not?
sidewalk, what's the imminent threat of injury or death?
What? No, I thought you said distraction.
Yeah, they're distracting from law enforcement officers conducting their
So would
lawful duties.
someone on the street 6 feet away yelling at them?
That's protected by the First Amendment.
Okay,
That's protected by the First Amendment. Getting in the fucking face of law enforcement officers, screaming at them, and obstructing their path to conduct their duties is not protected by the First Amendment.
Wait a fucking second. So this is them. So describe to me what's happening with this.
Moments that
What is happening in this
Those
situation?
women- Those
They're
women-
obstructing.
Okay, and by the way, I need to add a caveat already because I'm giving you an incredible amount of latitude. You're giving me 0, which is annoying as fuck.
What
It's
latitude am I
actually
not giving
pissing me
you?
off. What's that?
What latitude?
Because you could just say what would be argued in court versus what you specifically believe, and we could move
I
the
don't
fuck
think
on.
that this is a crime. What I'm looking at right there, is that a crime?
It 100% could be argued to be obstructing of a lawful law
do you
enforcement
think?
operation, which gives the officer detention authority.
I don't. Based on what crime? They're talking to an officer
Based
in
on
a
the-
car.
You think they're just talking to the officer in the
That's
car?
what we're seeing right now. Maybe there's other footage that shows them doing other stuff.
Okay. I think you're wrapping around an axle, and I don't care. Can we put a pin, we can put a pin in this and say, you don't think this is sufficient for detention or ordering these women to disperse? I disagree with you. I
think
wholeheartedly disagree with you. Do you
I
want me to
don't
pull
know-
up the federal statute?
yes.
I'll just pull up the federal statute.
Just give me the
because this is
citation.
actually
Give me the
something
citation.
that I already
Yeah.
mentioned in my chat.
Give me the
I already mentioned in my
citation.
chat that this is something that if there was a specific meaning of the rules or laws, then all right, hold on. All right. Start listening to what I'm saying, or I'm going to ban you. You understand?
Hang on, I'm just
All
fix my shit real quick. 1 second. I'm just fixing
All
my
right.
camera. But
Not saying talking. Okay.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I think there might have been just a quick lag. There.
No, it's fine. I'm giving people times out, and if once again, if you tell me to chill the fuck out, you're getting banned. Okay, I timed you out, Josh, because I don't know if
Fuck
you're being
you,
a
Josh.
cunt or not. But Josh, next time you come back and you say, Connor, you need to chill, you're getting banned. Just a heads up. All right,
What's the
let's
statute?
pull this up.
18
let me
USC.
mute. So let me mute so I'm not echoing. But yeah, I'm going to pull up a statute. We're going to make sure that we have the same statute. We're going to read it together. Okay.
Okay. Oh, Josh just came in my chat. Freedom.
Okay, I'm not finding my bookmark.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that you could just tell me the statute real quick?
So there's one I think that's like 18 U. Let me just make sure. 111 111. This is the one that they tried to use. So it's 18 USC 111. And here I'll show it to my audience, but that's the citation you can show to yours. It's so just to let you know, it's 18 USC 111. That's the one that they cited in a recent opinion that was analyzing some of the shit. 1 sec. And I'm just going to show it to my audience, and then we'll go back to you. 1 sec. And so it says, in general, whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 11114 of this title, and then also forcibly assaults or intimidates any person who formerly served as a person, whatever, designated there. And so this statute, which they cited, requires forcibly.
Okay. Well, hold on. Number one, we should probably read that again. But 18 U.S. Code 1502, resistance to an extradition agent. Do we think that ICE is an extradition agent?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't do extradition. I don't have a reason to believe it. Maybe there's case law that says it.
Yeah, let me Google that definition, and then I want to hear your thing again. So let me just Google who is considered an extradition agent in the United States, and then let me hear your statute again.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is that statute most often applies to U.S. Marshals. So
Yeah.
I won't use my statute. Let's use your statute. So read me your statute again.
In general, we don't have to do sub 2 because it's sub 1 that's identified here, and I assume for purposes that this would include. Yeah, I'm going to assume that this includes any employer officer of the United States. So an ICE agent is an employer officer of the United States. I'll grant that. Whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated, as we just looked, while engaged in or on account of their performance of their duties.
No, because clauses are going to matter here.
Yeah.
So you're saying forcibly applies to all of them.
Yeah.
So 18 USC 111. But is it? That is 100% not the way I'm going to be reading that.
Well, I'm just going off of
forcibly assaults, comma, resists, comma, opposes, comma, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated. You're applying forcibly assaults. What's forcible resistance? What's forcible opposition? What's forcibly impeding? What's forcible intimidation? Forcible intimidation doesn't apply to all 7 of the words immediately afterwards. Forcible applies to assault.
Yeah, so I'm just interpreting it the way that a recent
narrowly
district court filing had it in federal court, but I'll find that decision. Just give me 1 second to do that, okay?
Yep.
Minnesota federal courts, opinion.
Okay. And to clarify, people are saying, is yelling too loud equals impeding? No. What I would say is that the officer, rightly or wrongly, regardless of whether or not it gets thrown out of court, he's going to say that I am incapable of backing up my vehicle in a way that it might be necessary. I am incapable of pursuing on foot somebody that I need to apprehend because of the proximity of these people. So if these people were on the sidewalk blasting their whistles, nobody would give a fuck. The reason why they're going to argue that it's an impeding is because they're going to say that these people are all up in our shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard to track.
Where's this opinion? And guys, it was recently stayed on other grounds. It was stayed on the scope of it. It was basically on the nature of the TRO, not on the finding of the statutory holding here, that there was no reasonable suspicion for the Fourth Amendment analysis.
Incorrect, Doobie. When you're saying that this cop had sand in his vagina, I agree with you.
Oh, here we go. I found the case number. Okay, 1 second. I'm about to get it. So this is Tincher v. Gnome. Gnome. Case listener. Okay, we'll go to the opinion. Tincher v. Gnome. Sorry, guys. Just give us a second. Can you entertain them while I find this?
Absolutely. I'll just give them my argumentation.
Yeah.
So if somebody goes, oh, soy, they weren't using this statute in good faith, that actually doesn't change my argument at all. So my argument with Pisco right now that we're trying to nail down is that 18 U.S. Code 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. It says forcibly assaults, resists. Oh, excuse me. Let me read the entire thing. Whoever, so anybody, right? Forcibly assaults. I'm saying that's one clause.
So this
resists,
yeah.
opposes, impedes, or intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties, or blankety blankety blank, shall, where the acts in violation of the section constitute one simple assault, be fined under the title or imprisoned not more than 1 year. So what I'm saying is, if this is a statute that we're going under, the reason why I was told while going through training for how to read a statute, because cops aren't very good at reading statutes, right? But at the same time, reading a statute is important because there's case law where you could argue forcible. And so as a result, if you say forcibly resists, forcibly opposes, forcibly impedes, then that's going to change the dynamic, because Pisco is going to say, well, even if you're arguing that they were impeding them, they didn't use force to do so. Therefore, this statute doesn't apply. Whereas if I was in a court case, I would say, no, forcible only applies to assault. It doesn't apply to impede. Therefore, at this point, this officer, because these women are engaged in other crimes I know they're low-level crimes, but they're engaged in other crimes to impede a law enforcement operation, this applies. And therefore, they're subject to detention and arrest. And therefore, the subsequent shove and pepper spray is therefore justified. So, like, not the shove. The shove was kind of hardcore, right? But like the question that Pisco and I are kind of twisting about on is, does this officer, even if he has sand in his vagina, does he have detention authority? And that's what we're arguing about right now.
I found it, just a heads up. So this is from the recent opinion from Tincture, but it's citing binding Eighth Circuit precedent from 2024. So it's not like it's old precedent. This is from the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, which, again, is binding in the Eighth Circuit, both on the court, but also on the people who are, following the law in the Eighth Circuit.
Stop titillating me. Give me the answer.
Quote, defendants argue that Ms. Tincture cannot show retaliatory animus because the ICE officers who arrested her had at least a reasonable, if mistaken, belief that there was probable cause to arrest her for a violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 111. The court disagrees. Section 111 makes it a crime to, quote, forcibly assault, resist, impede, intimidate, or interfere with a federal officer engaged in the performance of their official duties. 18 U.S.C. Section 111A sub 1, which is what we're looking at, quote, because forcibly, as used in that statute, necessarily modifies each of the listed verbs that follows it, citing United States v. Davidson, 108 F 4th 706 at 712 from the 8th Circuit 2024, a violation of 111 would require some aspect or threat of force.
Hold on. Read that last half sentence.
Because forcibly, as used in the statute, necessarily modifies each of the listed verbs that follows it, citing United States v. Davidson, a violation of 111 would require some aspect or threat of force.
Okay. So even if we find it unreasonable, because I'm not scared of two women yelling at me and blowing whistles or whatever, do you think that an officer would be able to write a report such that they would be able to state, oh, well, everybody else was on the sidewalk and these two women walked up to the car.
Wait,
and therefore I was in fear that they were, going to forcibly impede our lawful duties.
Wait, can we?
I think they could go 100, like it could get thrown out, but I 100% think they could argue
It sounds like what
that.
you were just arguing. I provided the statute for you. You said you had it bookmarked. I provided the statute based on memory because I read this shit. I read it correctly. You said that the reason that your opinion still held was because forcibly only applied to assault. I read you the binding Eighth Circuit precedent, or at least the quotation.
And I haven't disagreed with it.
Okay, and so now your point is, well, so are you granting that it would be illegal to, or there would be no reasonable suspicion to stop these women because they haven't done anything that would put them under the ambit of Section 111?
No, and I would cite the last half sentence.
Which is what?
Read it.
A violation of Section 111 would require some aspect or threat of force. What's the aspect or threat of force?
Threat of force.
Yeah.
Right? So the threat of force And by the way, I don't have sand in my vagina. So once again, I would not be arresting these women, nor would I be trying to stick them with it, okay? But I think you and I both know that what people get stuck with and what people try to phrase in order to justify an arrest is different than what's actually people are going to be held accountable for, right?
So what I'm saying is that they didn't have legal authority, at least from if this is all we have. I'm not saying there's not another video, but if this is all we have, I don't think that there's any legal authority to detain them. You seem to be saying that there might be.
Correct. Yeah. And not just
Why?
that. I don't find it reasonable, but I think you could articulate it within a police report. So
you can articulate anything in a police report. I could articulate like that alien stole my mom, but that's not a limiting thing at all.
Hold on. Do you think that when this officer ordered these women out of the roadway, he had the lawful ability to do so?
I'm not sure. Order, but by threat of.
This is what I don't like.
Yeah.
You're saying I don't know. Do you think the officer believed he had said authority?
I assume that they all think that they have the authority to do whatever they want. So yes.
Come on, man.
You asked me a question about their subjective belief. They subjectively believe they have the authority to push anyone they want to push. And in this case, yeah, they thought that they had the authority to make orders and that doesn't mean that they're right about it. I thought we were examining whether or not they were authorized, not whether or not they thought they were. Do you think that my position is they didn't think that they were authorized? You think I'm telling you, I think they knew what they were doing was illegal.
Okay. So
are you mad at me for some reason?
Would be, my contention would be I'll forward an argument and then hopefully we can move on.
Okay.
My contention would be, rightly or wrongly, they believe that 18 USC 111 applies. And they think they have detention authority.
Wrongly, right? Wrongly?
Where's the Eighth Circuit at? Where's the Eighth Circuit in the country?
The Eighth Circuit oversees this oversees the District of Minnesota, I believe. Oh my God. If this is wrong. Yeah, it does. Oh my God, you scared me. Eighth Circuit is...
No, I mean, that's not necessarily my point. I was trying to see if they had a reputation for being progressive, that's all.
What the fuck? Wait, but that doesn't matter because that's the law. That's binding precedent.
Yeah, it is binding precedent. But at the same time, you would presume that the officers, if they were, they would be briefed on what is forcible threat.
Based on whether it's liberal? Or what? Are you just grasping at stuff? Like, what the fuck?
No. This is, dude, you're acting like this is crazy. But Hawaii and California have consistently found like things that are binding precedent that I find to be wholly unconstitutional in reference to firearms. So as a result, like, yeah, depending on the court, they're either going to have a progressive or conservative lens in the reference to the way that they argue statutes. Like, are you going to, in good faith, argue with me right now that the Supreme Court of the United States isn't arguing in a biased manner based off their political perspective? And by the way, my argumentation is not reliant on this at all.
It's not reliant on what the law is, whether or not they have legal authority to stop them?
Okay, you're being okay.
Am I being unfair right now?
I'm going to ask.
Am I being unfair?
Yes or no question.
Am I being? Wait, Connor,
you're being unfair, and I'm going to ask you.
Can you explain? Yes, I'm happy to do that. How am I being unfair?
I think my yes or no questions are going to answer this pretty definitively. Okay. Do you think that ICE is going to use 18 USC 111 in order to argue that these women were subject to detention or lawful orders to disperse?
Yes, because they've tried it before in Minnesota.
Okay. Do you think that they could slant a police report in order to justify these people's detention and or arrest, and they could even put it up before a judge who will then determine whether or not this was sufficient to meet the guidance, the binding threshold of threat of violence or whatever your direct quote is? The answer to that question is either yes or I'm not sure, depending on what you mean by could.
And also depending on the factual, if there's other evidence of them doing stuff that would constitute that. I'm just going off of this. So I'm just, there could be other stuff that would put them under that. I'm just going off of this. This isn't showing that, and I would be shocked.
Okay, I know how to cut through the bullshit.
Okay.
If those ladies walked up to the vehicle and they were standing in front of the vehicle, and they were screaming and yelling and pooping their pants and all that kind of stuff. They're in the front of the vehicle.
Yeah, probably
Do you
reasonable suspicion.
think-
Yeah, probably reasonable suspicion.
Do you think the law enforcement officers have to like sit there and wait because it's
No.
not a forcible impeding
No,
of their
I think
duties?
I think that would be a forcible intimidation. Probably. Yeah.
Okay, then that is sufficient for me
For this?
to say that this officer is stretching because he could get into his vehicle and fuck off, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's not going to, because he's going to argue 18 US Code 10111, the same argumentation he would if those women were standing in front of the vehicle. And he's going to put that in front of
But
a
he would be
judge
wrong,
and he's gonna
right?
use that for detention authority.
But would you think he was wrong, regardless if they will do that? Would you agree
Yeah, I
with
think
them?
he's being a fucking okay. Me? Yeah, I think he's being a fucking pussy. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
So you don't think that they have reasonable suspicion to detain these people just based on this so far?
I do.
Based on
No,
what?
I do. Stretching the law and pushing as far as you fucking can is not itself prohibited.
But you would say it's stretching the law, as in not in compliance with it.
Yeah, as in like I think that the court is overly narrow in applying forcible to all of the terms.
But, okay, that's just saying you disagree with the Eighth
again, I would
Circuit.
argue that in front of a judge.
I know, but you're just saying you disagree with the Eighth Circuit. But they're bound. As they're standing there, they're bound by the Eighth Circuit.
Okay. Do you think that right now there's probably like a dozen cases? I'm actually getting pissed off.
Why are you mad at me? Well, what did I do wrong?
Because we have so much more ground to cover.
I know, but this is your point. You're asking.
And this is not critical to the overall
But it's
unfolding of the events.
But Connor, it's your point. You were asking me whether or not I agree there's legal authority to detain. I'm not granting that based on this. That's why I'm not granting it.
You're not their lawyer. You're not.
I'm not
their lawyer.
acting as their lawyer. I'm acting as you and I
Yes,
having a
you
conversation.
are. When I ask you specifically whether or not an officer could detain these people based off of the circumstances, you're saying maybe, and I can't work with that answer. You either got to say yes or no. If you say no, then I disagree with you. If you say yes, then we move on.
Well, I think based on what I've seen, the answer is no. I don't think they have legal authority to arrest them or detain them.
Okay, we disagree. Let's move to the next point.
Okay.
Reveal what
I
happened.
think at this point, hold on, pause. I think at this point, they either do have the lawful authority to tell these women to disperse, or they're subject to arrest, and or they can operate under that presumption and put it in front of a judge for judgment. And therefore they do have detention authority. Okay?
Okay.
That's the premise under which I'm operating.
And in your view, what is their conduct so far that rises in your mind? Not what they could argue, not what a judge would find, but in your mind would constitute forcible assault, resistance, impediment, intimidation, or interference as construed by the Eighth Circuit.
I think impeding and intimidation is, if I was writing the report,
Forcibly?
that's how I'd write it.
No. But do you think that that's what these people are doing right now, forcibly intimidating and interfering?
No.
Okay.
But I'm also not a huge pussy.
It feels like you're pissed at me for asking that.
No, well, because what's going to happen is your audience is going to soy out, and they're going to view this as, because Connor thinks he's not a pussy, even though he really is, and he wouldn't use force in order to get these women to disperse. Connor is incorrect in that these officers have detention authority. Therefore, everything that follows is like fruit of the rotten tree. And I don't think that argumentation
I'm not making
is
that
correct
argument. But the
I
Supreme
know,
Court has held.
I know you're.
The Supreme
I know
Court
you're
has held.
a retarded audience. So yeah.
First of all, don't listen. The audience is what the audience is. But the Supreme Court has held, and I'll grant you this: just because there's an unlawful detention that precipitates a use of deadly force, doesn't mean that the use of force is per se unreasonable. I'm the first to grant that. That I don't even think this is that relevant to the analysis, to be honest with you. It's a side point that people have pointed out, like, what business does this asshole have even like stopping this woman? But I don't think it determines the actual, it's not like the most important point to the use of force analysis. And I'm the first to grant it. I'm just trying to you wanted to go here.
I appreciate you granting that. But when you start fighting me on these details, it starts to feel like you're pushing in that direction. It doesn't matter, man. You said what you needed to say in order to, you did your BDSM aftercare. Okay. You slap me in the face a little bit. You know, you spit in my face a little bit.
I'm just trying to do this.
Pisco, this is a little intense. Can you relax a little bit? Okay. And then you relaxed a little bit. So I appreciate your BDSM aftercare. Let's keep going.
So relaxing was me like throwing you a bone? That was relaxing?
Yeah, relatively speaking, because basically if some of your R-slurred audience goes, oh, well, you conceded that the Eighth Circuit forcible doesn't apply to all of these things. You also conceded that you wouldn't perceive this as a forcible threat or impeding. Therefore, all of your subsequent argumentation is flawed. What you've done by stating out loud, even if your audience isn't listening to it, because let's face it, 70% in Twitch and YouTube politics are based off of emotion, not off of the words that we're saying. What you said is sufficient for me to move forward, which is effectively that the courts find that even if the initial like stop or whatever is not fully justified, there's still things that can be brought out of the criminal conduct subsequently.
No, and let me just make that. Let me reinforce that point.
You've given me the bone, so your audience, if they soy out, I can tell them to go fuck themselves. That was sufficient for me.
Okay, perfect. And let me just make that point and emphasize it further. Now, there could be some facts, and the court might determine officer created hazard like later on or whatever, but you can't just conclude because there's initial violation of Fourth Amendment or some kind of unlawful seizure that therefore the use of force afterwards is per se unjustified. You actually need to run the analysis. And these circumstances might be relevant for their factual relevance as opposed to the legal aspect that that I think is less strong. But again, that you have to run the analysis on the use of force without just like trying to do a shortcut around it by pointing to this fucking shit. So that's, yeah, Connor's right about that. I just don't think that there's a basis. And there could be also, to leave it all out there, there could be other video that shows them doing shit that would constitute, a forcible resistance or whatever. And I haven't seen it yet. We're just going off of like the second and a half that we have here. So those are all caveats and I'm happy to grant that. I'm being chill. I just don't think you should be like pissed at me for asking these questions and like grounding it out.
No,
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, it's not you.
Okay. All right. Well, do you want to continue?
Yep.
Reveal what happened. We see Preddy walking about filming a group of protesters who are speaking with a federal agent.
And again, I agree. I think that they're speaking to them. And I don't think so far that we've seen any basis of, this is just my opinion, you can disagree, of rational basis for detention. Now, this person is almost certainly violating a statute of the state of Minnesota, but the authority for the ICE officers relates to crimes against the United States. I'm not aware of any general authority they have to detain for crimes against states, but instead crimes against the United States.
What I saw is that they can detain for local crimes or whatever, but then they have to coordinate with local law enforcement to enforce said crimes.
Oh, maybe they can. I'm just not aware of that. If that authority exists, I'm not aware of it, but perhaps it does.
Holding a cell phone in one hand. The other hand is empty. It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground.
Here, pause.
Yeah, thoughts on that?
Okay, rewind 3 seconds.
Okay.
And let's watch the shove together.
Before the shooting, when a protester is pushed to the ground.
Yep.
Okay. Do law enforcement officers have, like, so for instance, the same way that state attorneys have discretion, law enforcement officers have discretion as well, right?
Yes.
Where they can choose to arrest or they can choose to disperse depending on the level of the crime?
Yes.
Okay. So if we have detention authority, but you can pepper spray somebody and or actually, you know what? That was a good idea. I'm going to hold on a second. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Okay. So if you're in reference to the continuum of force, okay, you can pepper spray somebody. You can go hands-on at the lowest level of force, which is passive resistance. Okay. So if this person believed that they could detain this person under 18 USC 111, and they were making a choice between what they could do, they could either pepper spray them or push them out of the roadway and then dip out because the threat is passed, or they can detain them.
When you say
now
could, do you mean legally they're allowed to?
Yes.
I think so long as it's reasonable use of force. So I wouldn't grant that.
Right. And I think that shove was a little brutal, but I still think it would be contextualized as going hands-on, quote unquote, which would still be at the passive resistance level.
Well, I'm just wondering, what is the, what would make this reasonable? Like, in virtue of what is this reasonable? What is the goal that he's accomplishing by pushing her this way?
Okay. Let me give you the police report then.
No, well, so I'm just asking you as counterpoints.
Yeah. While conducting a lawful operation at the blocks of XYZ ABC,
Pause. Is your stream okay? Is your stream okay?
Oh,
Someone
did I
is-
exit it?
Someone is saying that.
Might have exited it fully. Give me a second.
Don't worry about it. I just want to make sure that you're.
No, it's important. I was timing people out and banning people because they were being cunts. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna put my chat away totally.
Okay.
I'm gonna let
don't
them
look at
be
them.
cunts.
Yeah.
And then I'll let them be cunts later. Or well, hold on. Give me a second. Dead air, but I don't care. All right, let's do this. Oh, give me a second.
Take your time.
All right, let's do this. All right, let me make sure that everybody can hear you.
Testing. Does it 1 2 3? Hello, hello.
Can everybody hear Pisco?
Is there anybody in there?
Okay, we're back. Okay,
Perfect.
then
Sorry, I didn't want you to
going
lose your Oilers and your Chippers.
That's fine. We've done already very well today.
Nice.
Okay, so let's discuss this then.
Yeah, but I want it from your perspective, not like what would be in an arrest report, what they would say. Like you as Connor seeing this, what is the lawful aim that is being accomplished that would justify this push?
I'm gonna give you two.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the way that I think they're gonna write it. I'm gonna give you the way that I think that I'll give you my perspective. Okay. My name's Officer Connor. I work for the, ICE, CBP, whatever. I'm duly sworn and authorized to do XYZ ABC while conducting operations at such and such block. I got sand in my vagina because two shrill 40-year-old white women were yelling at me and calling me a Nazi. And so as a result, I got mad. Knowing that getting mad and I could use legal pretext to beat the fuck out of women, I'm going to go ahead and cite 18 USC.
Why are you memeing,
111.
Connor? This is pissing me off. You know they're not going to write a report
No,
like
no,
that.
no.
I didn't even want you to do the police report angle. I got mad and they pissed me off. I got sand in my vagina. Come on, I'm being serious with you. This is bullshit, man. What? I'm trying to be serious with you.
No, hold on. You're misunderstanding my intent. My intent is to deride the officer. My intent is not to deride you. I'm criticizing the officer by saying how I would write it if I was me.
Oh, if you were you would say it's unreasonable.
Yeah. Well, I do think it's unreasonable, but I think that reasonability is a flexible concept, right? Obviously, particularly when it comes to law.
Wait, but if you think it's unreasonable, why is it justified? Because
I'm 6'4" and 230 pounds.
No. When I say reasonable, I mean objectively unreasonable, not to Connor. I mean under the test.
Well, then you're asking me for a different thing. I told you I was going to give you two things. Can I give you two things?
Go give me the two things.
Because I'm trying to. What you're misunderstanding is you think that I'm memeing in order to detract from the conversation.
I didn't understand. I thought you were trying to meme, and if you weren't trying to meme, my apologies.
My meme is to criticize the officer, not criticize our discussion.
Okay.
So if you will allow me,
sure,
I'm criticizing the officer. Okay. Right. But when I'm done criticizing the officer with my meme, I want to go back to the serious write-up because I think the serious write-up is going to be written and I think it's going to be defended. And I think it's going to be successful in its defense.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to do the meme, but it is going to be funny. And people who aren't See You Next Tuesdays will enjoy it.
Got it.
Okay. So I, Officer McFriendly, was at such and such intersection at such and such time on such and such date when I was confronted by two women. Well, hold on. I'm trying to meme. Two women who approached my vehicle. They forcibly, put it in italics, impeded my investigation by placing themselves around the vehicle at approximate distance in case we needed to maneuver to apprehend a different subject. We could not do so with freedom of movement. They entered in the roadway, which was dangerous, not just to themselves, but also to any officer who would want to render aid to prevent them from being hit by oncoming traffic. Okay. As a result of that, knowing that they're in violation of 18 USC, now I'm doing kind of the steel man instead of the straw man.
Yeah,
so I guess I'll keep going.
Go for the steel man then.
So I'll keep going with the steel man. Knowing that these women were putting themselves in danger and also forcibly impeding lawful operations under 18 USC Code 111, I decided that I was going to force them to disperse, which is my officer's discretion. At that point, I approached said females. I walked over towards them. I gave them lawful orders to disperse. They refused said lawful orders to disperse. And while we approached the roadway, the end of the roadway in the parking area, they still refused to leave the roadway. Once they chose to no longer lead the roadway, I pushed a woman out of the roadway because while the push may have been, a use of force or whatever, use of force to a passive resistance to force, effectively, I needed to communicate to these people that they need to exit the roadway and stop impeding law enforcement operation. Okay, that's where we're at so far. And if I was writing the report, that would be the steel man. Do you want to hear the straw man, or do you want to move forward?
What do you want to do? I want to just tear that apart.
Okay, so I would like to do the straw man real quick because I think the straw man is probably going to align with you tearing it apart.
Okay.
So I, Officer McDouchebag, was doing an ICE operation harassing random Hispanic people in the city of Minnesota, and 2 white Karens walked up to my car and told me that I was a fucking Nazi piece of shit, and I got pissed off. As a result, knowing that I could use 18 USC 111 as a pretext, I approached said women in an attempt to fuck with them in order to get them to stop fucking with me. When they pissed me off, I knew that I could use 18 USC 111 as a pretext, and when I got near to the side of the road, I shoved them and pepper sprayed them because fuck these people for trying to fuck with me.
Yeah, I mean, which of those stories sounds more correct?
Which one of those is actually going to be successfully defended in a court of law?
Well, can you answer mine, and then we can get into why I think they both fail?
Yeah, absolutely. The straw man, the law enforcement officer being pissed off, not liking people challenging his authority, and using 18 USC 111 as a pretext to beat up people who are talking shit to him is 99% more likely.
Okay, beautiful. I couldn't have said it better. Okay, but now let's deal with your contention that even though that's clearly the more grounded story based on what we've seen so far, and again, there could be other video somewhere that would bolster this person's impression. And keeping in mind, once again,
will likely survive scrutiny in a court of law.
Keeping in mind that this,
the steel man, where he says, "Oh, I was just doing my job, and these women intimidated me, and I was in fear of forcible threat because they approached the vehicle and no other protesters did." They're going to be able to soy the fuck out about 18 USC 111, and it's probably going to work.
Okay, but I want to separate very clearly. I almost never want to mention what a court is likely to say again, unless it's informing what your opinion of the law actually is. But
now we're jumping between legal and moral.
No.
Moral, I object with all this shit, but legally, I'm trying to tell the audience what they're going to get away with.
I don't want to have that conversation. I want to have a conversation informed by the law and what your idea of the law is, but I don't want to have a conversation that's like, they'll be able to say this to the judge, they'll be able to say this to the jury, they'll be able to say this or that. Because that, I think, is weasel shit, right? Because I think it avoids you having to answer hard questions. That's why I think that you want that conversation.
Well, I think I've answered every hard question that you've asked so far. Not only that, I think I'll be answering even harder questions as we continue. But the reason why I'm bringing up the legality and what cops are capable of getting away with under the color of law is because there is broad deference to law enforcement that's based off of law. And in order to reduce homicides by law enforcement officers, we're going to have to talk about prescriptions. And some of the prescriptions that Democrats and liberals have suck fucking asshole. And they're based off of stupid, idealistic bullshit. So we'll get there when we get there.
Okay.
But realistically, I gave you the steel man, I gave you the straw man in reference to the police reporting, and we can move to the next 3 seconds.
Okay, wait, no, I want to address this. So, wait, I haven't had a chance to tear into both. I want to tear into all of this. And just a heads up, Connor supports the British in the Boston Massacre by this logic. It's funny you say this, and this is, you shouldn't say this, because the British literally were defended by John Adams, and at least some of them got away with the massacre. So, just be clear, when you're doing these comparisons to the Boston Massacre or whatever, I'm pretty sure they found them, most of them not guilty. And John Adams, one of our most important founders, defended them. So just to be clear, I'm not trying to say that I think that this is like that. I don't think it's at all like this. But just to be clear about your comparisons there. Okay, cool. So addressing the quote unquote steel man, I don't think that there's a base. I think it's part of your steel man is very conclusory. It's like, I felt that they were violating and I believe that they were impeding my duties, but I'm kind of just looking for the facts and circumstances that would tend to indicate that there was a triggering violation. But also, of course, if there's a violation of that statute, then the action to do is to place them under arrest. And how does doing this push accomplish that? Or how does it tailored towards, like, what is this doing with respect to the violation of 18 USC section 111? I just don't understand that.
Yep. So I'll explain that. So intimidation, right? What's intimidation?
I take
using force to cause fear in another person.
I take forcible intimidation to put one either using force or threatening the use of force to put someone in reasonable apprehension of some sort of bodily harm or offensive touching.
Right. So if I stand in front of you and I take let's just say a posture, a hostile posture, could that be used to communicate or to try to intimidate somebody?
I'm not sure what the case law would say at that, but given how the court interpreted it in the Tincher case, I think that if you threatened to use force, and I think that you could do so with body language, and that would indicate the requisite intent there, then I think even if it's not covered, and I don't know the specific case law on this statute, I think it should be. And so I would probably argue that it would be. I just don't think I've seen any of that threatening posture that you're talking about.
Sure. But then once again, Officer McDouchebag is a fucking pussy. So that's how he's going to write it up.
No, but I want to separate the how he's going to write it up, how a court's going to hear it, how a jury's going to hear it, from what you think as Connor looking at this. Do you think, based on what you're seeing, independent of those other ways it's being channeled, the claim is being channeled, what do you think? Do you think that there's a justifiable basis to do the push under the law?
No.
Oh, so it's therefore unreasonable, therefore unlawful. I don't understand.
No.
Okay, why is you saying that there's no justification for the push? I'm meaning legally.
Because for me, and I'm not an objectively reasonable officer.
You're not objectively reasonable?
No. Are
you reasonable at all?
Yes.
Okay, so what would an objectively reasonable officer say? Would you think that an objectively reasonable officer would think that that push is justified in virtue of?
I think objectively. So hold on. Now we're getting into a different conversation, but I think it's okay. Objectively reasonable officers know that this job is fraught with emotion, adrenaline, anger, resentment, lawyers, bullshit, and so as a result, objectively reasonable officers want as much latitude to execute their duties as possible because they want to judge not lest they be judged.
Wait a second, though. You're basically saying that the subjective opinions of objectively reasonable officers is to give them the most discretion possible, and that's how you're weighing the objectively reasonable officer test from the perspective of how wouldn't an officer want to get away with shit? But that's like, why would we do that? Why has the court ever instructed us to consider the officer's perspective on how their standard might influence their ability to be judged in the future? I don't know that has ever been.
No, they have. They absolutely have.
Oh,
and not just that. I would say that so for instance, I think that the interpretation of 18 USC 111 is overly narrow. So for instance, like when you use the word forcible, okay, forcible impeding or intimidation or whatever, okay, that's going to depend based off of like context and a variety of factors, which for instance, like impeding, we could look up the definition if you want to or whatever. But to me, impeding means you are preventing me from doing my job, right? You are in my way. Is that how we're understanding impeding?
I'm not sure how the courts would interpret it. I interpret impede as somehow limiting their ability to act through one of the through like culpable conduct. So the imposition can't be things that are themselves protected, right? It can't be things like recording, right? Because recording could impede, right? It could change how you want to think, it could change how you want to act. a crowd's presence might be protected. It could impede, but provided that you're within the subset of culpable conduct, which is, and that's why the forcible stuff is doing a lot of work there. I think that imposition is kind of a low bar. It's like some sort of volitional act that in its nature tends to lower the efficiency of your action, your lawful action. But again, it's presuming the lawful action, and it's presuming the sort of culpable conduct, which I don't think has been met here.
Okay. So let's say that these women are standing on the sidewalk and they're blowing their whistles and they're protesting and they're videoing or whatever.
Yeah.
And the car is in the roadway and they're on the verge of leaving. Do you think that it can be reasonably or even objectively or subjectively argued that those women are impeding a law enforcement investigation or the ability of those officers to discharge their duties?
If they're on the sidewalk?
Right. That's what I'm asking.
No, for multiple reasons.
Okay. So let's do that. Now let's say that in the conduct, let's say that they were just doing a raid. Okay. So they were tracking people down. They're looking for illegal immigrants, suspected illegal immigrants. They have specific photos that they're looking for, et cetera, for people who are known to be in the area. And let's say that those women enter the roadway in order to verbally criticize law enforcement officers. But then immediately after that, or immediately during that scenario, they spot an illegal immigrant or suspected illegal immigrant across the roadway.
And the
officer runs towards I'm not follow me through the hypothetical, please.
Yeah.
And then they run into this direction or whatever, and the women forcibly plant their feet and do not allow the officers through. So the officer has to run through those women in order to try to apprehend said illegal immigrant. Do you think that's forcibly impeding someone?
They haven't moved?
Haven't moved.
No.
Okay, so what would it require in order to make it forcible?
Some kind of volitional act. There's a volitional act requirement, I think, present here. But standing where you're legally allowed to be and not moving in response to something, I don't know why
Are
that
they
would
allowed to legally be in the roadway?
Sorry, I thought you were doing the sidewalk hypothetical, or do you mean the roadway?
Oh, no, I think I mentioned the roadway.
Oh,
so let's say the exact scenario as it is, okay, where the two women are about 6 to 8 feet away from the car. And let's say the agent spots an illegal immigrant on the other side of them, tries to run, and the women intentionally plant themselves in order to prevent the officer from doing that.
I think if they take any movement to try to intentionally plant, then I would say I think that would put you in the ambit of it, because that would demonstrate both the intent, and I think you're using force in that context, or at least you're threatening to use force to resist, impede, or whatever. But I don't think that that's true if you just stay where you already were. And I think that you would need to have more evidence of the intent to obstruct as opposed to other intents that could be plausible. But yeah, I do grant it's not like a great deal of force that you would need to have for a violation here. It could be something as simple as like putting a hand up, doing like one of these, like that could be enough. I just don't know the basis of it here. And it could be there. There could be some other evidence that shows it. I just haven't seen it yet. Does that make sense? I don't think I'm being unreasonable.
No, I'm with you. I don't think you're being evasive. I think that's perfectly fine. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that
Yeah, take your time. You want to take a break?
Generally dictate the enforcement of volunteer agreements, train local law enforcement, can identify detaining process, individuals for immigration, about detainers, voluntary cooperation, the part of voluntary. Okay. Then one of the things that you mentioned that I just want to press down on just a little bit, okay? Operating under the presumption that a law enforcement officer can, in good faith, be a witness to a crime, and even if they don't have authority to enforce said crime, let's say it's like jaywalking, as an example, which is a specific example for this one. Do we take it that in general, that a law enforcement officer can call the local municipality that is capable of enforcing said law and then act as a witness in order to enforce said law?
Act as a witness?
Witness, or even with detention authority. Let's say like an ICE officer sees like a shoplifting or a robbery.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Would they have the capacity to detain?
Perhaps as any other civilian would, but because I think that there's citizens arrests, but I'm not sure if they have federal authority to do so. Perhaps under state law they would have authority.
We should probably,
but I'm not sure. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying I'm not sure that that's the case.
Okay. That's sufficient for me to move forward, only because at this point, I think that if we switched around sufficient variables in order to say that, like, I know that you're saying that you don't want me to differentiate between what I would do or what I think is reasonable or whatever, or what a law enforcement officer could argue in court and get away with or whatever. But once again, I do want to argue those things.
Okay,
I will be specific about those things.
Fine.
Because I'm not trying to be a bad faith plot where I'm trying to argue for said law enforcement officers, because I find this behavior egregious as well. You don't need to shove a 40-year-old woman 6 feet across the sidewalk when telling her to fuck off is just as effective.
Okay.
And also,
just you can divide it. I'm not going to give you shit if you're like, this is what I think they will find. This is my personal belief about the law. Yeah, that's fine. But I do want to know your opinion about the law based on what you're seeing. Like, if it's your opinion that this is unreasonable under the law, but I think that they won't have there's no liability for it because any reasonable juror or any kind of like court that I can see, they'll be able to fuck around with the report enough, or the burden is so tough on the prosecution that even though I think this is the case, I think they won't be able to prove it. Like, that's fine.
Yeah. Let me be clear and just argue exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
So my belief is that 18 USC 111, even if it's been argued to be very narrow, where forcible is a key objective that's going to determine legality of the detention and the incarceration, and it'll result in whether or not this woman gets dismissed. The same way that local cops use when in doubt, resisting without, which is resisting without violence, which is effectively like if somebody is fucking with you, they literally call it contempt of cop. It's a charge that you can stick them with that is so overly vague that the state attorney is going to throw it out, especially if you have bullshit evidence or whatever, but it still gives you the authority to detain and incarcerate.
No, I wouldn't grant that. I would just say that officers do that a lot. And the reason they don't fight it is because it is illegal, but there's just no remedy for it. Like, that is a problem in this country. And one of the things that happens is we have these vague statutes. And yeah, cops will use the ambiguity and they won't show up to court. But that doesn't mean that you should grant that it was legal. They should just grant they're just ways that cops game the system, and I think it's fucked up and not legal. And we shouldn't grant that it's legal just because they're able to get away with it a lot of the time. I think there are different inquiries.
So let's differentiate this. I think that this detention is immoral because this cop got angry and wants to use the color of law to fuck with these women. But separate from that...
Wait. Pause. If that's the conclusion, then I think you have to grant it's unauthorized because it's a violation of the First Amendment. That's a retaliation action. You're not allowed to push someone and seize someone on the basis of protected activities. And if he's doing it based on protected activities, I think you have to grant it's illegal, if that's your view.
But I'm trying to differentiate personal and moral away from legality.
Well,
this is what I'm
I agree
arguing.
that you say it's illegal. I think it's illegal. Oh, sorry, immoral. But I think if you grant that he's doing this for a motive that is repugnant to the First Amendment, I think you have to grant, even just for independent, not even Fourth Amendment, for First Amendment grounds, the action's illegal. On First Amendment grounds, not even Fourth Amendment.
Trying to differentiate this because I think that you said something that actually makes sense.
I'll give you an example. All right, I'll give you an example.
Suppose it's illegal. You don't have to. I can say this. It's illegal in the sense that in a just society, a cop would not be able to use contempt of cop as a pretext with which to detain and incarcerate someone. However, it is legal in the process sense that what's going to happen is there's no remedy for it. They're going to detain, they're going to incarcerate, they're going to hold them, they're going to put them in front of a judge, and they're going to say, in good faith, I thought they were violating 18 USC 111, and therefore there's no remedy.
The question isn't, is there a remedy? We're analyzing like the legality of these actions as well as their morality and other things. Like, I'm not arguing that there will be a remedy. I'm not arguing anything about qualified immunity.
Do you think it's illegal for, let's say, do you think it's illegal in good faith for a cop to arrest somebody under resisting without violence and then incarcerating them and putting them in jail?
Wait, sorry. Do I think it's illegal for them to arrest someone for what? Say it again, slowly.
In good faith. Charging someone with resisting without violence as a solitary charge and then putting them in jail.
I'm not sure. I think it probably depends on the context, and I don't know that crime
or its
elements. It depends
on the context, obviously, right?
Yeah, but I don't know the crime or its elements, and so I couldn't say.
Okay, so what I'm trying to articulate to you is that contempt of cop or, when in doubt, resisting without, that is a cultural thing that is done in law enforcement where if you get fucking pissy, then you can use resisting without violence as a catch-all vague statute in order to detain, arrest, incarcerate.
I don't grant that's legal.
You're saying it's illegal, but you're also saying there's no remedy.
There might be a remedy.
Right?
I'm saying I'm not sure that there is. I know that a lot of times they do that, and they don't. There is nothing happens to them. They don't get fired, or it's too vague, or they don't even care to sue the people
The
who's being
remedy would
arrested.
be like policy changes, which is effectively
sure.
saying you are prohibited from using color of law in order to make contempt of cop arrests.
I'm not
If you're
making
gonna
any
use
argument
this
about the
statute,
remedy.
You actually have to evidence and argue it in a strong way in front of a state attorney that's actually going to result in conviction. That's how you would remedy this.
I'm not making an argument about whether there is or is not a remedy. I'm arguing about the law. And my point is, if you grant, so here's an example I'll give. If someone if this person pushed this woman in the exact same way, and it turns out that, let's say this woman is black, he later testifies under oath. I pushed her solely because she's black and I don't like black people. Obviously an illegal thing to do, right? Okay. Now, likewise, if he testifies under oath and he says, I pushed her because I was pissed that she's an anti-ICE protester. Obviously illegal, right?
Yes.
You said that that's what you think is the rationale for why he's doing this. Don't you, therefore, logically have to, even regardless of whether or not they could prove it, et cetera, don't you personally think it's therefore illegal given what you think the rationale was?
This is what I don't like about this, okay? This is what I don't like about this framing, okay? So, do you personally believe it's illegal?
Yeah.
No. Okay, hold on. Let me explain. Just because, so for instance, I'm really not trying to be evasive, and I'm trying to answer you as specifically as possible. Okay, so I'll use a personal example. I'll try not to get too broad with it.
Okay.
There's a guy. Okay, there's a guy who deals drugs and said that he was going to kill my family in the local municipality. Okay, and what happens later is that he is in violation of a traffic statute, let's say driving without a license, okay? And I have officer's discretion in order to either cut him a ticket and give him a court date, or, excuse me, I can arrest him, okay? I would view it as punitive to arrest him. However, it's within my authority to do so. And so therefore, when you say it's illegal, no, it's not illegal. I could have shitty motivations and still follow the law. And so that's where I'm saying that they could have shitty motivations and still be trying to follow 18 USC 111.
Not if their motivation is prohibited by the Constitution.
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that there are certain motivations for government action that are prohibited by the Constitution?
I think that if you violate the law or are close enough to be believed to have violated the law, the intention of the officer doesn't matter.
That's not true, Connor. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that
not true?
I'll give you examples. I'll give you some examples.
If a murderer kills someone and I dislike that person and I arrest them, and I don't like them.
So
yeah, you keep saying solely, but I'm not saying solely. That's the contention that we're having right now.
Okay. If it actually is different than that, it's a significant. If it's a significant rationale at all, that's the rationale. So I'll give you an example, right? So here's an example. There's a police.
Probably agree with your.
There's a police department. I'm just saying it's hard to prove these cases. These cases are very hard to prove because in the situation of a murder where you're only prosecuting the murderer, you don't really care about the murder. Whatever. And B, usually they'll be able to say, no, I wasn't motivated by the bad motive. I was motivated by the murder. And most people are gonna be like, yeah, like I'm not gonna say anything wrong. Like it was a murder, and so whatever, right? So, but just take the following example. It doesn't mean the principle's wrong. There's people speed across an intersection all the time. It's just like everyone does it. But the police department has one officer. He knows everyone in the community, and he only pulls over people who are Jewish on the basis of their Judaism. But they are speeding. Unconstitutional to stop. Or not.
I actually have no fucking idea.
Of course it is. You can't have that motivation when you're taking government action.
Well, hold on. So
change it to black.
Follow me down this.
Yes.
Follow me down the train real quick. Not that train. The other train. The logic train.
Okay.
So the crime is proven, right? You got dash cam, you got body camera.
It's hard to prove the bad motive. It's hard to prove. It's hard to prove the bad motivation. It'll be very. These are cases called like U.S. v. Armstrong cases. Very, very hard to prove. But assume that you thought, right, and you knew, you had a really good reason to think, right, or you think more likely than not that the basis of the action here was significantly motivated by hatred of Jews. That's then trivially unconstitutional. You can't have that motivation.
Okay. I mean, sure, and I'm with you in that sense. I guess I'm thinking about it procedurally, though. So
no, I know that. That's what I'm trying to say. Put that aside, Connor, because it's fucking up our inquiry. Because it cucks you, Connor. No, Connor, because you know when I isolate that factor, you've already granted an impermissible motive in your view, regardless of whether there's a remedy. You know what follows is it's an illegal push if that's your view, on your own view, and that's why you don't want to separate them because you know, given what you've already laid out, it's illegal.
No. If somebody commits a good faith, like just because you're pissed doesn't mean that the violation doesn't happen. And if the violation happens and you're fucking pissed and you take it too far, that actually has nothing to do with the underlying action. You can say
you said you thought that's why he pushed.
You can say that there's these cases where bigotry has been like the primary motivation for like stopping people. And by the way, I think I know of a couple of local cases where harassment of a person was like predicated based off of like hostility from the law enforcement department. But what ended up happening was the remedy ended up being like a civil suit that was settled. And so, but there was still no argument about whether or not the person had committed the underlying infraction, and the person still had to serve the underlying infraction.
Yeah, I'm not focusing on the remedy because I think you've granted the impermissible motive. And I'll just ask the question.
How is it illegal? Okay, so hold on. This
violating the First Amendment is illegal.
This is the source of my frustration. No, this is the crux of my question. Let's say that it's a gentle shove. Okay, let's say that it's the perfect amount of gentle shove and the perfect amount of nice, sweet pepper spray, consensual pepper spray. Okay. And he does detain and incarcerate said person, charges them under 18 USC 111, and they say, yeah, this person fucking pissed me off, but in good faith, I believe that they were impeding or interfering or obstructing or whatever fucking lingo the statute says.
But now you're diluting it. No, that would be okay.
My law enforcement affairs, therefore, that's why I incarcerated them, even though I was pissed.
No, that's the pissed off aspect isn't the impermissible rationale. The impermissible rationale is, I thought what you granted, that you thought that the reason they did this was because these people are like, that they don't like ICE and they're annoying them because they're against ICE. I thought you granted that, okay, not so being pissed.
Then I'm going to ask myself a question as if I was Pisco, and then I'm going to answer said question, okay?
Okay.
Connor, how much do you think that this is knowingly believing that these people are in violation of 18 USC 111, and you can ruin their day by detaining and incarcerating them? And how much of this is you have sand in your vagina and you're fucking angry as a cop, okay? I would put it at 80-20, 90-10, that it's anger and not the violation of the law. But I'm not saying that the violation of the law completely disappears. And that's what you're trying to argue. No. We've been wrapped around for 20
question
fucking minutes now.
Is that 90% based on them being anti-ICE?
Yeah, and like getting in their fucking faces and being in the roadway and talking shit and all that kind of stuff.
But at least a significant part of that is their disposition towards ICE from a political perspective.
Sure, to the tune of 80-20 or 90-10. But the underlying violation still exists, and you're trying to tell me that the underlying violation doesn't exist.
I'm not saying. Well, I am saying that.
If the sole motivation is vindictiveness, then it's an illegal thing. But I don't think I ever said that it was the sole motivation.
I'm not saying soul. I think if there's any significant rationale.
Yeah, but you try to rhetorically back me into soul.
No, because now we're going to use the next example. If he pushed it 90% because she was Jewish, you would say that's illegal, dude. Right?
I think we fall back on provability and procedure.
Because I don't want to go there. I say assume that it's 90%. I'm pushing you because you're a Jew. Obviously, that violates the First Amendment.
That's yes. If you're committing battery against somebody because of protected characteristic, then that in and of itself is a crime.
So, on your view, where 80 to 90% of this is motivated by anger regarding the political opposition, or at least some significant part of it, I think you have to grant that regardless of whether or not they're going to be able to prove it in court, that this is an illegal push based on the motivation.
No. I don't concede this, and I would like to move forward.
We can move forward. I don't think this is like the motivation aspect is that supremely relevant to the deadly force. I think it's part of the TOC. But keep in mind also, this cop isn't the cop who shoots. So I don't even think much of this is relevant with respect to what he's seeing, because the cop who shoots isn't seeing all this.
I think you're preempting some arguments, but that's okay. We should move into the next 3 seconds.
Pretty steps between her and the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist.
Very unlikely that any officer would like see this and be like, oh my God, he's attacking this officer, right?
Sure,
Okay.
but also what does the law say? So hold on, can we actually see Preddy step between the two people and then
He's
put his
getting in
hands
between
wherever?
them. Oh, he's getting in between them, and he puts his
No,
in
but
his hand.
give me the video because it's important.
Yeah.
The agent pepper sprays Preddy's face.
Rewind.
Okay.
Between
Rewind
her
further.
and the agent who'd shoved her.
Okay.
It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground. Pretty
Boom,
steps
right there. Okay, hold up, right there. Okay, can you? Is it possible for you to rewind 2 frames, or can you move 3 seconds back?
Right
Okay.
there.
Right there. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, putting aside, well, not putting aside, but keeping in mind our previous positions on the topic, I'm gonna reassert my position. Okay,
Okay.
is that there is a sufficient basis. Even if I, Connor, personally believe that this cop has sand in his vagina and his anger is motivating 90% of what he's doing, I think that in a court, he will successfully argue that these women, and arguably him, were in violation of 18 USC 111 and therefore were liable for detention and arrest.
Based on what conduct?
And therefore, what's that?
Based on what conduct?
Based on surrounding the vehicle, impeding freedom of movement of the vehicle.
Which vehicle? This is a white.
If he needed to go
is that
do
their
his thing,
vehicle?
et cetera,
Is that
et cetera.
white car their vehicle? Surrounding the vehicle?
No, the vehicle is to the right of the camera right now.
Oh, but
I don't know why we're backing up. We've already said that we don't agree on the underlying topics. Why are we relitigating?
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're saying they have reason to believe that she violated 18 USC 111 based on what we already saw, and that's why he pushed her?
Yeah. Because once again, you as an officer, you have the ability to disperse, especially for misdemeanors. You have the ability to disperse, or you have the ability to incarcerate. So removing these people from the, let me give you the steel man of the police summary, okay? And I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear this because they're going to argue in court, blah, blah. No, this is relevant because what's pissing me off, as a matter of fact, this is what's pissing me off about the conversation. You're trying to get me, but I don't matter. Nobody gives a fuck about my opinion.
I do.
What's more important, though, is what's going to happen in court. And so when you're saying that this thing is illegal, Connor's argumentation is spurious. Not only that, but Connor's argumentation agrees with me. These law enforcement officers are out of control. They're using color of law to abuse the American population. Well, then at that point, you're reinforcing the narrative that effectively, like, these people are fucking Nazis that deserve to be shot. There's like an entire slippery slope here. Whereas what I'm trying to say is that there's a proceduralism to the unfolding of these events that is logical and followable. And it's going to result in a certain result. And so if you want the world to change where you think that this is evil or immoral, then you have to come up with prescriptions that are actually going to change the situation. And defunding and abolishing ICE is not going to do a fucking dick. This happens 300,000 times a day in the United States of America. And so just defunding fucking ICE doesn't change the shit at all. And so to get fucking liberals and progressives up their own fucking ass arguing me about whether or not contempt of cop is like legal, that is like completely irrelevant to the major thrust of the conversation.
So do you think I'm trying to get... I'm just making sure that I understand what you're saying. You think that I'm contributing to a rhetoric that's trying to get cops killed? Or like ICE officers killed?
Unknowingly, but yeah, probably. Because you're categorizing their course of action as illegal. What do you do with people who use authority illegally? What do we call those people? We call them tyrants, right?
Well, I don't advocate for violence. I want them to be charged, and I want there to be an investigation.
Okay, I think it's quite reasonable to infer that if you are saying that the actions underlying are illegal, and therefore these are the actions of tyrants, we have a culture in this country of what we do with tyrants, and it doesn't involve legality. And so, yes, knowingly or unknowingly, I think you're contributing to a culture that slips into this line of argumentation.
So I should not say it's illegal, and I should withhold from saying that.
No, you can, but you can just follow me down the fucking logic tree.
I'm trying to.
Okay. All right. Anyways, so let's continue down the logic tree, and I would prefer it
Okay.
If we say we disagree on 18 USC 111 and whether or not the cop has detention authority based off of this scenario, but we're going to operate under the assumption that this law enforcement officer thinks he can detain and arrest based off of 18 USC 111, and therefore he's taking actions that back up that belief.
Right.
Regardless of whether or not you believe it's illegal, regardless of whether or not you think that
my perspective
he has bad motivations,
I think it's unreasonable.
He's a piece of shit.
Based so far on what I've seen, maybe there's more. I think it's unreasonable to do this push. I think this push is unreasonable and therefore illegal. So I don't just because.
Okay, do you think that a court? Do you think that there's any remedy to your accusations of illegality?
I'm not sure that you could do a Bivens action here. I'm not sure if there's an availability there.
Okay, my answer is no. I'm putting it dollars to donuts. Absolutely the fuck not. And as bitter of a pill as this is, as much as you're saying it's illegal, from a procedural standpoint, a court is going to rule with this officer 100 times out of 100. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's not my claim. Isn't that there will be relief for this push? I just don't.
Okay, then I'm being a dick here, but at the same time, I think your objection is irrelevant. It's irrelevant because what you and I want is we want less Renee Goods. We want less of this guy. Okay. Yeah. So if I'm saying that this is how it's going to be argued in court based off of statutes at present, and therefore these law enforcement officers are not going to be held accountable the way that you want to hold them accountable, we can argue about the details of legality, morality, etc. And I'm happy to do it with you because I think that you're a smart guy. But the thrust of what I'm trying to get to is what resolves this. And it's not going to be perfect, but what reduces these negligent homicides.
So do you not want to have a conversation about the legality of this?
I want to put a pin in the legality of what we've already discussed, and I want to move to the legality of what we're about to discuss.
Okay.
Push to the
And
ground.
by the way, as frustrated as I am, I do enjoy these conversations.
Me too.
Like I like getting pressed. I like going into details. I'm just pissed because I feel like we're missing the forest for the trees.
I thought you wanted to talk about that. I wanted to talk about the shooting. I want to talk about the shooting.
Okay, well, let's get there.
Okay.
But we're not going to get there if we keep slowing down every 3 seconds. So let's do this.
All right. So press play.
What's simple battery?
Oh, simple battery. I think battery is an offensive touching in the common law.
Right. And so is simple battery on a law enforcement officer a chargeable crime?
I assume it is.
Okay. Now, if there's a law enforcement officer who either believes or under color of law and will not be held accountable for said action, if he's pepper spraying and pushing somebody to the ground and I walk up and I put my hands on the officer, am I guilty of a simple battery on a law enforcement officer?
I don't think so, no. Not just on those facts.
Why not?
I think a mere touching isn't offensive touching necessarily. For example, the sandwich.
If I look up
the sandwich thrower
right now, am I going to
find
that?
Remember the sandwich thrower
is a fucking violation.
Remember the sandwich thrower?
Non-consensual touching, right? Did that law enforcement officer consent to being touched?
I don't think that a battery is non-consensual touching. I thought I told you what I thought a battery was, and that's just the common law. I don't know what the federal statute would say. And I don't know if they would call it battery in the federal context. It'd probably be assault of some kind because they merge everything now to be assault in a lot of jurisdictions. I'm just telling you what I think a battery is. And I don't think
should I Google assault on a law enforcement officer federal statute right now?
Yeah, Google the sandwich thrower case because sandwich thrower indictment. That will give you the statute probably. But the sandwich thrower was acquitted, and I think the sandwich throw was an offensive touching. So I almost disagree with the jury in that case, to be clear about that. I still think it was stupid to charge him, but just to be clear, not every touching, even if you throw a fucking sandwich at someone, constitutes, they did charge him with 18 USC section 111A1. So it's the same statute.
I know, I was literally Googling that and then I was like, fuck, we're back to square one.
It's the same statute.
So hold up. Is stiff arming somebody? Is me putting my hand on someone in order to prevent them from going
this
into
is not a stiff arm, you
assault?
fucking liar. Why are you saying this is a stiff arm?
Why?
Come on. This is not a stiff arm.
Let's watch it from a different angle. Pull up your Twitter.
Did you DM me?
No, I haven't DM'd you shit. I'm saying pull up your Twitter and take a look at it. He puts his
Where is it?
Walking up, he puts his hand out like this. And he touches the officer and he puts his body in between the woman who was just shoved and the law enforcement officer. So is
Okay.
that impeding or assaulting based off of U.S. C fucking 111?
It's the same law, and I think the answer to this, based on me, is no. I don't think he's doing
Okay,
this.
the answer for me is 100% yes. So, like, what do you want here? You think that you could just walk? Hold up. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correct, because I'm actually almost incredulous right now. So
Okay.
you think that when a law enforcement officer is conducting their duties, a federal law enforcement officer, then I can just walk up and touch them whenever the fuck I feel like it?
No, that's not my position.
So how did you not just say the same thing? Because basically, this woman is being shoved to the ground and pepper sprayed. It's reasonable to believe that she's under detention and arrest. And this man just walked up and touched a law enforcement officer who was approaching said woman. So how is he legally permitted to do so? Because you just said 18 USC, 1501 or 15 whatever the fuck 111 doesn't apply.
I'm not saying that I think that he's legally permitted to do it. So what I said is I don't think it's a crime what he did there. And just because I'm not saying that he's legally permitted to do it, but we can get into that.
How am I supposed to not infer that you're basically saying that anytime that you want to put your hands on a federal law enforcement officer, you can do so as long as you're really gentle about it? Because that's basically what you just said.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you just said that it doesn't. You don't think it meets the threshold of 18 USC, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, but
how not?
That doesn't mean you're legally allowed to do X, Y, Z. I'm just saying I don't think it's the crime. I don't think it meets the elements of the crime. I'm not commenting on its broader legality.
Should we look at the elements of crime of assault real quick for federal?
Well, we have it. We just looked at it. It's 18 USC section 111. That's
but I don't think it's defining assault right there, right?
Yes, assault. We
In
can actually
Florida,
go
it's simple
to the
battery.
Oh, wait,
so it's a different
I actually
verbiage.
looked this up in the course of doing the gun case. Whatever the sandwich thrower case was. I had some case law prepared for this, and it defined assault. I think it is with reference to the common law, but I think it does require a forcible.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah. Well, no, you need to look at case law. 18 USC 111. I used to have these cases. I had them all in a place. We went through them. Fuck. This is why you should follow the stream, is because we did this already. We did the analysis back in the day. I just didn't realize it, and I didn't put it in the folder. Let's see, definition of assaults.
Yeah, this is what I pulled up. Guaro v. United States, 237, blah, blah, blah. But of course, an assault can also be committed merely by putting another person in apprehension of harm, whether or not the actor actually intends to inflict or is capable of inflicting said harm.
Right. Yeah. I don't
Proof
think
of this form of assault requires establishment of a reasonable apprehension of the immediate application of force to the victim.
Yeah, I don't think that this is putting someone in reasonable apprehension of harm or an offensive touching.
You think running up on a fucking cop with a gun in your pocket, which, by the way, they don't know yet. Yeah, yes. I already asterisked that statement. Okay. But you think running up on a cop while he's fucking effecting an arrest isn't going to give somebody a reasonable apprehension of harm?
I don't think that. So first of all, this is him running up. So he's not running, is he? He's stepping?
Yeah, bro.
What do you mean run?
You literally have a fucking frame there where his elbow, dude. You have an elbow check in frame.
No, is he?
And you're
running?
like, that's not a stiff arm, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Is he running though?
Through these like 3 frames. I'll tell you which frame it is.
When is he running?
Boom, right there.
That's running. Okay, I didn't know that was running.
Okay. Well, at the same time, if you're going to do your job as a law enforcement officer and I run in front of you and I elbow check you gently, bear in mind, it is gentle. I'm not trying to mischaracterize what Mr. Preddy did. Mr. Preddy had a protective instinct to protect this woman, and he interjected himself into the scenario. But to say that, the 15 USC 18 111, whatever the fuck, saying that doesn't apply, I think is crazy pants.
So I want to be clear about now that if we were gonna invoke what you think a jury would find, I think no jury would find that this constitutes a forcible assault under 18 USC 111 for him to gently put his hand across his when they threw her down on the snow like that. Would you grant that, or do you think a jury would find that?
From what you're saying right now is that he's legally permitted to do so.
I'm not saying he's so just because it's not the crime that you specify doesn't mean he's legally allowed to do it. You understand that?
Okay, so what crime does apply? As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and move away from 111.
Legality doesn't mean crime. Legality doesn't mean crime. Legality means in accordance with the law. And I actually don't have a reason to believe it's illegal. I think that's your burden. I don't know what law you would be breaking.
Okay. How about the federal code for simple assault? How about that?
Well, I think you're going to run into the same issue there, which I don't think this is an assault.
as defined, but of course an assault can also be committed merely by putting another in apprehension of harm, whether or not the actor actually intends to inflict or is capable of inflicting said harm.
I don't think he's doing that.
I need to clarify this. I need to clarify this, okay?
Yeah.
So in the state of Florida, we differentiate between assault and battery. And actually people using them interchangeably drives me crazy because I was drilled so hard on it so many times, okay? Assault is putting somebody in reasonable fear of injury or death or whatever. It's basically, it's almost exclusively like verbal, body language, et cetera, and it has to do with like an internal sense of fear, okay? And so what's like interesting example, there was a guy who started bar fights all the time and people always threatened to beat his fucking ass. But whenever he got into a bar fight, they were like, hey, like we could charge people with assault and battery here. And the guy says, well, number one, the battery was consensual. So therefore, I don't want you to charge the other people with battery. Number two, even when people were threatening me, I wasn't in fear at all. Therefore, the assault charge was non-void. Like assault is like an internal sense of fear in the state of Florida. And then battery, we have simple battery and aggravated battery. Simple battery is mere touching. I could walk up and if you did not want me to boop your nose with my finger, that would still be considered battery. Whereas if I wanted to do aggravated battery, there would have to be an injury. So I would need to show bruising, broken bones, lacerations,
I'm not sure how this is relevant, dude.
Okay, well, it's 100% relevant because basically if simple assault or simple battery if they've combined assault and battery into a single charge and then put people in this definition to say that the fear alone of like physical altercation is sufficient to meet the threshold of simple assault, then it's very clear that he's guilty of simple assault.
I don't think that merely touching someone constitutes assault. And so I'll give you an example, right? So let's say that you...
Yeah, but you don't think a law enforcement officer could argue that in the performance of my duties, XYZ, ABC, Joe
same kind of weasel
Schmo
language, I'm sorry to say, Connor,
elbow checked me while performing my job, therefore they're guilty of assault?
The could they argue thing is fucking up our entire analysis.
Fine, and I'm arguing it. I'm arguing that running up on a cop while they're performing their fucking lawful duties and putting an elbow into their gut is unlawful, and therefore you're liable to be detained. 100%.
What do you mean what do you mean by running up? I just need to know what you mean by that.
Why don't you just go find the fucking video on Twitter and then play it? He's not involved in the scuffle. He's 6 to 8 feet away. He scurries over to the woman who's being knocked down, interjects him into the scenario, and elbow checks the officer.
He's right there.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, now play.
Protester is pushed to...
He takes 2 or 3 steps into the direction of the officer and elbow checks him as the officer is pursuing somebody that he just pushed to the ground.
Where's the elbow check? So hang on, let's just make sure that we know that there's no elbow check.
Rewind and play again. We could also just solve this if you just pulled up the Twitter video.
His elbow doesn't make contact. I don't see his elbow ever make contact.
Pretty steps between...
Right there. Pull it up.
Where's the elbow check?
Rewind 5 seconds.
30 seconds before the shooting, when a protester...
Okay.
Keep going.
Is pushed to the ground.
So no, I don't see any contact.
There's a frame right there with his fucking elbow like this in the officer's midsection. Keep going. It's literally like a half a frame right there.
I don't know that doesn't look like it makes
just
contact.
Look at that. Enhance.
I don't think it makes contact with him.
Pisco.
I don't think it makes contact. I don't think it makes contact.
Enhance.
I can't enhance it. This is the video.
Enhance.
It doesn't look like it ever makes. It doesn't look like it makes contact.
Go to Twitter. Go to Twitter and pull up a different video of pull up the pink lady's cell phone footage.
Okay. This is the Dropsite News one, right?
Dude, this is where I'm just going to accuse you. I think you're being a defense attorney for the people who are involved. That's all that's happening. I'm articulating a belief that I don't personally hold, but I think is going to fly in court. I think you sincerely believe these things, but you're also just acting in the most charitable way possible to a side of the argument rather than evaluating it based off of the facts that are in front of your face.
I think you're trying to provoke me into getting triggered because you know you're getting mogged.
No, absolutely the fuck not. As a matter of fact, I would say that for whatever people want to argue that because I said that a cop could be pissed off and be using a statute under color of law to incarcerate someone, they could be fucking mad about that statement all you want. I think what you're saying right now is absurd. Like absurd to the point that it would be laughed out of any court in the United States of America.
What did I say that was absurd? That he didn't elbow check him? It's fucking patently absurd that you think he elbow checked him.
You can just walk up and put your hands on cops as long as you're really fucking nice about it.
Yeah, because you can't
That's
stand on
the
the
implication
running
of what you're
up,
saying, regardless
elbow
of whether or not you
check,
admit it or not.
stiff arm. This is just not what we're seeing. Your eyes aren't seeing this, and you're
So
just making things up.
pull up the other
I'm
video
looking
then.
for it. I'm looking for it. Just like I looked up the statute for you, just like I looked up the case law for you. I'm also looking up
I just looked up simple assault. You just said he wasn't guilty of simple assault, even though I've articulated it to you 3 times.
I don't think he is. I'm not denying your articulation of it. I think it's.
Wait, so hold on. So you think a law enforcement officer conducting his duties, okay? Let's say that he believes that he's enforcing 111. He pushes a woman to the ground. He's on the verge of approaching said woman in order to arrest her, okay, after pepper spraying her. And then a man runs up from your fucking side and then he gives you a fucking elbow to the ribs or whatever. You don't think that you can articulate that you were like in fear of battery?
I can articulate a lot of things. I can articulate that Game of Thrones exists and that the dire wolves are about to eat me. Your question is fucking
this
stupid.
is where I think you're full of shit. I think you're being a defense attorney. That's what I think you're doing right now.
I don't understand. Like your question is, could you articulate
the implication
it?
of your argument that behavior is not illegal implies that simple battery on a law enforcement officer is legal under federal statute, which is obviously not true.
I'm denying that this is a battery or an assault. I'm denying it under the common law.
I think you're dead fucking wrong. Well, okay, and it is therefore legal, right? So if I want to go down, I could. So right now, matter of fact, based off of your legal advice, which I think is horse shit, I should jump as a guy who doesn't like ice. I should get on a fucking plane right now. I should go to Minnesota. I should find the ICE officers. And when they're trying to detain people, I should step in front of them and put my arm up because that's legal based off of what you're telling me. Because I'm allowed to impede them as long as it's not forcible. I'm allowed to do simple battery on them as long as I'm super fucking nice about it. That's the implication of what you're saying. And it's fucking retarded. It's bad. It's very dumb. It's like bad advice.
I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm not saying that it's smart to do it. I'm playing on my stream. I can't share this with you right now, but I can give you the link if you want. This is from Dropsite News. This is the angle from the woman. And we're about to watch the following sets of things. We're going to see him in the course of trying to get to the woman who was just shoved. The man, according to Connor, runs up, elbow checks / stiff arms the officer and commits assault. So let's take a look.
You need to see the video in order to point it out. Why can't you share your other screen? Or why can't you move this screen to
1 second.
your screen?
Okay, I'll do it. 1 second. 1 sec. I think I just have to... Oh, actually I can. Sorry, my bad. Stop streaming. And then I think I have to just do stream. Share screen. Share this there. Okay. And then I can just do one of these, do one of these, then do this. Boom. Okay, ready?
Yep, I'm full screen.
Oh. Okay.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I don't see the elbow check.
There.
What's the elbow check?
No, so go ahead and play it. So you think you could?
What's
okay,
the
so
elbow
you
check?
think that you can walk?
He's
up
grabbing
and
his
place yourself
elbow.
between a fucking
What
law
the fuck are
enforcement
you
officer?
talking about?
Fine, there's no fucking elbow check, but at the same time, do you think you can walk up to a fucking cop, put your hand on their belly, and push them back? And that's not assault or simple battery?
Do you think touching an officer, whenever you touch an officer, it's assault?
I think whenever you touch an officer, it's simple battery in the state of Florida, 100%. And I almost guarantee you, based off of the reading of simple assault in the statute, it 100% applies.
So why wasn't the sandwich thrower convicted of assault when he threw a sandwich at an officer?
You said you disagreed with the jury.
I did, but not because I did disagree with the jury, but it's clear that just touching isn't enough as a matter of law.
Okay, so hold on. I'm telling you that in the state of Florida, simple battery and aggravated battery are 100% like settled law. And what you're saying is that assault is a broad legal distinction that combines both assault and battery. We've read the statute 3 or 4 times, which is merely by putting another in apprehension of harm, whether or not the actor intends to inflict or is capable of inflicting said harm. That sounds to me more like the assault definition.
No, but
which is effectively like
he's
you're
not
putting
putting
somebody
him in reasonable apprehension of harm
of violence.
No,
What?
he's not. He's not putting the officer in reasonable apprehension of harm.
Do you think it's normal for civilians to interject themselves into law enforcement operations by stepping between law enforcement officers and putting their hands on their belly and pushing them backwards?
It said like that. I don't know if I have an opinion about that in terms of its normalcy. It sounds like you're asking.
Pisco, because it's really dumb. It's really fucking dumb. Saying that this is lawful conduct is unbelievably dumb.
I didn't say it was lawful. I said it's not criminal under 18 USC 1111.
Okay, do you want to find a crime together or do you want to move forward? Because basically what I'm arguing is based off of walking in front of like an officer who's conducting their lawful duties and detaining or trying to disperse somebody under 18 USC 111 or whatever, which we don't agree on already. Then we have a gentleman who's putting himself inside the law enforcement operation and putting his fucking hands on a law enforcement's gut and trying to get between him and the fucking woman, which I already said in the state of Florida, simple battery, you can 100% be incarcerated for it.
It's so funny.
You want to spend I'm going to ask you how we're going to spend our time.
Oh my God.
Are we going to spend our time finding a federal statute that does apply, or are we going to grant that at that point he's subject to detention?
I don't think he's subject to detention at that point.
I think you're fucking crazy. I think you're a crazy person.
Okay. But even, in fact, I think that this evidence is evidence against you because ultimately the question isn't whether or not the detention was lawful.
I'm going to ask you a yes or no question because I want to demonstrate
I'm being very respectful of you, and I'm not even able to like finish my thought there. So I want to finish my thought
fine.
there.
Finish your thought, but I'm going to ask you a yes or no question when you're done.
Sure, fine. Yeah. So even if I granted that they had a lawful basis to initiate the detention, doesn't really change anything because even assuming that he violated 18 USC 101, the way he's doing shows he's not like doing so in a way that would cause a reasonable officer to think that he's like violent or that he is a threat to the officer. And so even putting aside the legal issue about whether or not there's reasonable suspicion or probable cause to either detain or arrest him, and again, I disagree with you on that, but even assuming that he was, the way in which he's assumedly violating the law in that context is peacefully, is a sane person, is someone who's not like about to thrash or beat up an officer. He's not doing things that are like violent the way that you and I and normal people would understand it. And so that's all evidence against you. It's him being like a relatively peaceful person, even if he is obstructing under the law and putting a hand up right after he did this. So any officer looking at that conduct,
you already just kind of conceded. Hold on. So
I didn't concede. I said for the sake of argument
or impede. Did you just say the words obstruct or impede?
I said assuming that it was. Assuming.
Hold on. I'm conducting my lawful law enforcement duty because we could actually move past battery or move past assault, which we viciously disagree on. So let's go ahead and get into this because I think you already granted this earlier in the conversation. So if I'm conducting my lawful law enforcement duties and I believe that I have a subject that I can detain and you put yourself in the way between me and the person that I'm attempting to detain, are you impeding me?
Wait. Say it one more time. Sorry, I was fixing something on the stream.
Okay. So I'm conducting lawful law enforcement duties. I am approaching someone that I have just pushed to the ground. Okay. And it is my intent to take them into my custody. You put yourself in my way while I'm trying to get into that person and we make contact. Are you impeding me from executing my law enforcement duties?
In the way you described it, it sounds like that's happening, but I don't think that makes out a definitional obstruction under 18 USC 111. And let me finish. This case is distinguishable because it doesn't appear that he's trying to detain her. It appears that he's pushing her. If he was trying to detain her, he would attempt to detain her.
Is he allowed to disperse people as well?
Assuming it's reasonable and lawful to do so. And I don't concede that because I think that it's unreasonable use of force there, as we already talked about.
Okay, so is it reasonable for a civilian? As a matter of fact, we're just going to Google forcible. That's what we have to do.
Why?
That's what we have to do in order to
Why? I thought you wanted to move past the we don't need to
We're not moving past. We can shit. We don't agree on a fucking thing. We haven't agreed on a thing in 90 fucking minutes, and it's pissing me off.
But okay, assume that it was unlawful. Assume that is to say that they're forcibly impeding or whatever. How does that help you? It doesn't seem that she's trying to detain.
It would mean that they're acting under a good faith interpretation of the 18 USC 111 or whatever the fuck it is. And then therefore him stepping in front and impeding said law enforcement officer from effecting the arrest, he's also guilty of 18 USC 111.
It doesn't look like they're trying to effectuate an arrest. Wait, it doesn't look like they're trying to effectuate an arrest. It looks like he pushes her.
Do you? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If I have as a law enforcement officer, if I have the ability to differentiate between dispersion and detention, and it's my judgment as an officer to do so, and that judgment can change at any moment.
Okay.
Are you allowed to interrupt me dispersing people?
Well, he wasn't then. Then he wasn't. Then he wasn't interrupting the dispersion.
Hold on. The law enforcement officer wasn't trying to disperse people by pushing them onto the sidewalk and also pepper spraying them.
Then he's not obstructing. Then at least grant that you don't think he was obstructing a detention. If you're saying that he chose dispersion, then you have to grant that he's not obstructing a detention. Correct.
I think the second that this gentleman
can you answer the question first?
Or obstructed him
can you answer the question?
To disperse. No, I'll answer this question. So let me finish the sentence, and then I'll listen to your question very intently.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second that this guy got in front of the guy who was trying to disperse the females, he said, "Fuck it, you're all going to jail." And by the way, that's his right under 18 USC 111.
So when was what was your question? Go ahead. So when was the intent formed to detain then? In your mind?
I would say probably the exact moment that this guy put his hands on the cop.
So he wasn't, by your own view, on your own view then, he wasn't attempting to interfere with a detention, on your own view.
Do you think a dispersion is also a
can you answer the question first? You don't think he was trying to, we can get to the dispersion aspect of it, but on your own view, you don't think that he was trying to obstruct a detention.
It's immaterial if the law enforcement officer is trying to execute a dispersion or detention. And the reason why it's immaterial, and you should already know this, is because he's interfering or obstructing with lawful law enforcement duties. You already know that.
Well, okay, but I just want to know if you
think what are you doing? What are you arguing? Why are you trying to differentiate between a dispersion and a detention when it's immaterial to the point?
Whether or not I think that the use of force is reasonable will bear somewhat in terms of what the goal of the officer is. And if you're granting that the push wasn't to detain, it was to disperse, I think that that's going to have some relationship to other conclusions we're drawing, including whether or not this person was trying to obstruct the detention, which I think on your view, you have to say isn't what you think he was trying to do.
Is he legally permitted to obstruct a dispersion, or does the statute apply?
I just want to know if will you even grant that he wasn't trying to obstruct a detention on your view?
Sure. Based off of my understanding as a law enforcement officer, it looks like the officer was attempting to disperse the females up to the shove, and then once the woman was shoved and Mr. Preddy got in the way, at that point he decided that a detention was appropriate.
Okay, but then it looks like a reasonable officer from his perspective wouldn't have a basis to think that he's obstructing the dispersion, because it looks like he's just trying to...
Why is that material to the statute?
It's material to what a reasonable officer would to look at in terms of assessing the threat.
I'm just going to ask the question over and over and over again. Is dispersing somebody a lawful law enforcement duty?
It can be, yeah.
The answer is yes.
It can be, yeah. Assuming it's reasonable.
So the answer is yes. So if you interrupt the lawful execution of a law enforcement officer's duties, are you obstructing or impeding said law enforcement officer?
How did he interrupt the dispersion?
By walking in front of the officer as he was following up with said woman. And then also putting his hand on his stomach and pushing him backwards.
Following up to do what?
Whatever the fuck he wanted. If he wanted to decide to do a detention, then he could have done a detention.
I mean,
or if he wanted to say, "Hey, fuck you, stay on the sidewalk," he could have said, "Hey, fuck you, stay on the sidewalk."
And if he was going to shoot her in the head, what then?
Obviously not. That deals with the continuum of force. So you're just moving ahead for no fucking reason.
If he was going to beat her up on the ground,
your objection is immaterial.
Okay. I think all of this is kind of immaterial because like this isn't the cop that shot, and like who the fuck cares?
Because you were trying to differentiate 2 minutes ago about whether or not a dispersion or a detention, like was it a dispersion or was it a detention?
Well, I
which is immaterial to whether or not these people violated the statute.
Because in the sort of generic hypotheticals you present, you're trying to stop them from arresting someone, and then everyone's intuition is like, of course you can't do that, but it just doesn't seem like there's indicia that that's what he was trying to do. It seems like he pushed her on the ground, and she was like, oh, he's like, hold on, let me pick her up. She's like, whatever, and you can already see Alex like carrying the other woman off. So it seems like someone from that position wouldn't think that he's trying to like obstruct a lawful detention, especially since the officer doing the push and shove in that moment, which I think is totally fucking brutal.
Why this is immaterial though.
Okay, why?
Is a dispersion a lawful law enforcement
assuming
action?
Assuming it's reasonable.
Are you allowed to interrupt a lawful law enforcement action per the statute?
Well, assuming it's lawful.
The answer is no,
but no. Hang on. But the question isn't whether or not they were in compliance with law. The question is whether or not they did a crime, right? And that is under 18 USC 111. So
I'm saying that both of them are violative of 18 USC 111 at this point.
I mean, that's not surprising. You thought that just talking to the officers was violative of 18 USC 111, which was insane.
No, I didn't. I said that them going up to the car in the roadway and basically screaming and talking shit from 6 feet away.
Do you
I also
know
brought
what
up
they
to you
said?
earlier. By the way, this is how retarded this is, Pisco. I already told you that if they were on the fucking sidewalk, no one would give a shit and they wouldn't be in violation of 18 USC 111. So you just made up a position that I didn't even had and then try to hold me accountable to it. So that's fucking bullshit.
So wait,
fuck you for that.
So the only difference is their presence in the middle of the street. That makes it 18 USC 111 in terms of its forcefulness, and I just don't have any reason to
also
think of
being
that.
around the vehicle in such a way, dude. You already conceded earlier in the conversation that if the officer had to run in that direction and those women planted their feet,
you said like if she's jumping on the, she's jumping
law enforcement action.
Because your hypothetical is like she's jumping in front of the thing, she's like banging on it, and she's like and like very clearly.
No, those aren't. You're just making things up, Pisco. That's sad. Why are you making things up?
What were the parameters of your hypothetical?
Did I say throughout the entirety of the past 2 hours? Did I ever say that a woman needed to be on top of the vehicle banging on the windows in order to be considered that? I never said that. You just said that and you made that shit up.
Wait, it was
That's
like
why I'm getting angry, because you're being calm, but you're making shit up and you're also being impossible to talk to. It's frustrating. That's why people yell at you, because you have autism.
Okay. Well, I understood the hypothetical of like someone getting in front of the car for the purpose of stopping the car from going to a place. Right? So I'm adding like memes about it, but like where a reasonable officer would think that, but just but that's not the facts we have. And so I would grant that like,
what if the law enforcement officer wanted to back up? Are those women in the way? Or are they, does he have to take a look in order to look at the fucking females who are surrounding his vehicle in order to execute his law enforcement duties?
Actually, yeah. Anyone like it wouldn't be obstruction unless the people were intentionally trying to stop them with obstruction. Okay. Otherwise, they could be just pedestrians.
At this point, I don't want to relitigate the beginning of it, because we are in a disagreement where I can tell you that if I'm looking at the body language and actions of said cops, I think it's 90% anger, 10% the law. However, I still think that the law is the law, and these women, regardless of how it's adjudicated in court, are potentially violative of 18 USC 111, and the initiating officer who pursued those women and attempted to disperse them thought that he was doing so lawfully, or at least lawfully enough that he could execute said action.
Good thing the subjective beliefs of cop doesn't determine what the law is. I mean, that's fucking stupid. I mean, this is
sure, but you've been arguing with me about like the internal motivations of law enforcement officers for like 2 hours
to the
now,
extent that they're unconstitutional.
Wait, you're never going to get in a case. You're never going to get in a fucking case. The cop saying, "Yeah, she pissed me off. I had sand in my vagina that day. It was my fucking period. So as a result, I decided to pepper spray her and shove her."
I'm just
That's
talking about
never gonna fucking happen.
I'm just
so why
talking.
The fuck are we talking about it?
Because it's something you said, and I'm saying if you think that that's why they did it. And by the way, there has been a court that found that these kinds of conduct were motivated by retaliation. I'm just telling you right now, there have been courts, even in Minnesota, even in this recent deployment, that have found that ICE, for example, destroyed someone's wedding ring because of retaliation, that ICE arrested someone because of First Amendment retaliation, that ICE actually shoved someone and applied force and tear gas because of, or slash whatever the gas was, for retaliation purposes. So it's not above actually we've had findings of that effect. And in fact, the very court case that I cited.
You think that's going to be arguable in this case?
I'm not sure in this case. I'm just saying it's an entailment on your view.
I hate that whenever you ask me a question that's
I said
yes
I'm not
or no,
sure. I said I'm not sure.
Probability. No.
I said I'm not sure.
I'm going to tell you why so many motherfuckers don't like talking to you, okay? Whenever you ask me a question that's yes or no, and I have a probability that is higher than 50% or 60%, I say yes, because that's my belief or opinion. Whenever I ask you something that's in contention, but you could make a reasoned belief off of probability, you say, I don't know, or
what's
I'm
the question?
Sure.
I'll give you my.
And so it doesn't feel like a reciprocal communication, Pisco. It feels like you want to grant no level of charity my way, but I have to endlessly fucking grant charity your way. And it fucking pisses me off.
Okay.
It pisses me the fuck off.
Ask the question
if
again.
I ask you and you think there's a 70% probability of something, then just say yes. Or qualify it and say,
okay,
70% yes.
What's
and
your
I
question?
would be infinitely less pissed. But every time I ask you a serious question where it seems like you're in a corner and you say, I'm not sure, it pisses me off.
What's your question? Ask it again. With respect
I don't
to
even
motivation.
fucking remember my question because you're pissing me off so much.
The question was like, so do you think that they could argue?
Is it applicable in this case? Do you think they're going to be able to prove malice or retaliation in this case?
I don't know.
Give me a
is the answer.
probability. 51 no, 49 yes.
I think that there will be civil action which will allege that, and I think I honestly don't have
What's your
enough facts.
probability on the success of said civil action?
In general, low. So like 30% or lower, because it's just these are hard cases to prove. But I do think they'll argue it as part of like some sort of civil damages action that, but it will have to pierce qualified immunity and then establish factual reasons for why the retaliation motivation was there, which can be tough. But again, you granted in the course of our conversation, you granted that that's what you thought it was, and so that's why I made that argument. I don't think there's anything wrong with me doing that, with saying, okay, given that it's your view, surely you think it's illegal, and you were like, okay, I don't know what your response to that was.
I'm going to give my opinion, so hopefully we can move finally to the shooting.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I'm probably just going to start giving my opinion, because arguing about like court or legality or whatever, I'm just exhausted. I was not your fault, but I was exhausted before I started stream today. So maybe that's why I'm a little bit more cantankerous than usual.
It's okay.
No, it's not your fault. I'm just a grumpy boy. So I'm under the presumption at this point that the law enforcement officer either has 18 USC 111 that could be adjudicated in court and found successfully, or he believes he has it. And not only does he have it against the female that he shoved to the ground, he has it against Mr. Preddy. And I think at this moment, he's deciding on detention, because rather than I would have to track the scramble of officers. But tracking the scramble of officers, we move from telling two women to fuck off and to go onto the sidewalk to pinning said people to the ground and attempting to put handcuffs on them. So I believe that they believe that these people are under detention at this moment. That's my opinion.
Well, I think at the time that they throw hands on Alex, that he is being seized. So, and that is detention. But I don't think that just because he's being seized means it's reasonable or legal. I agree he's being seized, but I don't think that he's that means it's reasonable.
In my opinion, if the law enforcement officers were writing up a report, they would use 18 USC 111 and they would claim assault based on the first officer who pepper sprayed the woman.
And you think, just to be clear on your position, you think this person committed that action? He assaulted.
I think it's legally defensible, yes, and I think it would be successful in court. And yes, I also think that if assault is a catch-all term for battery and assault, then an officer could easily articulate. And do
you believe that?
No. You know what? I'll go ahead and own it. If I'm engaged in a lawful law enforcement duty and somebody comes up and interrupts my shit, then yeah, you're going to fucking jail.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is like, that's an assault. And if someone were to imagine a similar circumstance, right? A similar circumstance where you're like picking something up from the ground and someone approaches you in the same way that Alex did to you and does the same action of putting his hand, like you're picking up some leaves, let's say, and he goes up and puts his hand on your belly for a little bit. It's like, watch out, something happened. Like there's something on the ground. There's a danger there. That's assault. They just committed an assault on you.
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be reasonable to perceive that they were attempting to impede, obstruct, or strike me in that scenario.
No, but that's circular. The question is whether or not it is assault. It's so you're begging the question. The question is, would it constitute assault? And the definition of assault isn't reasonable belief of assault. The definition of assault is reasonable belief of harm.
It might be. I think it actually might be.
That wouldn't help you.
You assault. Definition federal. No, hold on. I mean, that might even be a pretext that I've read to you several times.
No, it relates to reasonable belief.
Can also be merely putting another in apprehension of harm, whether or not the actor actually intends to inflict or is capable of inflicting said harm. Okay, yeah. So hold on. I'll give you the perfect scenario. Okay. So I'm a law enforcement officer and somebody furtively approaches me. What you don't want me to be a law enforcement officer? You want me to be somebody else?
No, I want you to answer my hypothetical. Is there a reason you're not answering my hypothetical?
I was about to repeat your hypothetical. No, am I a law enforcement officer in your hypothetical, or am I a civilian in your hypothetical?
You're an off-duty law enforcement officer. You're going to pick up some leaves, and there's some kind of thing that you're not aware of that this person is trying to warn you about or stop you from doing, or, for example, say, actually, those are my leaves, and I don't want you to move them or something. And so just insert whatever reason the guy has that you're not quite aware of. And in the course of trying to get you to stop doing whatever you're doing, he does the same sort of physical actions as this person who did the physical actions towards a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, if
the
he puts me in apprehension of harm, then that's definitionally assault.
No, but you're that's begging the question. I'm asking, is that conduct?
No,
in
that's
all
the
this,
definition under 1610, 18 U.S.C. 351 on subsection
I'm not asking,
E.
Connor, I'm not asking if he does that. I'm asking, would, in that situation, put aside whether or not, where you're assuming, right? You're assuming that he is putting you in reasonable fear. Would that conduct in that situation that I described, would that be assault with respect to the reasonable apprehension of harm?
I've already answered this question, and I'm also getting frustrated because I don't think you're remembering what I'm saying. Do you remember my bar example? No. I'm actually going to be a little bit of a douchebag. Do you remember my bar example of the gentleman who was being assaulted?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, that's frustrating to me because I said something to you that I want you to keep in your brain going forward. So I want you to keep this in your brain going forward.
Okay.
There was a gentleman who was going to a bar and picking bar fights. And the locals would either beat him up or they would threaten to beat him up. And the cops kept showing up over and over and over again. And they kept saying, hey, man, based off of how often you're getting your ass beat, you could prosecute these people either for battery or you could prosecute these people for assault. But the reason why the cops could never prosecute for battery is because he said that the battery was consensual. Okay. Consensual battery is not prosecutable. You could do a fray if you wanted to, but realistically, you're going to make shit worse. Okay. Then you could also do assault. But the reason why they couldn't charge assault is because there's an internal component of assault, which is fear, an articulable emotion. And in 1610, assault 18 U.S.C. 351, subsection E, says merely by putting another in apprehension of harm, whether or not the actor actually intends to inflict it or is capable of inflicting said harm, does constitute assault. Simple assault.
I'm asking whether or not this factual circumstance that I laid out constitutes assault. That's what I want an answer to.
If I am in fear,
but
then yes.
I'm not assuming that you're in fear. I'm asking, do the factual circumstance? I'm sorry. I'm not asking assuming that you are in reasonable fear. I'm asking.
I'm joking, but I'm extremely homophobic. If a man walks up and puts their hand on my belly, then I might be afraid. Maybe they're trying to jerk me off or something. I don't know.
And what if they
maybe it's assault?
What if they put your hand on the shoulder? Hey, buddy, listen, those are my leaves, man. To get your attention, you
Probably
have the
not so much.
Wait, you have the headphones, you're like, and you're like blowing. He's like, hey, buddy, those are my leaves. Assault?
Depends on how he grabs me. If he grabs me gently and he goes, hey, buddy.
So I think that
if he grabs me like this.
I think we have a gentle situation going on here. I think that's.
I think this is either pedantry or autism or defense lawyer brain or some shit, because I think you and I both know that they're going to be able to articulate 1610, 18 U.S.C. 351 subsection E, and or they're going to be able to articulate whatever, like 1510 subsection 111, and they'll be successful in that. And so you arguing, hey, Connor, are you personally afraid of grown men putting their hands on your bellies or your shoulder? I think it's, once again, I think it's immaterial. I think it's totally immaterial.
You want to get to the shots?
I want to get to the moments up to the shots because I want to go over the monkey fucking the football before said shots, but yes.
The monkey fucking a football before the shots? I don't know
technical term.
What does that mean?
So can you imagine a monkey?
Yes.
Okay, now can you imagine a monkey trying to have sex with a football?
Yes.
Okay, now does his dick go into the football or does it like bounce around the football because he can't actually cram his penis into the football? Like does his erect penis like kind of just like slap around the exterior of the football?
No.
Why not?
Because I think how I view, at least my initial,
it's not a Nerf football.
Sex.
It's a pigskin. It's a leather football. It's not a Nerf.
Yeah, I guess
he was not able to turn it into a homemade pocket pussy. It's actually just a leather football.
I think my definition, or how I conceive the concept of having sex with a football, like implies some sort of orifice or some kind of like hole or penetrative act.
Let's say that you know how the football is like lemon shaped or whatever, and then you have like the stitches.
Yeah.
So he's trying to make that the hole, but the football is like too tight, and so he can't insert. There's no orifice.
The monkey or this
No, the
situation?
monkey is trying to have sex with the football, but the football doesn't have an orifice.
I'm lost. Is this like some?
So yes, it's an absurd statement that I'm forcing you to expand upon because I need a break from serious shit.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So a monkey having sex with a football. All right, it's a hard skin football. There's stitches in it, but he can't burst his penis into it. But he has an erect penis. So he's jamming his penis into the side of the football and he's using his hands in order to try to have sex with it. But what's happening is his erect penis is bouncing off of it in every which direction because it's impossible to actually have sex with the football.
Got it.
Okay. And so therefore, when you see 6 men yanking a person in 6 different directions simultaneously, which is commonplace in arrests, especially when law enforcement officers are bad at communicating, it is akin to a monkey trying to have sex with a football because they're all trying to do something, but they're horrifically failing in said endeavor. And that's what I'm trying to communicate.
Okay, got it. So we're about to watch some like horrible misconduct is what I'm hearing. Like some irresponsible bullshit.
It's not misconduct any more than a monkey trying to have sex with a football is misconduct. It's just actually like sheer incompetence or stupidity that is actually very common.
Well, is sheer irresponsibility not misconduct?
No. Well, because basically when it comes to apprehending somebody in a 6-person scramble, that's a very difficult thing to do unless you actually practice as a team.
Okay. So let's take a look, shall we? Alrighty.
The ground. Pretty steps between
So this is the assault.
her and the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist. The agent pepper sprays
That was the assault.
Preddy's face. We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal
Yeah, he's assaulting him.
officials,
He just got a face full of spray, multiple spray. Got it.
he's made no threatening movements towards agents.
So I mean, this New York Times guy's like lying, right?
No. What I would say is that we have to get into continuum of force earlier, and I asked you a question earlier, and I think you said that you weren't aware of the continuum of force. So passive, active, violent, non-lethal, and violent. Okay, are you familiar with these categories at all?
Generally, yes, but maybe not in the way that you're using them. I've seen the graph before where it shows the different, like it shows the different colors. So if that's what you're referring to, I'm familiar with that, but I wouldn't be able to give you like more of like, I don't know if I could be perfect in my recall of what is under which color.
I would like to articulate this concept because it's important for our understanding of what happens next. So passive resistance is just standing there, not moving. Okay. So for instance, if you have protesters sitting on a highway and a law enforcement officer orders them to move and they refuse to move, that's passive resistance. Okay. At that point, you can do 2 things. You can go hands-on or you can pepper spray someone. Okay. Then active is somebody's trying to pull away, meaning that let's say that you grab their arm and their elbow. The mere act of trying to draw your arm away from a law enforcement officer in order to evade being handcuffed, that's considered active. Also, even balling up and bringing all your limbs, while it's a very natural instinct, balling up and bringing all your limbs into a position of cover and ignoring lawful orders is also considered active resistance. Okay.
Okay. So now, at this point, is he actively resisting?
No, I would say he's passively resisting.
Okay. Has this cop even attempted to arrest him?
No, but he's going to.
But then how is he even resisting anything?
So this is the calculation, okay? The calculation is this guy has involved himself in the arrest, and then therefore off of that, my understanding of the statute, he's subject to detention under either 1610, 18 USC 351E, or he's liable for detention under.
But have they attempted to initiate a detention?
They're initiating it now.
Well, then what justifies the use of pepper? Are you allowed to use pepper spray every time you want to arrest someone?
No, but the mere fact that he was pepper spraying the lady's passive because she's disobeyed lawful orders, and then this dude's committed a crime, so he can do whatever he needs to in order to gain compliance.
Why can't he shoot? His gun on
because
display.
there's not evidence of a deadly threat at this time.
So for example, could this guy like punch him in the face?
Yeah, he could go hands on. Yeah, he could shove him the same way that he shoved her.
Okay. And
it's good tactics to give a lawful command. So for instance, like as a matter of fact, it might even be required in some jurisdiction. So he would have to give like a lawful order that's disobeyed first, right? So for instance, and that could even be like a policy violation that he could be held accountable for administratively. But effectively, like what would happen is, let's say that dude like walks up and hits me in the chest. This is the ideal. The ideal is, hey, sir, you just committed battery on a law enforcement officer or assault on a law enforcement officer, depending on whatever. You're under arrest. Go ahead and turn around and place your hands behind your back. That's the ideal. Okay.
Yeah.
But what's happening now?
So I'll just be clear. This is not excessive force, correct?
I don't. If you're articulating assault, then no.
Well, I don't grant that, but they haven't even tried to. You're saying any assault?
They haven't granted a lawful. They haven't given the man a lawful order, and therefore he would potentially be liable for administrative sanction if the admin doesn't. If ICE doesn't like him.
But no, okay, but this is an objectively reasonable use of force. You're saying under the Fourth Amendment, it's not excessive.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because even though he's not resisting, you agree at this point he's not resisting, correct?
But he's like the way that they would articulate it again. I would say Jesus hates a pussy. Well, I think Jesus hates a pussy, but it's like, oh, well, he walked up to me in violation of 1610, 18 USC assault or whatever. I was in imminent fear of harm. Therefore, to reduce the chances of everybody getting hurt or killed, I deployed OC pepper spray in order to gain compliance from multiple subjects that were around me.
And you would believe that?
Dude, for the sake of this, I've already tried to differentiate between what I would do and what I believe, but I think it's confusing the conversation. So I'm just going to go off of what an officer can articulate and get away with in court, because at the end of the day, like that's what we're talking about.
So your belief is whatever an officer could get away with, that's your position?
Well, for the sake of this conversation, it is now, because I try to be nuanced and I feel like it dragged us down.
Well, no, I'm just trying to ask. I agree that you're allowed to say what they would say. I thought you agreed that it would be okay for me to ask then what you would say. But now you're saying that it's not okay.
What I would say is I was a cop for 4 years. I never used OC pepper spray.
But do you think it's an objectively reasonable and not excessive force?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray.
And this other spray is justified in virtue of what?
Gaining compliance.
But he's already sprayed him.
What's that?
He's already sprayed him, right?
Did you just unironically pause like a second and a half after and say, why is he still spraying?
Yeah.
Okay. We've been over the action-reaction gap. I'm not going to do it again.
Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents.
And at this point, they're trying to arrest him, and that's the lawful basis.
Correct. They're forcing him to the ground and attempt to detain him. Yes.
Okay.
Preddy, who had a firearms permit, carries a gun holstered on his right hip, but he doesn't reach for it, and it appears agents are.
So at this point, there's distance between them, right?
Yeah.
Unaware the gun.
And he sprays again. This is after the second spray that I said. He's continuing to spray.
Are they surrendering? Are they gaining compliance?
Well, I don't know how you could tell because they've been sprayed. Are you saying that they should have just like not moved at all and just stopped where they are after getting a face full of pepper spray?
I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to do so. But yeah,
so what were they?
So let's talk about ideal versus actual. Okay. The same way, and I've already said this in my own chat and my own coverage or whatever, is that we give law enforcement a broad degree of deference and latitude when it comes to split-second decisions in the heat of the moment, which is going to cover a lot of what we're talking about in the next like 10 seconds of video, okay? I think that reasonable officers, and I'm not saying objectively reasonable, I'm saying overly reasonable. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm an overly reasonable and unreasonable man, depending on the topic. Okay, I'm about above average for reasonable. When you're getting pepper sprayed in the face, Your instinct is not to, immediately go, oh, okay, you got me. I'm going to surrender now. I'm going to put my hands up.
Yeah,
Your
so why is he
instinct
spraying
is to
again?
scream and to cry and to put your hands over your face.
Right. So why
and
is he
try to
continuing
swat away
why is
pepper
he
spray?
continuing why is he continuing to spray then?
Because he's going to say in his report that, they didn't immediately comply to lawful orders. Therefore, I continue to spray in order to gain compliance.
But you're saying you could not
or to
reasonably
make compliance more easy for apprehending officers immediately afterwards.
But they're not acting in an uncompliant manner right now. They just sprayed them in the face.
Okay,
And
what did I tell you about passive resistance and active resistance?
That they're different, and that one involves, if you're just like standing still, it's passive. If you're in the middle of a highway, it's passive.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be in the middle of the highway, but yeah, if you bye. Sorry, 1 second. I opened up my chat.
What I do?
It's not you.
Oh,
somebody else. Don't worry about it. I was coming back to check and see if my chat was being soy, and some people are being soy in good faith, and some people are being soy in bad faith. So
because there's the initial spray, right? There's the initial spray. He has out spray,
but he
doesn't.
doesn't.
And then he grabs his arm to spray him again, and you're like, oh, action, distinction. Then he finishes spray, backs up, takes a moment,
unaware,
and then sprays again. And so, like, what's the basis of that spray?
Okay, because when you're at passive and active resistance, okay. Do you think that Mr. Alex and this lady, do you think that they could reasonably believe that they're under detention right now?
They could believe it, or would they? What do you want to ask?
I would say, is it reasonable to believe that they're under detention right now?
Not yet, no.
Why not?
Because detention usually involves a seizure of some kind with the intent to make them sort of be detained. And there are many instances in which a reasonable person would not feel that their freedom of movement is restricted just because they're applying like aerosol things. And in fact, you distinguish between them, disbursement from. And so I don't think that everyone who is sprayed.
But I know that. I don't think a lot of civilians know that.
But you think that just being sprayed makes it you detained?
I think it's reasonable to believe that you're probably on the cusp of being detained.
Well, then he's not under the reasonable belief that he's detained yet. If it just means that on the cusp.
Okay, let me just articulate the ideal and then we can move on. Okay. So the ideal would be put your hands up. You're under arrest.
Yeah.
That would be the ideal. Okay. And then if those people put their hands up, we're done. No more pepper spray, no more beating, no more nothing, because you can secure their arms, put them arms behind the back, put their hands behind their back, wrap them up in handcuffs and walk them out, right? Whereas if they're going, and you're saying, put your hands up, you're under arrest. Even if you and I can agree that that's unreasonable to expect pepper sprayed people to behave rationally immediately under lawful commands, it's still going to be considered passive or active resistance.
So they're resisting right now. What are they resisting?
They would be potentially resisting detention, particularly if they're receiving lawful orders.
But we don't hear any lawful orders, and we have the audio.
Correct. And as a result, if the cops did not give lawful orders, but pepper sprayed them anyways, or tried to grab them anyways, then what's going to happen is they would be liable for an administrative sanction if it was argued in front of that they violated policy by not giving lawful orders to people that they continued to beat. But there's also going to be a reasonability here. Yeah. And the reasonability is going to go back to the civilian, where effectively it's like, I'm just going to say it. If a cop walks up and pepper sprays me in the face, I'm going to assume that I'm being detained because a cop is walking up and pepper spraying me in the face. If you want to say that in the heat of the moment, it's not reasonable for or it could be a dispersion. Therefore, maybe I could just start walking away. Well, at that point, yeah, sure, maybe. But there's going to be a little bit of heat of the moment deference that's paid to the people. After an extended period, there's going to be a moment at which they're going to say it's no longer reasonable to believe that you're free to go.
Okay, got it. At this point, how would these people act? What would they have to do to not resist these two people?
Throw their hands up, throw their hands up, and basically stop moving.
Okay, you think that is reasonable to expect them to do, and anything?
No, but I'm not talking about legal reasonability. I'm talking about like human reasonability. When you're pepper sprayed in the face, I don't think it's reasonable to instinctively just throw your hands up in the air.
Okay, so then therefore, by that logic, right? Assume that they saw the gun at this point. They're spraying. It's a guy who, in your mind, is resisting.
Why are you presuming that they've seen the gun?
I'm just trying to test your principle and your principle, right? I'm testing. Is that okay to do, or do you not want me to ask this question?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't care.
So, assume, for the sake of this hypothetical, that they saw a gun at this point after they sprayed him. It would be your belief that an armed person with a gun is actively resisting the officers.
Yeah.
Okay. And so why wouldn't you be allowed to shoot him?
You might be. Depends on whether or not that hand goes near that gun.
Assume it doesn't.
Then I don't think that would be objectively reasonable.
So it's not enough for an armed person to resist officers to know that it's justified to shoot them, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And is even there.
Okay. At this point, I think it's reasonable to believe that you're being seized. Okay.
That's great. If we're 2 seconds apart and now you think it's reasonable to believe that they're being seized, then that's fine.
Okay. Now I'm going
As
to
a matter of fact, you know what? That's fucking great. I'm happy we can finally agree on something.
Yeah, I'm not hiding the ball. I'm just giving you my opinion. What I'm going to be looking for though is the wrestling, because you agree we haven't seen any wrestling yet, correct?
Correct.
He reaches toward the protester,
And is this wrestling? Him trying to get this woman up?
I don't think so.
apparently trying to help
All right.
her up, while agents begin grabbing him from behind.
At this point, the officers are pinning him down to the ground, correct? And I think this is
Well,
the
I don't think he's
officer-
down on the ground yet,
Well, he's
and
about
this
to
is
be.
where we're going to get into wrestling. So one of the things that was pissing me off that was kind of soy is that losing a fight that's 6 versus 1 doesn't somehow grant you carte blanche to do whatever the fuck you want. Okay.
Agreed. Yeah.
So ideally, in this situation, okay, if you want to say there's no, and by the way, I'm going to say this again, even though nobody's going to hear me say it, I'm going to say it again. Okay. If we are granting officers broad latitude during heat of the moment scenarios, then officers need to grant civilians the same level of grace in heat of the moment scenarios. And you cannot expect that pepper spraying and beating the fuck out of somebody is going to result in them instantaneously going, "Oh, I just surrender. I surrender. I surrender."
I appreciate
now that's
that,
going to happen. I'm going to do that because I don't want to get fucking shot, but I'm a former law enforcement officer. So I have a lot of knowledge about how these scenarios are evaluated from a law enforcement use of force perspective. But I don't think it's reasonable to expect a layperson with no legal background, no law enforcement background, no use of force background, no force background whatsoever. I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to do that.
Right now, they're in agony. You think that's a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. So these people who are in agony, who have just been sprayed and are being forced on the hard pavement, you would apply some grace to them. Fair?
Yes.
Okay.
He tries to pull away.
And this pulling away thing, that could be an action to give him relief for his agony, right? But it's not clear that they're...
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But, okay, if the narrator, I'm presuming the narrator is referring to Mr. Preddy. Okay, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
And so at that point, we've moved from passive to active at this point. And at active, not only can you do hands-on, not only can you fight, you can also do pepper spray and you can do taser. Now, I don't even know if ICE has tasers, but the point is that we're moving our way up the force continuum, and this is evolving in a matter of seconds.
Okay.
And again, he makes no threatening movements towards the agents.
You would agree with that characterization?
From a lay definition, yes.
Is there a more technical definition?
Resisting arrest by itself could be viewed as a red flag or yellow flag for intent. Okay. But I agree that based off of from a lay perspective, the body language of this guy, evaluating this as somebody who doesn't have that much autism, it does not look like his intent is to harm the officers.
And a reasonable officer would see that.
Maybe.
In virtue of what would they not see it? Maybe perhaps because the
So,
officer's not looking at
as
him.
you're climbing up,
The officer's going to shoot, you'll see, isn't going to be looking at him. And that's a big problem for you, isn't it, Connor?
Hold on. No. But I need you and I need the audience to hear this. Moving up the force continuum from interjecting yourself into the scenario to being passive to resisting actively, like drawing in and firing a weapon takes like, like less than a second for trained shooters or whatever. So that is where moving up the continuum of force is going to be a yellow flag or red flag. So I can say that based off of body language and his actions, I believe that this is a man trying to defend a woman who doesn't have ill intent towards law enforcement. That doesn't mean that other law enforcement officers are evaluating it the same way, or that my read on body language could be held as objectively reasonable.
Got it. And but you would agree, at this point, what matters is what the officer who shoots perceives, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But agents pull him backwards and force him to the ground. Then, shots ring out.
The breakdown for this is going to be insanely important.
Things down so each moment is clear. Here is Preddy. Several agents are restraining him, and this is the Border Patrol agent who will shoot him first.
So he's not even looking at him, right?
Yeah, he's attempting to assist with the detention of the female.
Right. So to the extent that he's resisting in the ways that we're describing, he's not perceiving it, right? So he can't take it into account. Agreed?
Sure. I don't yet. Let's just say yes for now, and I'll object if I need to. He can still hear a scuffle behind him. He can still like if he hears, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. That's obviously going to be contextually evaluated separately.
The guy has
a face. Like, obviously, right?
Yeah, but the guy could be screaming because, I don't know, he has a fucking face full of bear mace or whatever the fuck they use.
Which doesn't tell you whether or not he's actively actively or passively resisting. You don't understand. People with a face full of bear mace can and do pull and fire guns, right?
I agree that they could and do, but the question is what the basis is for this officer to make a conclusion that this man is a qualifying threat. But you can't take into account things he didn't perceive. Agreed? Or at least things he wouldn't have any awareness of. Yeah. Okay.
Sure, but the thing that I'm objecting to is you're saying zero awareness. I'm saying 8% awareness, 10% awareness.
I mean, is aware that they're effectuating
due to hearing.
He must be aware that they're effectuating an arrest. But he's not aware of like what's happening there. And so your whole thing about wrestle, the right to wrestle, that was stupid to post that, right? Because I mean, even from this,
no, it's not at all. And I think you just don't understand what words mean. So I'm sorry. So hold on. If I'm wrestling somebody to the ground and I'm winning and I'm pinning them to the ground, but they're 90% pinned, but they're resisting me, are we still wrestling?
Well, I'm just
like at what point during a Greco-Roman wrestling match, like sufficiently before the pin, because the pin is the end of the match, right? At what point does a Greco-Roman wrestling match no longer become wrestling?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not granting that he's resisting at all.
You should, just based off of the concept of passive and active resistance.
Yeah, so like I think that actions that are kind of involuntary and where there's at least a rationale related to dealing with agony, that resistance sort of implies some sort of volitional, intentional opposition to certain conduct. And I have no reason to believe that a reasonable officer would think that.
Let's plug that into the police calculator real quick. So this guy's in agony, so he's not resisting.
I don't have a basis to believe that this constitutes resistance as I understand it.
Wait. So hold on. So if he's in agony and he's not resisting, what can I do to him?
I
think based off of the use of force continuum.
No, I think that you're allowed to if you.
The answer is I can do nothing.
Well, hang on.
Therefore, your contextualization is flawed.
Hang on. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in this particular case, I'm not sure that he's trying to resist. I'm not sure that he's trying to resist, unless you're saying
but I think that you're using resist in a lay term, and I'm using it in a technical term. You're saying that he doesn't have the intent to resist. Well, I'm saying based off of the use of force continuum, he's engaged in passive and active resistance.
What's the definition of passive resistance or active resistance?
Active is like pulling away.
All right, let's just say active resistance.
I would type in like passive, active, violent, non-deadly, and violent.
Let's take a look at this one from Cambridge Dictionary. This can't be right. We have to go with like a police one, because the Cambridge one I think isn't correct. Because I think you'll reject it. The use of actions, sometimes including violence, to show that you oppose something. I'm sure that's not right for this context. So police definition. Use of force. Oh, well, why don't we do in Minnesota? I know it'll probably be like federal or whatever. It's whatever the fucking policy is. Active. This is the definition from St. Paul.gov. I don't fucking know what this is, but this is at least one from some police thing. The person's verbal or physical actions intended to prevent an officer from placing them in custody and rendering the situation safe, but are not directed at harming the officer. Examples include walking or running away, breaking the officer's grip, spitting. But intent is there, but we can go to a different definition as well. City of Bloomington. Let's see. Active resistance. A response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. A subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or verbal behavior reflecting an intention to make it more difficult for officers to achieve actual physical control. That has an intent component in it. Let's see.
Yeah, but hold on. That's an or thing. I wasn't even paying attention to what you were saying.
Oh,
you're saying, and once again, this doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever, Pisco. Once again, I swear to God, you have fucking autism. Okay. So hold on. If you're saying that there's an intent component to resistance, okay, that's what you just said to me.
What an officer would perceive. Yeah.
Okay. So there's an intent component to resistance. Let's just presume that for a second. And let's say that I'm not only a reasonable officer, I'm a above average reasonable officer. And so I believe that this guy just got pepper sprayed in the face, and therefore he needs a few seconds in order to take a bat so I can arrest him or whatever. That might be true. But am I going to take a pause?
No, I'm just trying to see,
to not grab his arm
I'm not
or his
saying
elbow.
that. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying your characterization of this as resistance isn't something I'm necessarily going to grant. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that you pistol whip a kid to arrest him, and let's say for whatever reason that's reasonable to do, and the kid starts crying. Oh, it hurts so bad, and you're trying to arrest it. Like when he starts crying and gripping his head and moving around because it's so much pain, would you consider that active resistance?
If he's pulling away from the officer, then it would fall into the definition you very much just read.
Okay.
Matter of fact, go ahead and read the one that you just read from Bloomington.
From Bloomington, let's see. Bloomington. Bloomington Police Department. Active resistance. A response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. A subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or verbal behaviors reflecting an intention to make it more difficult for officers to achieve actual physical control. So to make it more difficult.
You understand? You understand that we just did like the clausal argument earlier in this conversation, and then you said that a single adjective was translated by the Eighth Circuit in order to apply to all terms therein. The term forcible. And yet what's going on here is that there's a clause, and then there's or, and then you're applying intention to the totality of the sentence.
No, hang on. So
yes, you are. So and also, it makes no fucking sense. So if somebody doesn't have the ability, so if somebody is engaged in active resistance but don't have the intention to, and then I translate to mean that they're not resisting. If they're not resisting, then I can't do anything to them. It makes no fucking sense.
Well, no, just because someone is not actively resisting doesn't mean you can't arrest them.
Hold on. So if passive, just standing there, okay? The dude is passive. I pepper spray the guy, but he just stands there, okay? Am I allowed to go hands-on?
I'm not sure. It depends on whether it's reasonable in the context. I'm not sure. It depends. That's the answer.
Okay,
I don't know why you're pissed at that.
Yes.
In every case?
The answer is yes. So the point is, like, you don't use force against people who are compliant. And yet you're saying that they can't use force in order to affect the arrest because the person is in agony, and because they're in agony, they don't have sufficient intent in order to actually resist.
Well, no,
It's like a self-defeating logic chain. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'm not saying that resistance is a precondition to doing an arrest. Did you hear me say that? I just don't think that they're necessarily resisting.
No, but I think once again, it's a matter of implication. So if this gentleman is not resisting at all, then at that point, why are the officers doing fucking anything?
Well, so presumably to effectuate an arrest, they're trying to arrest him, but I don't think that.
Okay, so why are they going hands on? Why are they? Are you allowed to grab somebody's arm or punch them in the face? Well, yeah, are you allowed to punch somebody in the face when they don't have the intent to resist?
I think all of this is excessive force because they haven't shown that this entire time. I think that this is basically they've forced a situation, and this is all excessive force, and none of this is reasonable and none of it's lawful. That's my view. But I'm just in your fantasy world where this makes sense.
This isn't my fantasy world, and this is what pisses me off about this. I'm telling you that the intent does not determine. Like, so for instance, do you think a type 1 diabetic has the intent to commit battery against people? Like if they're hypo or hyperglycemic and they start hitting people or whatever, do you think they have the intent to do so?
Yeah.
What? Have you ever met somebody who's type 1 diabetic? What the fuck are you talking about? You think a type 1 diabetic wants to be violent and wants to fight people?
I think that we would, it's within their conscious object to do it. As we understand it.
They barely have a conscious object.
Okay, well,
they're barely there. They're effectively like they're just fight or flight on steroids, right? Like there's no entity to reason with. There's no entity to create intent.
Then I didn't know that. I mean, like, if you're really telling me that aliens control someone's body, then no, they wouldn't have the intent.
Okay, well, that's sufficient enough of an example for me that I no longer want to argue it. I want to move on. Because the thing about it is, you're saying that based off of your reading and understanding of the use of force doctrine of multiple localities, you believe that in order for police to use certain levels of force, there has to be an intent, and therefore, if the intent is not present, then you believe that it's excessive force because you believe all of this is excessive force.
No.
Whereas what I'm saying is, intent is not a requisite part of the use of force continuum, and therefore, these actions are justified.
I didn't say that you need to show that there needs to be some sort of showing of intent before use is reasonable.
Then what the fuck are we talking about?
I am sort of not conceding that he is in fact resisting, because I think resistance, regardless of whether the force is reasonable, I think that resistance implies intentionality, a purpose.
Okay, we disagree, and I would like to move forward.
Okay, good. But this officer right now is not seeing what you're characterizing as resistance just yet.
This appears
I would characterize, once again, I would state that if you turtle, if you bring your arms in, if somebody grabs your wrist or elbow and you drag it away, that is contextualized as active resistance, and you can tase somebody, pepper spray somebody, you can hit somebody, you can do all of that shit.
And if
that's what I'm stating.
Let's say that his leg were amputated and they're trying to arrest him, and he was like, ah! He'd be like, resistance, because he's like rolling around and his fucking stump leg.
I'm telling you, if he wasn't responding to verbal commands, you could 100% tase that guy.
No, that's not the question. Are they resisting?
For the sake of our conversation, in a lay definition, no. In a technical definition, when deciding what levels of continuum of force you're authorized to use, yes.
Okay.
Be when agents first
All right, so he's still not looking
notice
at him.
that Preddy is carrying a firearm and yell.
For the first time, he looks over.
Preddy has
and by the way, they'll do a close-up of the shooting officer.
gun. Watching the same moment from a different angle, the agent who first peppered...
We can pause. We can hear. And they typed out, so I'm assuming we agree with it.
Yeah.
He's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun.
Yes.
Okay. We can let it flow from there.
And to be clear, what you would do in this context, being hit with cans and after being sprayed, you would be sort of lying down still, correct?
The ideal is that you surrender.
I'm asking what you would do in this situation. Would you be lying down still?
Yeah, no, dude. If I'm getting arrested, I'm starfishing, bro. I'm starfishing. and that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Because I don't like getting shot, and I don't like getting my ass beat.
Pepper sprayed Preddy, beats him several times.
So is the original officer who pepper sprayed him. He's now hitting him with the pepper spray bottle, and this is justified because
It would be considered passive or active resistance, so striking would still be considered good.
okay. What if you had a hammer,
No,
soup can,
no.
but tear gas canister? Yes.
I mean, it's substantially lighter, so yes.
Times with the spray canister. We can see that both of Preddy's arms are
Also,
pinned
hold
down.
up, pause. What'd you say? Soup can? What was the other thing you said? Hammer?
Mm-hmm.
Hammer would be imminent threat of death or great bodily harm because you could break a rib. I think a soup can would be as well. If this dude is hitting him in like the ribs or whatever, I don't think a pepper spray can is going to be any more damaging than a punch. So, and you're allowed to punch at passive.
Got it.
By his head. This agent in gray reaches to remove Preddy's weapon from his hip. As this agent,
I mean, it looks like he's looking right at it.
Okay, so let's break that down because that's obviously going to be the object in contention. The weaker argumentation, in my opinion, which was brought up by Grid One Motorsports, but I still think it's possible, is that the alarm of someone screaming, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. In this context, many people, mostly boomers, mostly people over the age of 40, they carry two firearms. So they carry a semi-automatic, typically at the waist level, and they'll carry like an ankle pistol as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if one firearm is secured, that doesn't mean that all the firearms are secured. Now, if I had to bet dollars to donuts, because I actually think that's the weaker of the two arguments, if I had to bet dollars to donuts, I think this officer probably has tunnel vision and was unaware that the pistol was being seized. So I would chalk it up to the chaos of the fight.
And that's what an
tunnel vision.
objectively
He
reasonable
doesn't see
officer.
the firearm is being seized.
And so he is being objectively reasonable in this, correct?
Presuming that
for
he
tunnel
doesn't
vision.
see the disarm.
Because he's tunnel visioned.
Yes.
unholsters his gun, nudges the agent in gray out of the way, and fires. Let's rewind and focus on the agent who shoots first. Just seconds before he fired, he was facing away from Preddy and focusing on an entirely different situation as he tries to spray a nearby woman with an irritant.
And what would be justifying this spray? Attempted spray?
Passive or active resistance.
To what?
The subject is being detained.
Which subject is being
Is she
detained?
standing there?
Yeah, she's there. Which subject is being detained?
Is this the second woman or is this the woman on the ground?
There's another woman picking up the second woman. The woman who was initially pushed, she's attempting to pick her up. And I'm asking, what is justifying this spray? Do you think this is reasonable to spray, to attempt to spray in this context?
If they have the intent to arrest all three and they're basically like helping her get away and that subject is under detention, then yeah, I think you could go hands on and I think you could pepper spray.
Even this woman? I mean, this woman, they're going to arrest her for what?
I'm going to try to explain this really quick because I think this is actually, hopefully this is illustrative. Okay. Yeah, I have a friend. He goes to a bar. Okay. There's a gentleman there who he wants to arrest because he was committing assault or something. Okay. Hold on. Much better. Okay. So, and the guy says, fuck you. You know, I do what I want. I'm not going to be arrested. Eat a dick, cops. And he starts walking out of the bar. Well, what happens is the cops follow him out to the street, but so does the entire bar, which is dozens of people. Okay. And so during the scuffle, what ends up happening is there's only two cops there. So they can only arrest so many people. So they grab the guy, they throw him down on the ground, they start fighting him, wrestling him because he said that he was going to his car to get a gun. Well, what ends up happening is the people who are onlookers effectively start walking towards and charging. Well, maybe not charging, but they start walking towards the officers as if what they're going to do is they are going to peel the officers off of the man who's being arrested. Okay. Now, some of them might have had that intent. I'm sure some of them didn't. They just wanted to get closer to the action and take a look. But what ended up happening was, in order to disperse the crowd, the officer, believing that he was trying to effectuate a lawful arrest and that these people approaching him were going to make that arrest more difficult, he pulled out his OC spray and sprayed the crowd. So at that point, do you think that he has to evaluate the requisite intent of every single person on scene in order to determine whether or not that spray is justified? Or can he justify the spray within the context of, I'm trying to effectuate an arrest and this person is making it more difficult to do so?
Yeah, on those facts, I think it would probably be more reasonable given the overall threat of the crowd if he's perceiving that. And it seems like in your hypothetical, that is what he's perceiving. But I just think that's a very different circumstance than what we have presented here.
Well, and then we also disagree that in the beginning of this case or whatever, 18 USC 111 or whatever the fuck it was.
Yes, we also disagree on that.
That these people would be subject to either detention or dispersion. So if this officer wanted to disperse her, he could hit her with spray. If this officer wanted to detain her, he could hit her with spray. Either way.
She's not like, I guess she's technically like a knee on the side of the road or something. Kind of unclear.
Well, she's also involving herself in the scuffle because she's picking up somebody that they intend to detain.
Well, I don't know. Where is that intention? Have they said, hey, she's under arrest, don't touch her? What have they tried to do? It seems like they can just go right to using the spray again against this woman. But this woman, Connor, she's already been sprayed.
And
why is it reasonable to spray her again? She's on the floor.
You gain compliance.
How much more, to gain compliance? She's doing what any other person would do, having been sprayed, and spraying her more is not going to cause her to be more still. It's going to cause her to be more in agony, right?
Can you show me the policy where you're only allowed to spray once?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I think that's what you're implying. Either way, it's immaterial to the shoot, so we should probably move to the shoot.
Can I just linger here for one more question? I mean, so do you think that spraying her again is more likely to get her and more compliant?
No, but like I said, I'm a simultaneously overly reasonable and today an unreasonable former law enforcement officer, and I never used OC spray because I think OC spray is, in general, it's a. So
then why would he be reasonable in it?
No, hold on. Let me say this because this is not an objectively reasonable officer. Okay, an objectively reasonable officer is going to say, I'm allowed to use OC spray at passive resistance. Therefore, I can use OC whenever I want to at passive. Okay. What I'm saying is that the only time that I've seen OC be effective is I've seen it be effective against dogs, where dogs run away. And because you're not trying to effect the detention on a dog. I've seen it effective for dispersion, where you're trying to get people to run away because they don't want to be hit with OC spray, or they're hit with OC spray and they no longer want to be there. And then I've seen it make arrests worse, where OC spray, when you're going hands-on or whatever, people spray the subject, but because it's an aerosol spray, it gets into everybody's eyes, everybody's ears, everybody. So the cops are now coughing up OC spray. And so as a result, I elected as an overly reasonable officer to never use it. But that doesn't mean that other officers aren't objectively reasonable in their use of spray at passive or active resistance to effectuate an arrest. I'm not changing policy.
But at this point, I feel like she's been sufficiently sprayed, and spraying her has no tendency to increase the lawful purpose of what you're characterizing as compliance in the face of passive/active resistance. Like, it just really does seem
that officer makes a different judgment, and he says it's actually easier to fight people who are OC pepper sprayed and get them to maintain compliance once they've been exposed to OC. Maybe they have a different opinion. And I'm telling you that an objective, reasonable standard is going to back that officer up more than it's going to back me up.
So when would it be unjustified to continue spraying? What's the, once she basically stops moving?
Yeah, when they surrender.
Okay, but spraying her.
Have you ever seen, it's bad tactics, by the way, but have you ever seen a video of an officer striking a subject with a baton? And what's happening is he keeps hitting them over and over and over and over again. It says, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting. And what happens is for 45 minutes, somebody is getting their ass beat with a fucking baton.
Yeah, what do you think about Rodney King? What do you think? What do you think?
Directly analogous. I promise you.
Okay.
I promise you, it's directly analogous. Okay, so you're hitting them with the fucking baton, but what they're doing is they're in so much pain, they don't want to surrender. They want to defend themselves. So what they do is they do like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu, like spin move, where they keep trying to keep their legs towards the officer because they don't want to be hit in the head and arms. And so what ends up happening, because cops don't understand body mechanics, they're poorly trained to some degree, and they don't have good hands-on stuff, you effectively see like a ass beating with a baton for 45 seconds. Whereas if they said, hey, fucking go into the position, like lay flat down or lay flat on your fucking stomach, put your hands behind your back immediately, and then threaten to hit them, that would have gained compliance more quickly than them continually hitting the person for 45 seconds. Have you seen those videos? Because I've seen those videos.
Well, I know about Rodney King, and that seems somewhat similar fact pattern.
Well, he was high on PCP, so that's a little bit different.
But you think that was justified to beat Rodney King in that context?
No.
In virtue of what? It seems like on all fours.
By virtue of gaining compliance. Hold on. Now we're getting into a nuanced topic that is actually like prescriptive. Okay? Because none of this is the best way to gain compliance. Hands-on, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, grappling, Greco-Roman wrestling, restraints that don't involve strikes are 1,000 times better at gaining compliance from subjects than any of this shit. And yet law enforcement officers are not sufficiently trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Greco-Roman wrestling, or restraint techniques. So while all of this is legal, it's bad. And I think that officers should completely be retrained in the reference to the way that they use force. When I'm telling you the use of force continuum and what officers are allowed to do in this situation, I'm being descriptive. If you ask me for a prescriptive, I have about a 10,000 word thesis paper for you.
Okay. But you are saying that this is objectively reasonable use of force under Supreme Court
standards? Based off of the current standards for the use of force, this is a legally defensible use of force.
Which means it's objectively reasonable, right? Because that's the standard.
Yes.
Okay.
The spray appears to malfunction, and the agent turns as he adjusts it. That's when someone yells that Preddy has a gun. In around 5 seconds after fully turning his attention toward Preddy, the agent draws his weapon and shoots. His arm visibly recoils at the first shot. The firearm has clearly been removed from the scrum when the first shots are fired toward Preddy at close range. The officer who disarmed Preddy can be seen reacting to the sound of the first shot, looking back toward the skirmish. The shooter was standing behind Preddy and not under direct threat.
You would agree with that.
Contradicting statements from Homeland Security officials that he fired defensive shots.
Hold on. Pause. You already know this. I don't even know why I have to articulate it. I feel like you could articulate it yourself. Does the officer standing behind Mr. Preddy, does he need to be in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm?
No.
Okay. So can you steel man what he believed that he was doing in order to end the threat? Who do you think he was protecting in that scenario? Assuming he didn't see the disarm.
Are you asking what I think actually happened or what they might argue?
Well, I mean, if you say that you think that he just used this excuse in order to commit murder, you know, I think you're
exactly
crazy.
What I think happened.
Oh, okay. I think you're a crazy person, but
why?
That's fine.
Why wouldn't I think that?
Why do you think he would
intentionally kill a person?
So you're saying that this guy saw somebody resisting arrest, then he heard the phrase gun, 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 but he already saw the disarm and he shot him in the back for fun. Well, even though he knows that could result in criminal charges for him and the incarceration for him for the rest of his life.
Just to be clear, that's what I think actually happened, but it's not what's necessary to show murder. You wouldn't need to believe that that's the case to show murder, just to be clear. But I do think that's what happened.
Okay, so what would you need to show in order to show murder?
That he intended to kill this person / was practically certain the death would result, that he acted with malice aforethought, and that there's no justification. That's what you need to show. And all the elements are proved regardless.
What's the malice aforethought?
Malice is a term, is it from the common law, means bad heart. It can be accomplished through intent or knowledge, meaning conscious object or practical certainty. And someone who shoots a gun at another person a total of 10 times is practically certain the death will result. And there's no other sort of exception that takes you out of intentional, from malice into not malice, except for perhaps imperfect self-defense. But like I said, I don't think that he has access to that because I don't think he thought his life was in any danger.
Okay, so this guy is effectively like a serial killer. He's using.
I think he's
he's
murderer.
using law enforcement as a pretext to look for opportunities to commit murder, and he found one, so he took it.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would need,
but it's not.
way
It's not.
more.
It's not necessary.
That.
It's not necessary to a finding of murder. I just want to be clear about my opinion about his additional bad intent. Isn't necessary to a finding of a murder, and I think I just made that clear.
No, you did. I just think you're fucking crazy pants, and I think that his assertion, his defensible assertion, is going to be way fucking easier. Like dollars to fucking donuts. Once again, I would throw like $100 down that this guy doesn't even get charged.
I'm not saying he will be charged. This is just what we're seeing.
Okay, so what I would say is infinitely more likely is number one. And by the way, I could run you through the entirety of the police report when we're done with this, and I actually would like the opportunity to do so.
Which police report? The
one that I would write.
make. Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
So what I think is infinitely more likely is that he's going to put in his, he's going to say, I didn't see the fucking gun. As a matter of fact, in the scramble, I had tunnel vision. I had no idea the gentleman had been disarmed. And so as a result, when I heard the officers screaming, gun, 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 he's got a gun, I thought that the scream was indicative of an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to myself or others, because obviously, as we know, a pistol by itself is a threat of death or great bodily harm, and its imminence is as quickly as you're able to point it and pull the trigger. So, hearing the panicked screams of a fellow officer yelling, gun, 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 I reasonably believed that the subject was not only resisting arrest, not only engaged in passive and active resistance, I thought he was in the process of retrieving a weapon that posed an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to myself and others, and therefore I discharged my service pistol into his back, killing him, in my belief, ending the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
Well, not
and
just
I think that's exactly how it's going to be written up, and I think that he's not going to be charged.
Oh, I thought you were going to wait till the end to do your fucking police report, but not just
Dude,
in the
that's
back.
not even a police report. That's like a 3-second summary.
Not just in the back. How are you going to justify the shots when the guy's lying prone and they magged up into him like full seconds later?
We can take a look at that, but once again, you dismissively have characterized the 3-second window or whatever as like the 3-second get out of jail free card fucking window or whatever.
Zone. Yeah, you're
appeal to that.
Yeah, so you believe in the 2-3 second fun zone. I mean, I don't even know why you would stop there, given what you have to say about the mace, but we can continue.
Has a vantage point to see the gun pulled from the scene, but it's unclear if he did, and whether he thought a weapon was still on Preddy. He then fires 3 more shots from behind Preddy.
Hold on, we gotta pause real quick. Hold on. Crazy Cat Gamer says, so you can shoot someone just because someone else shouted gun without seeing anything or assessing anything. Pisco, can you answer that question?
Well, I don't think that's a per se rule. The answer is no.
Okay. Are you aware of case law where law enforcement officers used force based off of the perceptions of other officers?
I'm not aware of specific cases where it was all that. I mean, there are certainly some cases, even cases like Plumhoff or whatever, where they're getting information from other people, and that would absolutely factor into the TOC. But I think what your audience member is suggesting, though, is that it can't be enough merely to say gun, gun, gun to make something reasonable, because that certainly would be horrible if that were
but they're going to add in the TOC. They're going to add in interjecting himself into the arrest. They're going to add in subject to arrest under assault or interfering with law enforcement operation. They're going to add in passive and active resistance. They're going to add in resisting the other officers who are attempting to fuck the metaphorical football. And then they're going to add in the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And as a result, it's going to be justified.
Okay. I disagree.
Whose arms are down as he appears to brace himself against the pavement. In one hand, he still holds his phone, and in his other, his glasses. The agent in gray who removed Preddy's gun carries it across the street. Preddy is disarmed and falling to the ground. But the agent who first pepper sprayed Preddy and later beat him with a canister also pulls out his gun. From a distance, despite the fact that Preddy is lying motionless on the ground.
He's prone. He has 4 shots in him.
Okay. You can be shot in the heart and you have 20 seconds until you're actually dead.
These two agents fire 6 more shots. Neither is under threat.
Action and action distinction? Or sorry, the action and action time period?
Action reaction gap, relatively
2-second fun
speaking.
zone?
Maybe the other person actually is a serial killer and just wanted vacation because they wanted to go on administrative leave for participating in a shooting. I mean, you could use that as a talking point going forward, is that if you're involved in a shooting, then you're on administrative leave for extended periods. So not me, because I don't just assume that like police officers are running around looking for an opportunity to murder members of the public. But if you want to argue that Officer 1 did see the gun, he just wanted to get away with murder, so he killed him. And then if you want to argue that Officer 2 just wanted like 6 months of paid administrative vacation, then you could argue that if you wanted to.
It's not necessary to anything. I mean, it is my belief for that first officer. That is my actual belief. And I answered your question. And now what you're doing is bad faith, as though that were necessary for a finding of murder, as though it were necessary for the elements that we're talking about.
I didn't say it was necessary for a finding of murder. I said maybe that was his motivation. I said maybe his motivation is he wanted a vacation.
By focusing on that, you are being bad faith, because you are now taking, the belief that I do have about his intent.
To be clear, I don't know about bad faith.
I think it's bad faith because you know that's the conclusion of justification.
I'm not forwarding an argument that I disbelieve. I'm giving you an argument that you could use if you wanted to be rude to another person during a different debate.
Well, I think that these cops, at a bare minimum, are fucking incompetent, and I think it's ridiculous, Connor, that you would justify any of these shots, let alone the shots as they're backing up, as this dying man is lying prone, his hands outstretched, seconds after, continuing to shoot 6 shots is unconscionable. It's disgusting.
What's the times elapsed? What's the total time elapsed from first shot fired to last shot fired?
It's a few seconds. But it's not half a second, Connor. I mean,
okay, but we've already talked about action reaction gap, and we already talked about how what was it? So it was a quarter second in order to recognize something was going on, and it was like an average of a second and a half in order to take an action. That's something you got from
that's something you got from like ChatGPT or something. That's not what I said. No, I didn't agree with that. I disagreed with that.
So you think that everybody can stop their actions after a quarter of a second? So realistically, they just wanted to mag dump a corpse.
I mean, one of the guys initiates this action, so it's not stopping what he's doing; it's starting. So how are you going to justify that one? Because that's not going to be explained.
Because you shoot until the threat is over, Pisco. Okay. You've already heard this a dozen times.
Yeah, but
not only have you heard this dozens of times, you've heard this hundreds of thousands of times.
He's lying prone.
And what did I say to you? What did I say to you about somebody who got shot in the heart? What did I say to you? I want to see if you retain an iota of the information that I communicate to you.
Yeah, it takes 20 seconds for them to fully die out or whatever. But the difference is here.
There are documented cases. Okay. Hold on. There's a variety of ways that you can cause bodily or you can cause death in another person. Number one, you can do a central nervous system shot, and that's deemed instantaneous. If you interrupt somebody's central nervous system by hitting them in the top of the brainstem, they effectively can no longer control their body because they're shot there, okay? The other 2 ways that you kill somebody is inducing shock or insanguination, okay? Exsanguination takes time. That's where you rip apart the blood system so badly that their blood leaves their body, and as a result, they die. That shit can take fucking minutes, okay? You could shoot somebody, like I said, in the heart. They can be hit in the heart, and they can continue to operate for another 20 seconds. So it would have been reason. So just be clear.
Wait, because you know where I'm about to go with that, right?
I don't.
If they kept firing for 20 seconds, would it be justified? If they kept firing for 20 seconds, would it be justified? Yes or no?
If they're trying to induce shock, absolutely. And I would like the opportunity to finish the concept.
Sure.
So I already articulated to you a central nervous system hit. I already articulated to you exsanguination. The final way is to induce shock. The way that you induce shock is by overwhelming the body with injury, and then the brain shuts down automatically. Okay? So that's the third way. So if they're trying to induce shock because they still think that he's moving, then yes, a 5 to 6 second gap in order to mag dump to induce shock
20 seconds.
is how you stop a threat.
Are you
20 seconds?
Are you coming back from 20 seconds? You said 20.
No, I mean, I thought you said that it was a matter of seconds.
No. Would it be justified for them to continue shooting 20 seconds? You answered yes.
No.
Okay. Why not?
As a matter of fact, I brought up to you the Laquan McDonald case out of Chicago, in which the officer took aimed shots for 20 seconds.
Wait, so do you think that's justified in this case? If they kept firing, reloaded and kept firing for 20 seconds, why would that be unjustified on your view?
Because effectively they've already induced shock. They've already induced shock probably with 3 rounds, let alone 6. But if 10 rounds are discharged over the course of 6 seconds, then it's not that big of a deal. That's like pretty normal.
Okay. I think, I don't know, man. I'm kind of exhausted. What about you?
Me too. So let me share my prescriptions with you. That way your fucking audience isn't totally fucking soyed the fuck out.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna share a screen. Can I share a screen with
sure.
you?
Let me just one sec. Let me stop doing what I'm doing and do this. Where are you? Stop streaming and then go back here. Okay.
Okay. What I would say is, over the course of the past several hours, and I knew it was going to be messy and I knew it was going to be ugly, but I would say that what Pisco and I really did is we disagreed about description. I think you disagreed on description from a legalistic perspective based off of your training and education as a lawyer. I think that I argued my descriptive understanding based off of my training and experience as a law enforcement officer. And for those of you who don't know, law enforcement officers and lawyers are not famous for getting along. So it's not surprising that we didn't see eye to eye on a healthy chunk of the topic. However, I do think the reason why I like Pisco, despite me maybe calling him a CUNT and also banning his chatters from my community and all that kind of stuff, despite all that ugliness and all that descriptive rigmarole, I think the one thing that I actually like Pisco for, and I think he intends well for the Republic of the United States. I think he genuinely does care about the Constitution of the United States. I think he genuinely does care about democracy. I think he genuinely does care about the Republic, and he's fighting for it rhetorically in the best way he knows how, and I respect that, and I like that. So, as a sign of good faith that I'm not just this meat-headed murdering piece of shit who just loves it whenever cops mag dump random human beings, I want to share prescriptions that I've come up with that I think would actually save American lives based off of recent incidents, including Renee Good and including Mr. Preddy. So I am appreciative of Pisco indulging me in said sharing.
Got it.
So I'm sharing a document that I wrote up, reducing police homicides in the United States. Okay. If I could extract case law from the Renee Good shooting and or write new legislation, I would say that the Renee Good case law needs to define officer cause jeopardy and prohibit officers from knowingly, maliciously, or negligently provoking a use of force scenario resulting in death or injury of a member of the public. If they are found to have caused officer cause jeopardy, then I believe that they should be held liable for a civil suit and fired from the profession. I would argue that more progressive and liberal people argue that they should also be held to criminal account, but I don't agree with that. Although I do think that that would reduce unjust homicides. In reference to the Preddy case, I would say the belief that a gun was present led to the death of an unarmed man, and as a result, law enforcement communication in a fight needs to be codified and trained for. The simple yell of the word gun, 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 gun should be identified as an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, whereas if an officer shouts disarmed, then that should be codified, in my opinion, and notify fellow officers that they have seen a weapon on scene but have secured said weapon. Then, American law enforcement can still rely on imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as a guidance for when they can use lethal force. However, cops should be retrained in reference to edged weapons like knives, improvised weapons like baseball bats and golf clubs, and screwdrivers and homemade appliances. And we should adopt European-style disarmament tactics to save more human lives. Cops should be equipped with and trained with riot shields, tasers, bolo nets, capture devices to reduce deaths, particularly of people experiencing drug overdoses, excited delirium, schizophrenia, and uncontrolled diabetes. I got 2 more and then I'm done, I promise. All cops have to be trained on the signs of drug overdoses and positional asphyxia to reduce in-custody deaths. Chokeholds and neck restraints should be moved to the deadly force category, and they should be otherwise restricted from use. Do you disagree with anything? You got any feedback on those?
I think that some of this stuff makes sense from the perspective of like, you know, disarmed and like having certain codes of conduct, but I don't think we need new laws to establish the crimes that occurred here. And so I think that some of this stuff, you know, I don't have an expertise in what makes sense in a law enforcement capacity with respect to like the certain best practices. But I will say, I'll put you guys full screen again, that we don't need new frameworks to deal with what happened in these two cases. I think they're both murders, and I think they should be charged as such from the state's perspective. And I think additional reforms need to be aimed with respect to personnel. I think there's a personnel problem in ICE, specifically in CBP, and we need a clean house and we need to abolish it. So those are my views. I think, you know, maybe some of the things make strategic sense.
Don't worry,
I'll
watch the Live and Learn episode and get triggered and yell at my computer tomorrow.
Oh, we didn't really. That was like more about like the lefty. Like we had another repetition of like the lefty.
I know. I'm very excited about that component of the debate. I can't wait.
But that has nothing to do with like
20 minutes on abolish ICE and 20 minutes on is Hassan Piker bad. I can't wait for it. That's my favorite kind of content.
But like the abolish ICE part was, I don't think is as spicy as the part about Hassan bad. But yeah, see what you like. Connor, I think you need to back away from this position. I think it's a bad position. I think it's indefensible. I think maybe you want to defend cops, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt of that, but I really do think it's like monstrous, some of the stuff you're arguing for, and I'm not trying to like soy out about it, but I hope you reconsider. I really do, because I do like you and I like talking to you, and I appreciate that, you know, you're taking a stance, an iconoclastic stance among members of your community, but I do think it's monstrous. But I'm sure we'll have future conversations about that. But you made me tired.
We are what? No, I'm tired too. I was tired before I started streaming. So what I want people to realize is that we are temperamentally different. We do believe different things. And so we can agree that the Republic of the United States is good, that the Constitution is good, that the Bill of Rights is good, and MAGA is largely threatening the structures of our republic, and that could basically cause a time of unseen before turmoil and anarchy and death and misery, and therefore those people should not be encouraged. And I think that's where a lot of the heat is coming from, is because they view me talking about use of force the way that I do as excusing Noam and Trump of accusing this guy of domestic terrorism. I actually have a breakdown of Mr. Preddy's position that effectively valorizes him as an incredibly well-intended patriot of the United States, exercising his First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. But because of the way that use of force doctrine is, written in the United States at present, he's effectively like a martyr, like he's a dead martyr in the name of these rights. Now, I think he made mistakes, but also as a civilian, I don't expect him to know about those mistakes. And I also think the officers made mistakes that
one of the mistakes was resisting, right? One of the mistakes was resisting after the pepper spray. I would say
having a pistol on your person and involving yourself. Morally, I applaud him. Seeing a woman get thrown 6 feet and saying, I don't care if I'm armed, I don't care if that's a law enforcement officer, I'm going to step in and intervene and protect this woman from additional harm or whatever. That's a noble, virtuous constitution. I think Mr. Preddy is a noble, virtuous human being, but the graveyard is filled with plenty of noble and virtuous human beings. And that's what I'm trying to communicate when I'm talking about use of force or whatever, is effectively like, we could talk about this another day, but I don't want your and Stephen and other people's noble pursuit of justice to encourage people either towards stochastic violence and or putting themselves in harm's way in a way that's going to get themselves hurt or killed.
No, but I always say that, and I want to be clear, guys. Peaceful protest is sufficient, and that's all we need to do right now. I don't want you guys to do crazy things or criminal things or attacks, because it will only serve to lower the chance of getting justice, because I don't want Renee Good or Alex Preddy to have died in vain. And I think that does mean charging these people. And I think any situation in which we are doing cowardly or criminal acts lowers the chance of getting real justice there. So I agree with that.
Well, and if I was capable, which I don't think I am, but if I was capable of taking the energy and the passion that you and other advocates have, and then proposing the law enforcement reforms that I brought up with, the modification to use of force in reference to like edged weapons, the out of police homicides that are probably like 2,000 homicides a year from law enforcement or whatever. I would say you could probably cut it by half, because I almost guarantee you that what's happening now is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. It's an improvised weapon like a baseball bat, golf club, screwdriver, edge shears, whatever. And instead of getting a bunch of cops to kind of corner this individual, use riot shields and non-lethal means to gain compliance, they instead just mag dump the guy. And so I'm telling you, like out of 2,000 people who are killed by law enforcement every year, we could probably cut that in half if we adopted some of these policies. But these policies, unfortunately, are not popular enough for anybody to give a shit.
Well, appreciate the conversation, Connor. We'll see
Soon.
what happens, and
let's take a break. Let's reset. I'm going to go do some aftercare, and then we'll spar in another few weeks, I'm sure.
Awesome. See you later, man.
Bye, buddy.
Okay, folks. I'm gonna take call-ins actually in a second. So give me a second. I just need to get a drink. And get a package real quick. So it'll take like maybe 2 minutes, but just give me a second. If you guys have if no one's there, then we'll just we'll continue. But if there are call-ins, we will do call-ins. So just give me a second to do that real quick. Actually, one sec. Be right back. Yo, one sec. Damn, my eyes are red. Gotta get some drops. Gotta re-up my drops. Get my condition. All right, folks, we're gonna do some call-ins in a sec. If there are people who want to discuss anything, this will be the time. Won't go for like an extraordinary long time period, but so long as there are people. And oh, I saw someone, but they're gone now. So this might be shorter than I thought. But any questions in the chat as well? I'll look at you guys now. There were some super chats. Peace was having a drink of Everclear. Yeah, no. Prescription 1, if pepper sprayed, no wiping or dead. Yeah, no, I think that's I almost wanted his own statements. I slowed out a little bit at the end there, but I wanted like his own statements to be like, they're almost like self-refuting, it feels like. Excuse me, sorry. Like, I could never put it better than he could in terms of why it's unreasonable. And just having him enunciate it, I think was better than anything I could have said, frankly. Was pretty fucked. No, I agree. It's fucked. I will not be doing a call in besides Hutch would be on your ass for talking to one of his most hated lefties. Oh, are we going to do another fucking like 2 weeks of that lefty shit? It's honestly like the most ritual conversation we've had. All right. Yo, what up, Alec?
Hello?
How you doing?
Is this Pisco?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, nice to meet you. I just wanted to say, it seems like you and Connor have different notions of legality. Connor seemed to use it to say that what he kept saying what the majority of courts would find, and then you were saying something else. So I just wanted, do you think that's true or no?
I think that there was a different sense of the law in that he was basically, I think, suggesting that what's legal is what cops can get away with. And I was like citing binding precedent from a court that, has jurisdiction over the territory where this event occurred. And so I do think it's different. I just like, he would rely either on like, well, what can we get away with based on a police report versus like what the law actually is. But,
But don't you think it's important to know what the majority of courts would find?
Important in what sense?
Like morally important, it's morally important to know what the majority of courts would find, because most people are then they're gonna start saying that whatever the majority of courts would find would be legal. They're gonna start.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think it's relevant what a majority of courts would find, yeah. But I don't think that he was saying the majority of courts would agree with me.
Oh, okay. And okay. And then also when you were saying that Preddy was stiffed, or you're saying if he was stiffed armed or not, if he did it, you were saying that that most juries would not find it illegal what he did. But then it's like you're switching the definition of what is legal. Now you're saying it's what the majority of courts would find instead of like what is your interpretation of the law.
So I was self-aware. I was self-aware of that. I said if what you care about is what juries would find, I was appealing to his notion, which was to look at what like a jury would probably find. So I was self-aware about that. I wasn't like applying that standard inconsistently. I was just saying if what you care about is juries, I don't think any single jury would find this as an assault. So I don't think it's inconsistent or hypocritical at all, since I was explicitly caveating that I was appealing to his standard.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's all I wanted to bring up, was just because like I don't know when it's appropriate to, like what matters more, is when this conversations like this. So that's all I wanted to say, because it was confusing to me.
I think it's confusing because he was oscillating between like, this is what they would write in a police report, and I think that like a court will listen to a cop, and I don't think that I don't think that those are like the law, but I don't think I was inconsistent. I think when I was appealing to like a jury, it was a very conscious attempt to try to like appeal to what he was going off of, but that oscillated and changed and was frankly a bit evasive in my opinion.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Later. Hey, yo, what up, David?
On, I have a question. He
Hey, man.
brought up for one moment. Okay, now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry. That what if one of the other cops yelled like disarmed or something, and that would run into the circumstances. And I'm curious from a legal perspective, what if one of them says disarmed, and the guy hears he's armed and shoots because of a miscommunication, a misapprehension of what happened, and like could it, because like to me an objectively reasonable officer, if I'm on the jury, doesn't hear the wrong thing and is unreasonable if he does, and he would
Yeah,
still be
that's my view.
expected to
Yeah.
he would be expected to get a at least his own personal direct reference to the thing that happened. Like he can't just, oh, I heard some guy yelling gun. It's like what happened with the one case with the acorn hitting the top of the car and the guy's shooting? What happened with that one? Because like
I
that
don't even
seems
remember that case, but I think the principle you're talking about is clear and makes sense. Like we're not talking about the perceptions like that are take the deficiencies of perception of the individual officer. Like imagine that there's an officer who has like visual delusions. I'm not sure that we would consider
yeah.
that as a part of the or auditory delusions, part of the analysis. I think we take it from the objectively reasonable perspective. So I think, for example, people have said, well, just because in the Renee Good situation, he's aiming his gun at her and should be able to visually perceive her, doesn't mean that he actually perceived her. And I'm just like,
Right.
what?
Tunnel
Like,
vision.
yeah. So I'm like, well, he's able to perceive her and he's looking at her. And so regardless of whether he visually perceived, he should have, an objectively reasonable officer would perceive if they are looking in that direction. So I agree with your claim there. And now if an objectively reasonable officer, if there's some ambiguity, maybe you could raise an imperfect self-defense claim, or maybe you could even say, well, an objectively reasonable officer would hear that as X, Y, or Z if the statement were truly subject to that interpretation. But I don't think you can just go off of like the subjective interpretation of the officer who's doing the perceiving. I think that's exactly what we're told not to do.
Right. Do you think that, like Connor describes being in these situations, like he had that thing about how he had tunnel vision and he froze up or something. And let's imagine that our test for objective reasonableness doesn't apply to the vast majority of cops, that like they like our brains just like kind of do all the wrong things. So we see tunnel vision, whatever. Would we prefer a world where like we're still measuring their actions against what we consider like the normal course of events, or should we, like, I don't know, do some like scientific test, like, you know how like there was the test about like reaction time under duress or whatever? Like, should we do that kind, like from prescriptively? Would you prefer that like our objective reasonable test would be tailored to the world where cops get tunnel vision and do stupid bullshit all the time because they mishear things or whatever the fuck, or the one where we just assume they see things normally?
Yeah, I think we have to. I don't know if there's a clean answer to that, because reasonableness at some level turns on like averageness or some kind of like central tendency.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and now you can subdivide a little bit, like what are reasonable standards of care when it comes to like physicians and shit and like doctors and stuff, whatever. And so you can try to like break it down, but with respect to reasonableness, I think that there is a kind of like component of like the central tendency, what these people are ought to do. But there also is a policy component to it. Reasonableness isn't divorced from that. And if it were the case that like 95% of police officers, like Connor kind of suggested, would agree that this use of force was reasonable, let's say because they want to have like less liability in any given case, I don't think that we would just go off of those perceptions. I think that the notion of what a reasonable officer would do has some indication for what society thinks most officers would do, but also what society wants officers to do. And I think that those, in fact, a lot of the reasonability tests when it comes to like tort law, for example, price that in specifically. And people who go to law school know this, and, you know, the hand test or whatever, learned hand test. And so I think that reasonableness is capturing both of those things. The policing as it ought be to reasonable people, including members of the public, and what officers tend to do. I think it's both, and you're going to have to be more specific when it comes to any given example.
Right. Because like in my mind, like a jury would look at this and be like, well, we do not want the cops
Can you
to
pause
be
real
able to
quick?
do this.
Can you pause real quick? Yeah. So I have acknowledged that the DOJ case involving the FACE Act with the KKK Act would use it as a predicate. I was just examining the KKK Act with respect to the First Amendment for the purpose of not just making the inquiry turn on the same set of things. So I wanted to examine the conspiracy against rights from the perspective of the rights themselves as opposed to FACE Act violation. And if you watch my conversation with Breaking Points, I literally say this in response to an Emily question. So thanks for that. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like I feel like a jury, like any reasonable person would be like, we don't want cops to be able to like hear the word gun and like be like the notion that they're brutalizing this guy. Like there's no way you could justify any of the force applied to this guy and then use the chaos as a pretext to shoot him.
That gets into the officer created hazard doctrine. Like if this isn't a perfect example of why we need that.
The perfect example.
Yeah.
It was such a like, and also in the video where it showed the people kept saying that the gun went off when the other officer pulled the gun out of his holster or whatever, and like even if that were true, it's still like I feel like I would want the cop to be able to apprehend, to comprehend, to see that there's a danger, and not just fire because they heard something. Like maybe he could bring up a case where like one cop starts shooting and then all of them start shooting without seeing any of the danger. Like like that one case in the hallway, there was that one guy, they called him like crawl to me, stand up, don't, and one of them starts shooting. That's the one where like we have the
Breonna Taylor case. In the Breonna Taylor case, the cops were some of the cops executing the warrant were literally getting shot, and so their shots were justified, right, against Breonna Taylor, etc. Even though it was unfortunate that happened, right, and that she died, and that was horrible. But I think there were cops outside as well who fired into the building from the side without being able to see their target, just because the other officers were firing. And so, and they were found, I think, criminally liable, or at least indicted, for reckless endangerment, because it wasn't justified, right? It wasn't justified to use those shots. So, merely hearing shots cannot be enough to use force in that context. Now, sometimes I think it could be in some situations, but not as a per se rule, and certainly not saying gun. That like in those conditions, that is like you're asking if the Supreme Court found that was objectively reasonable, that is like, holy shit, we live in a dangerous world.
Yeah, what if it was a protester saying it about one of the cops having a gun? Like, there's no way you should be allowed to do that for that purpose. It seems insane to me.
Yeah.
And justifying like the confusion argument, he had tunnel vision, whatever. That's not what I would consider an objectively reasonable thing. But thank you so much for answering my question.
Neither would I. No, I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Disconnect. What's this? Yo, what up?
Hey, sorry, I'm muting the stream.
You're good.
So I got a quick question. It's kind of messed up to me that you and Connor could have such different views as far as what constitutes reasonable. And I'm just curious, like, what is the infrastructure for like cops being given these sort of paradigms and guidelines that they're supposed to abide by, and then like how is that so different from the law? Like it seems like you guys should be more in sync, but you guys have totally different opinions.
Well, I don't think that Connor represents an average law enforcement officer necessarily, and if it is, I think we are in a dangerous situation. But I think that there have been plenty of law enforcement officials who have come out and said this is fucked up and not the case. And certainly I have no reason to believe that the average law enforcement officer looks at what we just saw and thinks that it's objectively reasonable. I mean, I would need to see some data for it. And so I don't think that we can conclude that there's this big, massive divergence between the law as I'm expounding it and as reasonable officers are perceiving it. Now, in ICE, though, especially, there might be, maybe Connor would make a great ICE officer, there might be a training problem in ICE and CBP specifically, and in these kind of domestic deployments. But yeah, no, I kind of like am not convinced of the premise there that Connor is representative.
See, the thing is, I feel like he probably is a little more representative of the average cop, just based on I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've heard similar statements, you know, in the past. And not to say that like maybe he is just being purely descriptive, just like, yeah, this sucks, but that's just the way it is. Maybe he does mean that, but I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty common sentiment amongst cops. But all right, that was pretty much your question. So
appreciate
thanks.
you.
But
Someone disagreements. Yo, what up? Hello.
Oh, hey man,
You're cutting in and out. Just can you say something? It's kind of bad.
Hello?
Can you try doing a full sentence?
Yes, sir. I'm talking on my phone right now. Is this really bad quality? Because I'll just dip if it's too bad.
That was good. So just try one more time.
Okay, sorry, man. Just wanted to say that I listened to the whole thing. It was long. It was a marathon, but Connor's just kind of so far out there, man. At the start, the argument was these women were causing a disturbance. They were disrupting by being 6 feet within the vehicle. But then when questioned, he was saying, well, they could have been in the way if he needed to reverse. So he immediately dropped they were in the way to, well, they could have if they needed to do something immediately. And so he surrendered that straight away. Sorry, my thoughts going to be a bit scattered. Also, this guy wants basically every incident to be the public de-escalating with the police rather than the other way around. He thinks in every situation the cops are practically like armed, insane people that everyone has to be so gentle around, but the cops can do whatever they want if they're even suspicious of a bit of danger. And it's just the standards he holds are insane.
I agree with your characterization there, and there are multiple instances of that which I didn't call him on. I was just kind of like picking and choosing when to do it, but there were just so many of those, and it's not just what a jury would say, but at every level, he's introducing this problem of equivocation of the word could to mean legally is able to, meaning a jury might find, meaning they'll write it in a report. And he's introducing that both for like the overall conclusion, but even at times for like the factual circumstances of the hypothetical he's proposing, right? Could it be the case that if it were that, they wanted to back up and they happen to be there, like I'm just trying to express, and maybe I'm not doing a good job of it, it's kind of word salad, but he's introducing issues of both the problem in describing the meaning of his terms with this equivocation, but also the deference that you mentioned regarding the public burden there. I mean, at some point, it almost feels like the burden of the public is to be motionless in response to pepper spray and like being attacked by 4 people, and that is like obviously unconscionable and unreasonable.
I mean, yeah, in that situation, first of all, the pepper spray, immediately he wants to defend his eyes, which is the natural bodily reaction. To call that active, I can't remember the exact term, but like active resistance is insane. He was just covering his eyes. Then you have 4 people on top of you battering you in the head, and to think, no, I would just starfish. Like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be terrified that they're going to kill you there and then. Like, it's just...
He said it with a straight face.
It was so frustrating.
But what am I supposed to do there? Like, no, you would. Like, I guess I could, but it just like, it was so exhausting because I think he might believe it. And so I'm just like, okay. And I kind of want to just let it sit there, you know?
I understand, man. And like, you do this all the time, and I couldn't. I don't have the emotional strength to go through all this stuff. But he kept, one last thing, and he kept referring to himself as some kind of expert. He's like, cops these days are badly trained, but not me. I was good. I was well trained. But I think at the end of the day, maybe he was just a bad fucking cop. And we just have to think that maybe we can't literally take his opinion on this, because his deference is immediately to what did the cop do? Like, when he sees a situation, he's like, how am I going to defend this? Rather than, wow, that was rough. He's going like, okay, how can I excuse this? I think is his thought pattern.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go there, that, bad cop, whatever, I don't know. Because he will couch
I'm not
what
expecting you to call him out. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to call out someone that you engage with. That's fine. That's just my opinion, obviously.
You can say I'm just thinking, like, every time we talked about it, he's like, well, I wouldn't do it. I think he said that for the most part, and he's trying to like distinguish. And even, I think at some point I'm like, so do you agree you're not objectively reasonable? I was like, yeah, I'm not objectively reasonable. I think what he's trying to say there isn't that he's not reasonable, but that like he has some kind of higher standard that he would apply that isn't what the current state of the law or what most people would see as reasonable is. And so, at least as he tells it, he's like, I am holding myself to a standard that society would think is palatable, but the cops don't have to. And I'm just like, why? Why shouldn't they hold themselves to the Connor standard? If the Connor standard is in line with what we expect, that is to say, like my viewers, etc., why shouldn't we say that that's what is reasonable from an objective perspective? And so I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I just think if he's imposing for himself a standard which wouldn't include a lot of these incidents, I don't think that that's impossible to hold other police officers to or law enforcement.
That's fair. And one last thing, if you don't mind, before I disappear and leave you to it.
Sure.
I'm from England, and things are different over here. Obviously, vastly different.
Sure, yeah.
Over here, before the police are allowed to deploy things like pepper spray, they have to meet like very high standards. Is it really that easy? That passive resistance, standing still and doing nothing, can get you pepper sprayed? Is that the standard for the police?
He's just referring to internal police codes, right? The standard is like a little bit, is frankly more ambiguous in many cases. So there's not like a per se rule under the law of reasonability. Now, I'm guessing that the standards are probably going to inform the legal standard. That is, sorry, and I want to be clear about what I'm talking about. The law enforcement standard doesn't necessarily equal the legal standard. You get me? So just because something is what police do doesn't mean that that's what the law requires, and vice versa. And just because, for example, something is prohibited under policy doesn't mean it's prohibited under the law. So they're not coextensive, but they're, and I also doubt that like, even in the police codes, that these are per se rules. There are probably some proviso in there that says, remember, all situations need to be assessed according to the circumstances of the given thing. And it doesn't work, in my opinion. Maybe it's different for him in this kind of like checkbox thing. It's just the kind of like the standard that police set for themselves, which are generally reasonable in light of average circumstances. But I don't know that it's binding for what the law is, to answer your question.
Okay, just because I was blown away by it that these people were so quick to pepper spray as well, and him being like totally breezing over it. It was like, oh yeah, they pepper sprayed as they want to do, it's fine. And like, that's a chemical agent. That's like quite dangerous in my eye.
Yeah, maybe it blinds you. Maybe it causes you to like asphyxiate. Maybe the person has, it's serious business. And he seems so flippant, even with the last pepper spray. I think there are multiple different like absurd pepper sprays where he's like saying, even though he's already been pepper sprayed fully, it makes sense to pepper spray again. And then ultimately, until we get to like the last instance of an attempted pepper spray of the woman, it doesn't actually go off, but he's still saying that's reasonable. Like, the woman has been sprayed continuously. She's on the ground. There's no reason to think that more pepper spray is going to cause her to be, quote, more compliant. And he's still like, yeah, reasonable. Until she stops moving, it would be reasonable. And I'm just like, okay, are you trolling? But I didn't really want to say that at that moment. Shit. Yeah.
All right, dude. Thanks for the chat. Just wanted to say you're doing Lord's work. You're crazy.
Thank you so much.
You're great. Keep doing that.
I appreciate you very much.
Have a good night.
Have a good one here.
Bye.
Yo, what up?
Hey.
How's it going?
I just wanted to point out the name of the officer that shot Renee Good, Jonathan Ross.
Mm-hmm.
We got that a day later. What's the name of the guy that shot Alex Preddy?
I don't know.
We won't know. They've already hit him. He's already gone. They've already confirmed he's still working. They just moved him to some other state. And that's why I would say this is not going to get charged, because they've already hit him. Like, you're never going to know his name. You're never going to know anything about him. He's gone.
You don't think that we'll ever get information on that?
Nope.
Okay. I think we probably will.
The only reason we got information on Jonathan Ross was because local news found his name and they released it.
Yeah, but
federally they kept it secret the whole time, and they would have. They hid him immediately. They went to his house right after. They packed up all his shit and they made him disappear. So even though we know his name, we don't know where the hell he is. You're not gonna find him.
You don't think that there's what they're gonna like delete all the reports and everything internally?
I think they'll try to, yeah. I think one thing they've learned from the failure of the Nazis is that they were very meticulous in their record keeping. It was that led to a lot of their prosecution that we were able to track down and what we know. I think that they're smart enough now to know that they shouldn't leave a paper trail wherever they can. Some of them are still stupid and think that things like Signal are completely safe, but maybe incompetence will get us the information more than anything else, but I don't think it'll be through choice.
Well, I guess we'll see. If for anything, I think the administration might be pressured to have some kind of sacrificial lamb or subject to a congressional investigation or something if at some point. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't have that intuition that you do, but maybe you're right.
Hopefully not, but based on what I'm seeing, they're doing everything they can to hide this guy as soon as possible, and Jonathan Ross as well.
Okay. Well, what should I make of that?
Not much to make, other than they're gonna keep doing it, and they're just gonna keep hiding people and get away with it. I mean, what else can you make of it?
Yeah, that's why we need to
stay safe.
Is all I can say. And get continue to push and win some elections. Are you one of the doomers?
I am very concerned that they are going to steal the election. They're definitely going to try, and I'm very concerned that they might succeed. But since elections are run by the states, that's in the Constitution. You're not going to change that. I think there'd be a significant amount of pushback. It would just come down to whether or not, if he feels threatened, like if he feels like his power is threatened, will he use the Insurrection Act? That's what it's all going to come down to.
Well, I think he's going to use the Insurrection Act at some point, yeah.
Yeah, and if he does that, then they're definitely just going to steal the election 100%.
I don't think they'll be successful at that.
We had to because we have a violent insurrection from domestic terrorists.
I don't think they'll be successful, but I think that you should act as though there is a chance, okay? Because it doesn't help to...
Yeah, people should definitely be operating under the assumption that they will try.
Okay, well, I appreciate your doomerness, but you're bumming us out. But I do appreciate it. I mean, I don't think that you're right to be concerned. I'm not saying that you're wrong to be concerned, okay? And I do appreciate the take. I'm not saying that you're crazy, and I appreciate that you're gonna try to be not doomer, even though you are, okay? You're going to act as though it matters, all right?
All right, well, I appreciate you fighting a good fight, man.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, bro. Peace out. All right, we have 2 more of these call-ins to do, and then we're going to have an interview, I think, with STALE2000. So I did not think that was going to happen now. But yeah, so we'll do 2 of the last. Don't one else join, please. We'll do the last 2 real quick, and then we'll do a stale thing. Hey, what up?
Hey, Pisco.
How's it going, man?
Good. Let me mute the stream really quickly. Okay, you're doing the Lord's work, buddy.
Appreciate you.
By talking to Connor, you have a lot of patience. I can tell, and from listening to Connor, his knowledge, I think Connor was probably a good cop, but he probably wasn't very good at being a cop because a lot of his knowledge about the use of force and the 4 different active and passive subjects are dubious at best. Like one of my first questions is if they were they trying to detain Pretty, or were they going to arrest him? Because I don't ever remember seeing handcuffs being brought out during the scrum. Right?
Yeah. So so folks, so you're aware, the concept that is being invoked is like detentions are broader, the broader category to than arrest. Arrest sort of implies a need for probable cause and sort of a longer intended deprivation when it comes to seizures. And a detention oftentimes is shorthand for what's known as a Terry stop, which only requires reasonable suspicion. But I think for purposes of the analysis, I'm not sure it's super relevant because I'm not sure that a reasonable person in either the decedent or officer's perspective that they would like necessarily have their use of force analysis turn on it, because regardless of whether or not it's for a long period or just merely a Terry stop, I think that it doesn't factor that much into the analysis. But you tell me if you disagree.
I mean, when I look at it, it looks as well. I don't think that they're very well trained. I was also LE for 10 years, and I was LE under DHS for 10 years. And I can tell you that the things that I learned, I know that they learned as well. And if you are dealing with a subject like that, you're going to put them in cuffs at least to just make the scene safer.
Oh, here's how that's relevant. Okay, I think it's a decent point, and you guys tell me what you think. Sorry to interrupt you. The fact that they didn't take out handcuffs, maybe that suggests that there wasn't really an attempt to truly detain him. They're just trying to beat him up or some shit. And maybe that's relevant to what a reasonable officer would do. It informs whether or not we think that that they were using force appropriately, whether it was excessive. Did they even try other things to try to contain them? I mean, it happened very quickly, but I could see that maybe relevant.
Well, I just don't think that they're trained in these types of scenarios. I mean, we've got guys that are signing up to for a sign-on bonus and for a little bit of a power trip, and these guys are not trained for this kind of stuff. I don't think that they're trained for riot control in dealing with large crowds. They're probably basically trained to go and look for people and place illegals or whatever in cuffs and stuff like that, and they're not used to this. They're not trained for this, because you can see a lot of things that they do in the video that are improper, like beating the guy in the head with a spray can. That is not proper control techniques. That we're going to see somebody's going to jail for this. I can promise you. And to reference the previous caller, we're going to find out these guys' names, because we don't. And you can you can correct me on this, but we don't protect perpetrators of crimes. We protect victims, right? In the public eye. We're going to find out these guys. And go ahead.
I think under normal circumstances that's correct, but under this administration, I don't agree from a federal perspective.
The statute of limitations in Minnesota, that's going to be under their purview.
Oh, I agree with that. I just mean it depends on which sovereign you're talking about, and with respect to the sovereign that is the state of Minnesota, I totally agree with you. I think that they are going to make an attempt to try to do something. I hope, at least, and I think that they have jurisdiction for sure. I would agree with you on that as well. I think that the norm that you're suggesting is like the normal norm, but I don't think it's applicable to some people. But I think we probably agree with that, at least in some cases.
Yeah. The control techniques, beating somebody in the head with, and this was, I put this in a super chat under DHS LE policy, control techniques and things you do to get subjects under control or to diffuse a situation. Law enforcement departments all across the country, state and federal, they approve and really scrutinize control techniques, whether you're, grabbing somebody by the arm, just their control techniques that they used, because you don't want to harm the person unnecessarily, right? And then the officer doesn't want to get hurt. So like when you use a baton on somebody, you're supposed to hit them in like the meaty portion of the thigh or the upper arm, so that you're not striking them on the knee. Like, this stuff is taught and it's gone through over and over and over again. You've learned this stuff. Now, that doesn't always happen out in the field, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's how you're trained. And beating somebody in the head with a pepper spray can, that's not going to go over well for them.
And
improper
what's
force technique? Go ahead.
What's your assessment? We'll number them real quick, and then I'll give you your final thought. But I want you to answer this first. The initial push, the initial pepper spray, the continuing pepper sprays, and then the shots. Analyze in terms of reasonableness. So let's start first with the shove to a woman. Do you think that that's reasonably justified, or do you have enough information?
I would have to see it again. Like,
Okay,
I don't have it all, all down.
Okay, then just do the shots. Then, do you think that this is justified shooting?
No.
Okay. All right. I'll give you your.
Because the thing is like,
yeah.
I'll finish up real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
This is like these control techniques and the things that they used on this gentleman. Like Derek Chauvin went to jail for kneeling on the guy's neck, and then remember the black gentleman in New York that was selling cigarettes, put in the chokehold, and he died.
Eric Gardner.
Like this. Yes, Eric Gardner. improper techniques, in just turning things into a street scrum and not putting the guy in handcuffs, like that escalates, and that stuff is going to be looked at in court. Another thing that we're taught in DHS, and this is, again, this isn't just DHS policy, but it's everywhere, is what we call the deadly force triangle. And it's a cornerstone of LE. It's when you have a weapon, an action, and an opportunity to use it. And if that triangle isn't met, if one of those things are missing, you cannot use your deadly force is not authorized. Okay. And even if he had a gun, this is what drives me nuts about the whole 2A, crowd, is that, where are these people at? Like, if he wanted to kill an ICE officer, why didn't he just do it from the jump?
Yeah, that's kind of like the same question I ask sometimes of the people for the Renee Good stuff is, does she need to back up to hit him? And I'm not saying that that's dispositive on the use of force, by which I mean I can think of some situations in which, notwithstanding an unsatisfactory answer to that question, it's still justified.
Yeah.
But I think it's something really worth questioning. I really do.
And even if the guy is yelling gun, 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 that's bad training. I mean, if he had a gun, of course, it was he wasn't authorized to shoot the guy. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but does the guy grab Pretty's gun and walk away with it, and then they shoot him?
Yes.
Okay.
The first,
Right.
by the time the first shot happens, the guy holding the gun is maybe like 2, 3 feet, 4 feet, maybe even more away, and he turns around. You can see him holding the gun. So the answer is yes to your question.
Yep. People are going down for this, and I hope that Pretty gets justice for this. Thank you, Pisco.
No, thank you. That, I mean, this was a really great call, and if I had more time, I want to dwell on it. So please come back in the future. Okay.
Love you, brother.
Thanks a lot. Later. All right. Before we get stale, we are going to do Reese real quick, and we'll bring in stale. I'm going to do a quick little potty break, but it won't be long, and then we'll have the stale conversation after Reese. Yo, what up, Reese?
Hey, Pisco. That was really good. Before I go into anything else, I really enjoyed that. Like, I like Connor, I like you, and that felt like a really good debate. I saw Connor getting a bit frustrated, but
yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. Cool. So there were just two things I wanted to ask you about quick, so not to hold up stale or anything, but towards the beginning when Connor brought up the statute this fell under, and he had the wrong one. It was the one that applied to the U.S. Marshals.
Yeah.
And then you correct him on that point, and then there's the argument about the wording. What was the word? Forcibly.
Forcibly.
And all that stuff. It felt like in that exchange, that was like the root of every argument that
he was planning.
Connor was making.
Yeah.
Yeah. And doesn't everything that you got into later on, it fell back to that thing about whether right at the very beginning when those cops sort of swarmed that one woman in the street, it just felt like a long series of events all predicated on that. And the argument was nothing.
Yeah.
You tore it apart in seconds.
Well, I feel like
Do I have that right?
I think that's right. And I think it's concerning. Like, if you start in a place and it seems like it's foundationally leading to a different location, and it doesn't, because it didn't really affect his confidence level at all, right? He seemed to like be nonplussed and just kind of want to move past like certain points that were demonstrably debunked in like a second that seemed kind of core to what he was trying to argue. So I do agree with that characterization, and I was alarmed that it didn't change his at least his confidence level. It seemed like he wanted to breeze by it.
Well, what's it like debating like that, where you've got to like accept those things before you can even get on to the next point?
I think that there's a lot of sensitivity around it, because I think if I just been like, wait, you admit you were wrong, you admit that used to be like stuff I did more of. But I just think that certain people can't handle it. And so I don't know. At that point, I'm not just thinking person who's not going to react well to being like disproven. And so I think part of that is I'm honest, and I'm unfortunately, this is going to sound like condescending or whatever, but I think that sometimes means like giving some positive encouragement on some collateral issue, like I did for a couple times in there. I don't know if you noticed it. Cause I think at that point, like my goal is to manage the person as opposed to having the conversation. And it's something I'm finding myself having more and more to do. And I think that in reality, a lot of people are like truly very sensitive about that in real time. Not that I will ever claim that I'm not like stubborn or whatever, but I do think that there's people who like attach who they are to their opinions in a way that to me is like sometimes indicates to me that like when I'm calling them on stuff, it feels like a personal attack. And like it felt like Connor was coming at me because it felt like I was going after who he was or something. And even though I feel like I was largely polite, I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. Like Connor does lose his temper a little bit, and you could see when he was getting frustrated. I think you did a good job of cooling him down.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's like it's kind of like I'm worried about how is this person going to, if I push too hard here, and that's why I kind of pick my moments. Will he like want to end the conversation? And I think that there are some things I could do which would make him want to do that. And so I'm both thinking about what he's saying, but also like, how do I say it in such a way so as not to cause like an emotional explosion or something? And I'm sorry that sounds condescending, but I'm just telling you honestly what I feel like I do sometimes.
No, that sounds really good. It sounds like good
Yeah.
habits
Well,
as well.
sometimes on occasional things with like the cucking, or I'll be like, this is monstrous or whatever. Like I pick my moments to actually do it, because sometimes I feel like the audience should know that like internally I'm like, what the fuck is this dude saying? This is fucking insane. And I'm just trying to get through it a little bit. But yeah, no, like I just, if I went as hard sometimes as I do with other people who where I do trust that they can handle it, I think this conversation would have broken down like very early on.
Yeah. So the one other thing was forgetting like the law and all of these debates over like the individual nitty gritty stuff with it.
Mm-hmm.
Just on a plain watching of this video, what's your view of like, Connor's not the worst at this, but when I see people arguing the other side of this, it just seems like, what's my word? A part of it is deluded, but like a complete lack of care for the fact that someone is dead. Like this can't. I'm British. We have we do have armed police, but like the number of police shootings, I think is like
is much lower.
The last year we have it's like 8, I think, in a year, right? Which is just ridiculous by comparison. But I feel like there's a human point there is just lost. Like some of the tweets and stuff around this, it's just these people are demons. Connor, like I give him credit. You know, he acknowledged with this one and Renee, even though he thinks like there won't be charges and stuff. He was like, the cops acted stupidly. There's a human tragedy behind him. But he does have that little bit sometimes where I think he forgets that someone's been killed and you can't have a society operating this way.
Yeah, for Connor, I'm more concerned about it. Or I don't know if I'm more puzzled by it. I'll say. For the rest of the America, everyone on every side is sick of each other's shit, and each part of the political aisle, I think, considers the other side to be like emotionally manipulating and crocodile tears and celebrating the death when their other side happens. And so, for example, I will be very stone-faced to certain MAGA people kind of doing this emotional appeal sometimes, because I'm like, you don't actually give a flying fuck about what you're lying to us right now as though you care about this shit. An example of this, I think, is like the Venezuela, like, oh my God, the poor Venezuelan people, they're suffering so much. Like, where were these tears when they were begging for asylum, sometimes directly because they're being persecuted by the colectivos or by Maduro, and you guys didn't give a fuck. You said that they were scum, poisoning the blood of the country. And so those are some examples where a lot of people, myself included, have become like kind of stone-hearted to certain of these emotional appeals. To say nothing of, for example, Charlie Kirk, where a lot of people on the left did celebrate it. I'm not saying majority, I'm just saying there were a lot of people make jokes about it. Now people will say, well, why should we honor him? And I think you would probably agree, like, we don't need to honor them, but they weren't like, I don't know what to say, like super deferential to the fact that he died. And I just think that that's a state of our politics currently. The civility has completely broken apart. I put that primarily on what Trump and the MAGA movement has done to our culture, where like there just are no boundaries. But yeah, that is the state of it, and it's on both sides. And frankly, myself included, I'm starting to lose any patience for these kinds of emotional appeals from the other side.
Yeah, I can understand that. All right, cool. Those are the only things I wanted to talk about.
No,
Thanks
great
again.
questions.
That was an awesome debate.
Thank you so
looking forward
much.
to hearing from Stale.
Yeah, appreciate you, Reese. And these are great questions and probably the best call-ins that we have in a while. But thank you so much.
Cool. See ya.
All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a quick little pee. And I'm going to put in some eye drops because my eyes are super, super red. And but I'll be back probably in like 2 minutes. So just chill. And we'll have STALE2000. And we're going to up the energy a little bit too because he doesn't deserve for me to be like down or whatever for when we do this shit. So just I'm going to chug a little bit of this Powerade. So just give me a second real quick. I'll put you guys on and be right back.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform. But first, some background. I'm Brian, or STALE2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company. In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators. First, I will go over the code of...
All right, everybody, we're back here with some more energy. I've taken my drops. Hopefully the redness starts to diminish a little bit. I struggle with this, guys. This blephastitis or whatever. But we're gonna bring in Stale. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing, Stale? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Well, great. That's good to hear. We are graced to be in your presence, and you know, a real true celebrity in our midst. I'm just fucking around, but
Thank you.
how are you? What's going on? Tell us who you are and what you've been going through in the last 2 weeks or so.
For sure, yes. I'm Stale or Brian. So I am a person who's been in kind of the Destiny space for a little bit. I'm also very online and into Reddit. I was the top moderator of r/livestream fail, and then due to a series of crazy events, including a failed game show, I ended up as kind of like the most viral topic on Twitter for a couple days after making a video directed at Spez where I described all the very real problems at Reddit. And so, yeah, that's kind of the short story of it. Things have calmed down a little bit. And so things were quite overwhelming at first is what I'll say, but a lot better now.
Got it. Awesome. And so today we're going to be taking a look at a document that you provided me. And we'll be talking about some things. But before we do that, do you mind if I ask you some questions about sort of next steps for you, your purpose? Is that all right?
Sounds great. Yeah.
All right. So first, talk to me a little bit about the impetus for the video. I understand that this was meant to garner some attention for your cause. Can you talk more about it?
Yeah. So the purpose of the video was, it was basically I was trying to point out. It was basically created out of frustration because I had done a lot of work. I took kind of Reddit moderation a little bit too seriously, I would say. And I, basically everything that I did kind of failed. And I brought this frustration and put it in a video directed to the CEO of the company to give you kind of like a peek behind the curtain of the insanity behind kind of Reddit as a platform and kind of its moderators. And so I was talking about real issues. There were some. It was a very funny video. There were some things which were kind of jokes, and other things where I probably just got carried away with it. And so that's how things went.
Got it. And do you feel that it was fair that you were removed from your position as the head mod of Livestream Fails?
Yes. Mostly because I was doing a lot of stuff with that position. I would say not for the actual reason. Let me just say, not for the actual reason that I got removed, but they could have come up with a dozen other reasons which would have been justified. So I would actually say that for this whole game show thing, I almost feel like I did almost nothing wrong. But I would say that they should have removed me for many other reasons.
Got it. So when you say almost nothing wrong, you mean that largely your conduct was not irresponsible? That you might have made a mistake here or there, but it's not like it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I stand behind my thought process going into it, even though it kind of blew up in my face. Like, obviously, if I knew there was problems, I would have done it. But I wouldn't say that the thought process was wrong.
Got it. And in general, do you think that you were reasonable in due diligence?
I would say that there are some red flags in retrospect, but I did kind of leave the due diligence up to kind of the live streamers and Mythic talent. Because there was a major game show. I did not even possibly imagine that these guys would have been wrong. Because that's their job, right? But yeah, I guess screw me, right? That's what I get for making that mistake.
So you're describing sort of the other actors who were already kind of publicly committed to this project, right?
Yeah, there was major live streamers involved with this project. There's also a talent agency, which their job is to look into all of these things. And actually, there's two talent agencies, and both of them signed off of this. And yeah, I guess that's what I get for trusting other people. But yeah,
cool, awesome. And now going forward, is your goal to get back on the moderation team, to make a difference at Reddit, to start a movement? What is your idea? Or maybe because now you've gotten a lot of attention to stream yourself. So in terms of your PR strategy going forward, what would you say is like your purpose or a set of purposes behind what you're doing?
Sure. So I got a couple goals. So one, there's no way that I'm getting back on that moderator team. But I'm also fine with that. So the new people, we don't always agree on many things actually, but I basically filled the mod team with normal, regular people who are not as terminally honest as me. And honestly, they're going to do a better. They're going to do a better job of running this than I ever did. So I'm fine with that. Two, these are very real problems that I was bringing up. I spent a ton of effort, and I know a lot about Reddit, the company. You know, I have had multiple meetings with Reddit employees. I have talked to the CEO of the company multiple times in like 20, 30-minute in-depth conversations. And so, yeah, I do very much care about
Spez, right? You've spoken with Spez.
Yes.
Nice.
Multiple times in person, yes.
What's he like?
You know, he's kind of he understands the platform. He's a nice guy. He has some opinions about Reddit that I think would be controversial, but I think are correct. Basically, he is aware of a lot of these problems with Reddit moderators and the platform, and he's basically trying to make Reddit a more professional, profitable company, and that's a smart thing to do. And so, yeah, he's a very, very smart guy, understands this platform well.
Given the prior relationship, did it occur to you to send the message privately first to see if it got a response? Or like, what was the strat behind the duel? Because it's like, I send this to you, but also send it to him. Was there a fear that perhaps he wouldn't like be pressured to read it or respond to it if it were just done privately? It would just kind of go into the spam folder or whatever?
Basically, that was my thoughts. The worst thing that can happen in a situation like this is that people go silent. You know, I would send a thing. I don't even know if somebody looked at it. And so I made a splash. And also that's my kind of a personal philosophy. I like doing things that are like audacious and splashy. And so I couldn't have done it any other way.
Got it. And the internet is quite cruel. So how are you coping with the, because there are a lot of people who are attacking you and that kind of thing and you know, making fun of you. How has that been? How have you been coping?
I mean, I was expecting some of it, I would say, because I know, how silly the whole thing looks like. But, I'm pleasantly surprised because, for every, 9 people who are making fun of me, there's like 1 out of 10. They're like, oh yeah, this guy's hilarious. Please creating content, keep doing stuff, keep going at it. And even just that, even like the 1 in 10 people who are like kind of behind me is enough.
I will say the deadly seriousness line killed me. I was like, I don't think I've had a good laugh like that in months. Like, I don't know if it was intentional or whatever, but it was really, really funny.
I should have, maybe I need to like be more clear with my tone of voice. Because like, okay, to me, that's a very obvious comedy beat. You say something like it's deadly serious, and then you do something that's the opposite of that, which is Reddit moderation. But that was very tough.
But you do care about that. I mean, it's not like...
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So, and in summary, the recommendations, which are laid out in your video and which people should watch, could you, before we get into our task for the day, could you like encapsulate in a couple sentences maybe the theme or like thrust of your recommendations?
Sure. So my thesis statement is that Reddit is the 3rd largest website in the United States. It gets, lots of views, and it's run by kind of crazy people. And I wish that Reddit would put more resources into basically these moderators. It's like an army of untrained crazy people that are running the website. And we should take lessons that are learned from other platforms, other social media platforms and influencer platforms and apply them to Reddit. So, I know it sounds crazy to say like Reddit moderators should be treated like influencer celebrities, but what's an influencer? An influencer is an idiot who has a platform. What's a Reddit moderator? Also an idiot who has a platform. And you could take partner programs or, I gave out a pretty extreme option, which is like you could have like a talent agency or something. Maybe that's too extreme, but maybe more of like a YouTube partnership program. Basically just general ideas of like, how do you take these logistics and things that that exist in every other influencer industry and apply it to Reddit moderation and take it, maybe they're not celebrities, but maybe they're like halfway there. Maybe they're a third of the way there. So yeah, that's what.
Got it. And that pertains to not to Reddit creation, like the posters, but the moderators, right? Like some sort of moderator creator system of some kind. Correct. Is what you're advocating? Okay. Yeah. Some kind of support system.
Yeah, because the moderators are the true people kind of running the entire platform. It's not the posters, it's not the commentators. Like all you guys like dance to the puppet strings of the moderators. This is what I like to say.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Sorry, a couple more questions. So first off, on the sort of broader purpose of your next PR strat, or are you trying to get these kinds of things implemented on Reddit? Do you see that as a realistic prospect, or are you trying to win the hearts and minds, or are you trying to create content yourself, or all of those?
Yeah, I think the answer is all of that. Because I still calibrate Reddit, the platform, and I still have a lot of feedback to bring to them. And, I have a lot of connections both inside the company and outside of it. And so I can both create content that talks about kind of these real problems, and I can also do kind of like funny, entertaining stuff kind of along the way.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming on to talk to me and chatting. I think that it's like a bit surreal, or it must be surreal to see yourself on like Charlie, what's his name again? Moist Critical.
Yeah, Moist Critical.
Moist Critical, Asmongold, Hassan, and all that stuff. Is there anyone coverage of you that you liked?
What
or that you thought was fair?
See. Yeah, actually, there's another lawyer guy called LUS, who had some very good content, and like because of that, I actually reached out to him, and then I might be doing a talk with him as well.
Cool.
And so yeah, he gave he basically because he has experience being a moderator as well, not on Reddit but on other forums, and he actually like truly understood the madhouse that moderation can be.
Got it. All right. So let's talk a little bit about what we're gonna do right now. So you sent me. Well, describe what you sent me and what you'd like to do.
Yeah, so I sent you an agreement, or maybe it's a contract that I had signed with the $1 Million Fan kind of show, and I'm curious what your thoughts on that agreement are, and about like what does it say about the company, and like what does it say about me for kind of like signing this within kind of 24 hours, or what are like red flags, or yeah, basically.
Yeah. Got it. So we're going to take a look. You sent me a document. I'm going to put it on the stream so people can take a look at it, and basically to just give my take on it, right? And see basically whether or not things make sense, or whether there are, I'm guessing this is like to see if there are like red flags.
Yeah, that, or like just I don't know how much research
more general
you've done
thoughts.
into the company, or yeah, like what are your more general thoughts and that kind of stuff, and I can answer questions about my involvement and that sort of thing.
Is this the first time you've shown it on like the stream, or have you shown it before?
First time publicly, yeah.
Okay, got it. And you actually executed this contract and you signed it, right?
I did sign it, yes.
Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna show the contract, or at least the first page of it. I'll ask you some questions before we actually start reading through it. My intention is to read through it. I've already looked at some of it. I think I've already read through it before. And you don't mind me showing this, right? That was the whole point?
Totally
okay, cool. Got it. And the last thing I'll say is this is not legal advice. We're just analyzing this, and so don't take any of this as legal advice. And then finally, just some sort of threshold questions or throat clears or whatever. Have you ever met this person, Stephanie Hall?
Nope. This was all over Discord.
Discord DMs, correct?
Discord DMs, yes.
And how did you sign this? Was there some kind of DocuSign, or did you put wet ink on it, or how was the signature?
They sent me the Google Doc as it is, and then I figured out how to use like Notepad to like draw my signature on it. So yeah.
Got it.
And
cool.
then I sent it back. Yeah.
All right. And then finally, have you ever negotiated a contract before? Besides like your personal employment contracts or whatever, like
only
this kind of agreement for like I don't know, particular service or some sort of content agreement.
No. I mean, I did read through it, and there wasn't anything that I was uncomfortable with agreeing to, I guess. But
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So why don't we get started? Do you have any problem with just like reading and going through it?
Sure. Go ahead.
Awesome. So the first thing I'll note is it's a little odd to me that like everything's bolded. I will say that. And also the kind of it doesn't appear to be some sort of like standard contract in the sense of like the recitals at the start are like there's no like whereas blah 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 blah, whereas that, like maybe not all agreements start that way, but the kind of formatting of this just looks odd to me. I'm not going to say that it's necessarily indicative of fraud or anything like that, but usually they just look a little bit different. Certain things centered. Again, these are all minor things that again, they're not dispositive, but they're just something I noticed. And this agreement identifies two parties, so we'll read it. This marketing content collaboration agreement, here and after the agreement, right, is entered into as of January 8th, 2026. So that's the date you executed the contract, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By and between $1 Million Fan, a reality competition television production represented by Stephanie Hall, producer. So the first issue that I think I'll identify is, what is the entity you're coming into an agreement with? Like, what is this entity, right?
So I did search them up later, and I found that there's a registered Canadian company called $1 Million Fan Inc. And so I don't know if that's a shell corporation or whatever, but there was a company created. I mean, it's registered that is officially for this thing and this thing on.
Well, is the name of it just $1 Million Fan Incorporated?
Yep.
And so the first thing I'll note is that that's not the name of the party here. This just says $1 Million Fan. It doesn't say $1 Million Fan Incorporated, a corporation, right? This is just says a reality competition. So you're making an agreement with a television production, but it's not clear to me like who the other party is. Maybe it's this corporation, but it's not clear that the corporation is binding itself. And it's certainly not describing itself as a corporation that's incorporated in Canada. I think later on the choice of law or whatever is in Canada somewhere. So I'm not saying that it's impossible that they created this entity, $1 Million Fan Incorporated, but I'll notice that that isn't the party here, and so I was kind of confused about this. But yeah, any thoughts on that?
I didn't notice that detail, I guess. I checked there was a corporation. It looked like the same thing to me. So no.
Okay, cool. Represented by Stephanie Hall, producer. I assume this is like she's the agent of the production that you're signing, right?
I actually don't know. So this is the first time I saw this person's name, and I don't know if I was even talking to that person in Discord. I was just talking to like a different Discord name.
So that I think is the first problem. Is like you should know who these people are if you're signing a contract with them. Mm-hmm. And like this should all be clarified. I think is like if I don't know who Stephanie Hall is and she has some role in what's going on here, I would be concerned, unless it's like, I don't know, if it's like an Apple contract or something, or some sort of form thing where there's like other indicia of reliability, then maybe I'm not looking too closely at it. But if this is some kind of like custom agreement between you and a part, like it's for a very specific cool thing, I would want to know who the fuck these people are. And I think that's like a first kind of red flag. But any thoughts on
that? Yeah, I mean, my high level philosophy of this kind of thing is, you'll have to see if there's anything that I agreed to that was like dangerous to me. But I kind of just like went along with whatever they kind of asked me to do. They basically asked me to sign this in like 24 hours, and I didn't really. I thought this was like
that's kind of a red flag, right?
So my thoughts was like, okay, they just didn't want me to like back out of this thing, because if they're doing this whole reality TV show thing, if they're involving me, they don't want me to get cold feet, and then like just like drop out. But it didn't. There wasn't anything here that was like seemed very dangerous to agree to, I guess.
So the first thing I'll say is the urgency thing, like what the urgency is, like that is why is it urgent for you to sign right away? So you don't get cold feet? That should be a reason for you to be like, well, hang on a second. That should indicate to you that there's like, if it's not immediately apparent why it would be urgent. A lot of scams say like, you have to do it right now. Like my cousin is trapped in Nigeria, and if you don't do it right now, they'll die, like that kind of stuff. So I just think that the fact that they're like, you have a 24-hour turnaround, like what if you needed like turn changes, right? This might not be enough to turn changes and come to a negotiation in 24 hours. It's a very quick turnaround. And to just basically ask you to do your due diligence in 24 hours for an organization which, who the fuck knows, and even meet these people initially. I don't think this is enough time, given the circumstances, for you to say that you responsibly did due diligence. And especially if you're relying on the due diligence of others, which I don't think that you should outsource. And they're not like a known commodity. I just think that this should be a red flag to you, the urgency of it. And look at what it did. It caused you not to look up who this person is. And I have no idea who this person is. And you have to, but you're signing a contract where you were binding yourself to do something with respect to this entity whose specific corporate existence, I'm not even sure what it is, represented by someone who you don't know. It feels like a very, I don't know, red flag. Thoughts?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. In at a high level, generally agree.
Okay.
I guess my thoughts was like, I mean, I guess I didn't even consider that it might be a scam or something. But my thoughts was like, okay, am I really agreeing to anything that's bad? Who really cares that much? But sure, yeah.
Sure, I'm very like persnickety and very like. Sure, so like if I get too in the weeds, you let me know. This is you, so we know who you are. All right, great. In your individual capacity as operator and moderator of LSF subreddit. My question here is a couple things. One, does the Reddit TOS, does it give you permission to bind a subreddit to do anything? And do you have actual authority, basically, to be able to bind your actions as moderator to a separate contract? I'm not sure about that. I'm not saying that you can't, but did you investigate whether this was compliant with TOS?
So the answer is yes and no. So they did have a legalese statement, which is, I don't even remember what it says, but it was probably something related to like you can't do contracts. But also, people do agreements with companies all the time, and like these are like encouraged by the company. So like if you set up a Reddit AMA with the company, that's an agreement, but that's not like people do that all the time. So I did see a term that might cover this, that might say like, you're not allowed to make agreements, but I didn't think that's like puts me in danger kind of a way. I just think that I thought that was like a legal thing so that they get out of any liability. But there might have been like a weird TOS thing that prevents this. Yes.
Oh, in this contract, but as with between you and Reddit, is it within the terms of service or whatever moderation agreement that you enter into with Reddit? Do they allow you to bind your duties as moderator in this way? In other words, like, do you have authority pursuant to the agreement you've already signed up with Reddit to make these kinds of representations and promises on behalf of your actions pertaining to the subreddit? That's what I don't know, and I'm asking if you investigated that, not with respect to this contract, but with respect to your obligation to Reddit. Did you investigate that?
Yes, I did investigate, and I did find a term that made it seem like Reddit was
allowed this.
I found a term. No, I found a term that said close to disallowing it, but I thought it was like it was like preventing liability on them. So at the end of the day, it's Reddit's platform. Anything that I sign doesn't force the subreddit to do something, I guess was my thoughts. Like, okay, I can force myself to do something.
It might be against your agreement with Reddit. You might be in breach of your obligations to Reddit to bind the subreddit in such a way, because you've already made another agreement, right? There's this other agreement, call it TOS, and I just like, if what you're saying is are you saying, I'm just to be clear, are you saying that you thought it was against TOS to do this, or are you saying you were unsure when you did it?
I would say that I'm unsure. I did find a vague TOS rule that might cover this, but it's not like Reddit stops you. Like, Reddit wants you to do partnerships. They have a whole partnership team. Oh, actually, I remember the TOS thing. Technically, you have to if you want to like do a partnership or something, you have to get permission from them. And I did not get permission. But yeah,
okay.
But they don't automatically disallow this stuff.
Subject to their approval, right?
Yeah, but nobody gets approval.
Okay, but multiple people could be in breach. I'm just analyzing it.
Sure,
okay, cool. Awesome. So that's another thing that like the timetable makes it tough. Like, you need to understand, like, is this enough time for you to seek to comply with Reddit's TOS that you say you might be violating, or that people kind of just don't listen to or whatever? Is this enough of a window to make sure that you're compliant with your other agreements? I'm not sure about that, but we can move on. MDF and you may be referred individually as a party and collectively as the parties. Cool. Purpose. Wonderful. these dots. This strikes me as something that was put into like Microsoft Word. I'm not saying that dots, bullet points aren't present sometimes in contracts, but just the numbering and the alignment here. And usually, right, when you do a number, oftentimes they're like 1.1, whatever. Oh, they have it there. Okay, cool. Never mind, they have that. But there's just something about the format. I can't define it totally. It just looks a little weird, and that I just think the bold and stuff looks a little weird. But we can continue. The purpose of this agreement is to establish a strategic marketing and community collaboration whereby LSF, which is you understand that this is a reference to you. So everywhere you read LSF, it should read Brian Wade, where Brian Wade supports the promotion and distribution of MDF related content, and MDF in return incorporates an LSF specific bonus challenge into the show and associated content ecosystem. I don't know what the fuck half these I would hope that MDF related content is defined somewhere. I hope it is somewhere. I hope that LSF specific bonus challenge is defined somewhere. Associated content ecosystem is defined somewhere. These are like terms of that I don't know if there's a specific meaning, but to me that they're not like they're not terms that like I'm familiar with, have like an industry meaning or something. But yeah, I'm nitpicking. This is what I do. But any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think they do define the challenge somewhere else.
Cool.
But yeah, I didn't think about like what an associated content ecosystem means. I thought it was just like generic.
Cool. The collaboration is intended to drive organic discovery of MDF through clip-based content, encourage community participation from the LSF audience, from the Brian Wade audience. See, now it feels like they're using the term to refer to the subreddit, but oh wait, sorry. I'm so sorry. LSF is a reference to the subreddit itself, so it's not a reference to you, but it's kind of weird. Hang on. Oh, now I'm not sure. Is LSF, guys? What do you think? Is LSF as a defined term referring to Stale, or is it referring to the subreddit? I would assume the subreddit. Okay, well, let's just assume the subreddit.
That's how most people. That's like how regular people use it.
Okay,
they call it LSF. Yeah.
Got it. Encourage community participation from the LSF audience. Create a mutually beneficial promotional loop. A promotional loop tied to viewer engagement. This feels like a game loop, right? Like from these roguelites. All right, cool. So that's the purpose, is to do, and you understand it as promoting LSF in exchange for like promoting MDF, right? Some version of that, which with more specifics. Cool. Got it. Yeah, sub, of course. Got it. My bad. Sorry. All right, cool. I fucking misread it. My bad. Content promotion. LSF agree. Oh, see, but now here's the problem, right? LSF agrees to. Can you represent? I mean, LSF isn't the party, right? I mean, you're the party.
You mean, yeah, I'm the party. Yeah.
So LSF is a non-party, as I understand it, right? Like.
Basically, yeah, because I can't really sign something on behalf of Reddit because I didn't get permission to sign.
Can you sign something on behalf of LSF? But does it even define LSF as a party that can agree? It seems like this should be like you agree to support. Because can you bind LSF? I'm not sure. Or can you? Is LSF? Can it even be a party? I'm not sure. I don't actually know the answer to that. I'm genuinely unsure. LSF agrees to support MDF through the following, subject to moderator discretion and subreddit rules. Okay. Allowing MDF related clips, announcements, and community submissions to be posted on our live stream fail. Would there be any reason why they wouldn't be allowed there? It seems like you're not actually doing anything. Like, wouldn't they already be allowed there?
Some subreddits ban self-promotion, but this was an idea that I had come up with. Was what if their editors like seed the subreddit with like behind alt accounts and post stuff there, which is not
allowed.
It's actually a bit of it's a controversial idea. It's allowed, but it's controversial to say that. And so that was an idea that.
So you're allowing them to do like things that you wouldn't allow other people to do, maybe.
Things that people. I mean, we do allow other things people to do, but most are things that most other subreddits ban. Yes, so I'm allowing them to do things that most other subreddits.
But that
don't.
LSF would ban. So are they getting special treatment in LSF?
It's technically not. It's technically not special treatment because we allow self promo. But I guess we wrote that in there to make sure, because basically that is one of their benefits.
Okay.
That is like the main way that they benefit is by having this, even though I guess they could do it anyway.
Right. So you're giving them something that they would do would largely be able to do anyway. And that's another red flag for me. Is like maybe if you had started to ban their shit or it had indicated that you might, that might make sense to me. But like, why would they be like, oh my God, we need to make sure we have permission from LSF if that seems to be like assumed, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like all right. So what am I giving to them? And spoiler alert, I think that what you're giving them is like potentially like credibility. That's what's kind of but like credibility with respect to like believing that this is legit. Then this entire thing makes sense. That the agreement is kind of like maybe vague and ambiguous, and maybe is stuff that they're already allowed to do. Maybe that's because the agreement itself is the goal, and that's also maybe explains the 24-hour turnaround. Is like we just want to have an agreement that says we have an agreement because the agreement and the partnership itself is what is helpful as opposed to any like benefit. But here we go. Here's one. Publishing at least one pinned announcement post when mutually agreed. Informing the community of the MDF collaboration. Again, that's just becoming, I could see the same sort of incentive that it's just announcing that there is in fact a collaboration. The LSF related challenge or submission opportunity. Cool. Permitting organic posts by the sub community and or MDF editors provided all posts comply with Reddit and subreddit guidelines. So it seems like separate and apart from the pinned tweet and the collaboration, that's like the like new stuff.
Yeah.
That's like the stuff that is like they wouldn't normally get, but they would normally be able to post. But okay. But there is stuff that other people don't get, which are like pinned announcement posts and LSF related challenges. So I think that you are promising to do stuff. Here, and so it's not like you're doing nothing. Nothing in this agreement requires LSF to approve content that violates subreddit rules or Reddit policies. Cool. And just to be clear, did you actually send back and forth any edits or red lines?
I did not. No.
Okay, cool.
I signed this as.
All right. Community participation campaign. Let's make sure the numberings are correct. Cool. MDF may run a community-driven submission or clip campaign. May, not must.
Yeah, this was May. I don't know why this was actually my idea, this was talked about as something that they wanted to do, is what I'll say.
Yeah, but are they contractually obligated to do this?
I mean, I was expecting them to. I wasn't thinking that they're gonna not do it, but I guess
regardless of whether they were willing to it, the contract, this May language seems permissive, not mandatory. These parts seem like you have to comply. They may feature this. They post them there, but this entire thing seems like permissive, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Next part is, so this, okay, scope collaboration, LSF bonus challenge, show integration. Okay. So this is like another thing that they're doing. So far you've agreed to do stuff. They say they might do something in response, okay? But this, I think, is they agree to. MDF agrees to create a special bonus challenge associated with the show, tentatively titled the LSF Community Challenge. Key mechanics: eligible participants submit or post clips to livestream fail during the filming of the show $1 Million Fan. The primary ranking metric shall be total view count as publicly displayed on Reddit at the campaign close. Secondary tiebreakers, if needed, may include upvotes, engagement velocity, or MDF production discretion. I would want to know like when this has to happen. Is there like a time period in which this must occur? And okay, but we'll move on.
It was going to be during the show, but yeah, they didn't say when.
During the filming of the show.
Yep.
And it was a live show?
Yeah, or I don't know if it was live, but it was parts were going to be live, but it was going to be a participant challenge. So like you know how Survivor, they have challenges? This would be one of those challenges.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Prize winner. The winner of the LSF Community Challenge may receive one or more of the following final structure at MDF's discretion. Huh. A bonus advantage, immunity, or special opportunity within the show, or another prize of comparable promotional or competitive value. Exact prize details will be finalized prior to launch and publicly disclosed. This is a huge red flag, right? Red flag. I mean, what the hell is this binding them to, right? Like, there's no like commitment of any amount of money, right? It all seems to be like, at least the examples, like internal things internal to the competition, based on a structure that is to be created according to the discretion of this other side, and where the bonus is like, the metrics are there, the key mechanics are there, I guess, defined, but not clear like what this is and what the winner will get. And I think that is a red flag. It's very vague, and it seems like potentially unenforceable. Like what would you get them to do? What would be the value of anything here?
I mean, the value is having the challenge in the first place. So I consider the prize to be at their creative discretion. Technically, even if there was no prize, it wouldn't even matter to me. I wanted the challenge, and then they decide whatever the prize is.
You just wanted them to be like LSF Community Challenge and the kind of promotional aspect of it, as opposed to any specific. Okay, all right, that makes more sense.
We're not getting the prize. The content, the contestants are.
Got it. Timing and campaign windows. Oh, some timing. The parties agree that all collaboration activities contemplated under this agreement shall occur commencing on the effective date. When is the effective date? The effective date. Is that? No, that's not defined as the effective date. That's the date you entered into the contract. So I hope that the effective date is defined. Let's see, control F effective. You got a problem. I don't see effective date defined. Now maybe effective date is the date of execution, but those are not necessarily the same thing. This is just when the date was entered, but an effective date is like potentially something
it says
different.
The campaign period, but I guess I don't know if it defines the campaign period anymore.
Well, this is a term with capital letters, so capital E, capital D, and so I would expect to see this defined somewhere where that is. Now, the campaign period is also. I'm worried that like ChatGPT wrote some of this. Just heads up. I'm not sure of it, but just saying. Within the campaign period. But again, okay, the parties agree that all collaboration contemplated in this agreement shall occur commencing on the effective date, the campaign period. So campaign period is defined with respect to the effective date, but effective date isn't defined. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem clear when this starts and when it ends. And if this is a key part of when things and obligations proceed or when things are expected, I'm just noting some potential vagueness and shit. Okay. Within the campaign period, AMA events, this is Ask Me Anything?
Yep, like a Reddit AMA, yeah.
Okay. This should also, because imagine you're a judge reading this, like, what the fuck's an AMA event? If conducted, shall be, you have to like think about when you're thinking about these contracts. I think that you should remember this is meant to potentially protect you, protect them against breach. And in the situation of breach, you got to think like, well, imagine you're a judge reading this and like, this is not defined. Like, can we even afford, like, what the fuck is this? And maybe the parties will agree AMA event in our like usage or whatever means Ask Me Anything. But just, again, I'm not saying that this would not be interpreted to be Ask Me Anything. I'm just like, these kinds of things I notice are like a little bit, all these ambiguities add up for me. If conducted, shall be scheduled during the latter portion of the campaign period at a time when public awareness and engagement around the show are materially elevated. Again, every time that there's a term that like includes, I'm just like, what the fuck is materially elevated? And when engagement is materially, maybe that just means like it's obvious when that is. But if there are scheduling, maybe this is like an expectation of what you guys do. Again, I'm nitpicking. The LSF Community Challenge shall occur during the filming of the television show on an episode as determined by MDF. Sounds like a lot of discretion for them. Specific dates posting windows and campaign milestones shall be determined by MDF and confirmed in writing between the parties. Text communication is sufficient. Editorial independence and compliance. LSF retains full editorial and moderation control over live stream fail content at all times. Okay, it's already a defined term. MDF retains full creative and production control over the show and challenge implementation. Okay. Neither party is required to engage in deceptive practices, vote manipulation, artificial engagement, or vote rule circumvention. That's great. All activity must comply with Reddit, live stream fails, and laws. No exclusivity. This agreement is non-exclusive. Both parties may engage in other partnership promotions or collaborations. Termination for cause. Either party may terminate this agreement immediately upon written notice if the other party commits a material breach of this agreement and fails to cure within 10 business days after receiving written notice. Wait, so is written notice... You'd have to write them a fucking... The thing is, how do you give written notice under this contract? Is, for purposes of specific dates,
Discord
text
a
is
written notice? Does that count?
Unclear, right? Like, would this require you to serve them or send them to the mail? And if so, where are you sending it? Any kind of notice provision. Does this have a notice provision? I don't see one. So that's... I don't know, like, when I see written notice, I usually think like a written document sent to you. And the fact that they're specifying that text communication is sufficient, but just for this, but they don't say that over here. I'm going to read that more narrowly. That's just me, though. I'm not saying what a judge would say, but the fact that there's no notice provision, again, strikes me as a little concerning. Okay, moving on. Engages in or facilitates any illegal, fraudulent, deceptive, or unethical activity related to the collaboration. Okay, so did you terminate? So you can terminate this agreement for cause. Takes any action that violates or reasonably risks violating applicable laws, regulations, platform terms of service, or community guidelines, including Reddit or subreddit rules. Acts in a manner that materially harms or is reasonably likely to harm the reputation, brand, or legal standing of the terminating party. Okay. Termination does not affect content already published. Okay. Doesn't affect them? In what respect? It doesn't affect anything? It's allowed to stay?
I don't delete existing or add.
Even if they breach? Even if they never give you what you asked for?
Does not affect content. I guess it's saying I don't have to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this means. Representations and warranties. Oh no. You represent and warrant that you are not under any contractual or legal obligation that would interfere with your ability to perform under this agreement. You might have been. So I'm not sure that you can represent that, although you did represent it. He owns or controls the rights necessary to operate the live stream fail subreddit in connection with this agreement. I'm not sure that you can represent that either. I mean, do you own the rights to operate an LSF? You have an ownership interest in LSF subreddit? Or you control the rights? A right?
I guess nothing beyond my Reddit shares that I own.
I don't think you do. I don't think you control a right.
Yeah.
I think it's all subject to the Reddit TOS, which is like, yeah. So I'm not sure that you can represent and warrant this. That your participation will not infringe or violate the rights of any third party. Again, I don't know that you can claim this. It might infringe on the rights of Reddit. MDF represents and warrants that it has full authority to enter into this agreement. I don't know that they can represent that. I don't even know what fucking entity this is. It owns or has obtained all necessary rights to produce, distribute, perform, and exploit the show. And again, I would want to see evidence of this, right? Where's you putting out, like, that part of due diligence would be like, all right, show me where this is. Maybe it's obvious based on, like, I don't know, you're talking to someone who clearly represents them, but have they made a website? Have they, is there things registered in various different places where it would be registered, maybe for trademark or whatever purposes? Do they, yeah, so I would want, like, due diligence for some of these reps and warranties, but yeah, okay. Continue on. Independent contractors. The parties acknowledge and agree that this agreement does not create an employment agency, partnership, or joint venture relationship between them. I will note that there's no, like, money changing hands. So to the extent that people accuse you of, like, taking money, it doesn't appear that there's any, commitment or consideration of that kind. Public statements, public announcement. It's referring to the collaboration will be coordinated in good faith, accurate, not misleading regarding commitments, prizes, or outcomes. Okay. governing the law. The agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with laws of British Columbia, Canada. Why? That fucking. Did you even know where they were based out of before this?
I mean, I did know that the game show was in Canada, and I knew that the company was in Canada, so I assumed.
Okay. Before you signed the contract?
Yes, before.
I'll ask you the question. Did you read the contract?
I did read the contract.
Okay.
I went through the things that I generally agreed on. I will say that I didn't pay much attention to you are saying that you are representing this and have the rights to do so, but I went over the things that I was agreeing to do, and I didn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Independent legal advice. Each party acknowledges they have the opportunity to seek independent legal advice, have read and understood this agreement, and agree to be bound by terms. You didn't really have that much. You had 24 hours. Do you have like a lawyer on retainer that you're going to be able to hire and get legal advice in 24 hours? I don't think you had the opportunity to seek independent legal advice.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't show it to a lawyer, so yeah.
Okay. You shall indemnify, defend, and hold harmless all MDF and affiliates and any third-party claims arising out of any breach that you have. Okay, got it. Any negligent or wrongful act relating to this, and the indemnity survives termination of the agreement. Okay, so you've promised to indemnify. Just let you know, MDF for any breach that any claims arising out of your breach or negligent or wrongful acts relating to this. Just a heads up that you might have had. I'm not sure if this is enforceable at all. So
what is it? Does that mean that I just can't sue them? I guess I'm not planning on suing them, but
so like if someone were to sue them, that assuming this contract were enforceable or whatever, that you would indemnify them, that they could seek action against you to pay for whatever they're having to pay out to someone who sues them if it relates to like a breach of yours.
If I breached it, okay.
Yeah.
So they could sue me if I breached it. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't see they indemnifying you for any breaches that they do. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Limitation of liability and waiver of injunctive relief, except for breaches of indemnity or confidentiality obligations. Neither party shall be liable for indirect, incidental, consequential, or punitive damages. I'm assuming to each other. Wait, hang on. Except for breaches of indemnity or confidentiality. Neither party shall be liable for any damages. Total shall be capped at the amount, if any, paid under this agreement, but none is paid under this agreement. So why is this here? Mm-hmm. You agreed that no injunctive or equitable relief shall be sought that would interfere with the show. I'm just like not sure what's left to sue them over, like how this would protect you at all, because it doesn't provide for any monies paid, so you can't really pay for any damages because none are provided. You can't sue for any other like damages that might emerge out of breach. You're not indemnified at all. Only they're indemnified, and you also agreed that you won't seek equitable or injunctive relief. Just seems like, well, how is this protecting you at all?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they dropped out, I wasn't seeing like how they could, like the worst they could do is like not do the partnership, I guess. And so, I mean, I wasn't really planning on suing them anyway, but
yeah.
I
know, but you can imagine a situation where a bunch of people sue you, right?
Okay. Oh, and then because I was a part of the supposed scam. Now,
and then it's like, well, hang on a second, I want to sue these people, and it's like, well, first of all, A, do they exist? B, they didn't agree to be indemnified. C, you contracted that maybe you're not going to seek any damages for anything, and so I don't think that you should just look at this from like you versus them. It's also like you versus the world, is to protect you from other claimants, and that's why you indemnify them, right? Presumably. You might be on the hook if they can find you. They know who you are, and if they try to sue you, they can claim a breach of you or whatever. I don't think that you're protected at all. Okay. Inurement. This agreement shall be binding upon and shall inure to the benefit of the parties and their respective successors and permitted assigns. So if you want to pass this on to your son. Rule of construction, the rule that ambiguities to be constructed against the drafted party shall not apply to this agreement. Okay, so all the ambiguities that whatever equitable rule or contractual rule is not applicable here. Headings are for convenience only, shall not affect interpretation. Okay, and then you have this, hold whole contract clause. This agreement constitutes the entire agreement between the parties. It supersedes all prior negotiation or agreements, whether written or oral. Any modification must be in writing and signed by both parties. Okay. All right. What are our thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I didn't consider some of the things you're saying about like, okay, if I get sued by a random person, I can't like push off the liability to them. But I am like trying to think of like the worst. I mean, we're already in like the worst. Well, not exactly the worst case, but we're in like a pretty bad situation, and I'm trying to figure out like what did I actually sign away that results in like real material harm.
I think it's probably unlikely that people sue you.
Mm.
I think it's probably unlikely that these people will sue you either. It seems like they're scammers though, and it seems like you haven't accepted that yet.
Well, okay. I've got two reasons for saying that. So reason one is I technically have not. I'll agree that some of the things are fuzzy here. Some of these things are red flags. But there has been no technical proof of it being, somebody's money being stolen, and proving it to be a scam. And the second reason is they are sending around threatening messages saying, if you call us a scam, we'll sue you. And so, my honest opinion is I actually don't know. And so I'm not going to like make a huge statement saying that they are scams if I don't actually have any evidence of it. But sure, I'll agree that there's lots of red flags, and you could say that it's cope or whatever.
Well, I can say that's my opinion that this is unlikely to be a legitimate offer, and that there's indicia of it being scammed. And if they want to sue me, fucking try it, bitch. I dare him to sue me. I dare you to fucking sue him. You're not going to do it?
Well, I was saying that because there's some argument that could be made that like, okay, because my post went viral, that caused the whole thing to blow up. And so I think I'm a little bit more vulnerable than you guys are, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, on balance, do you think that is most likely that they're trying to scam you, yes or no?
Yeah, I would say there's more red flags than not, I would say, especially because
I'm not asking about the red flags. My question is very specific. On balance, you think it's more likely than not that they're trying to scam you and others, yes or no?
I honestly don't know, because I don't know what you mean by scam, right? Like, are you saying that they're doing
intentions
something
to try to take money with fraudulent promises that they don't have any intention of
like in a way that's illegal? I honestly,
I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that they are selling a bill of goods that they know they have no intention to keep.
I don't, because I can imagine multiple situations. I can imagine that they're faking it till they're making it.
What do you think is most likely? Well, if they're faking if they're faking it till they're making it, then, and if they don't actually have any intention or ability to like do the promises that they're binding themselves to, then isn't that by definition a fraud?
Yeah, I will. Let me bring up something a little bit unrelated of like one thing that very much feels like a lie, which is that they seem to have been representing that they were doing a deal with Amazon Prime and that they had this like set in stone. They were like telling everybody something about like this Amazon Prime deal. And then they later told me that I couldn't announce that. So I tried to announce that this was like Amazon Prime was announced, and they said, actually, no, that has not been signed yet. And that's like an admitted statement. They said that like they had not had a deal yet. And so if that's the case, if everybody thought that they had Amazon Prime in a set in stone deal, and that's not true, then yeah, that would make it a scam. Yeah.
So I'll ask you again. But I'll ask again, based on all the circumstances, everything that you currently know, have you accepted, or do you think it's the case that more likely than not, these people are scammers?
I would say yes, because of the Amazon Prime thing. I would say just because of that one thing, I would say that's enough to push me over the edge. Just saying it's more likely, yeah.
Okay. Great. I have thoughts. I think that this agreement is sketchy. I don't think that it's clear who you're having a contract with. I think that the nature of their obligations seem elusive to me. At times, it feels like they have full discretion to do stuff. It seems like they're binding, to do some things. Maybe it's just this whole like cross advertisement or whatever. But it leaves me with a lot of questions. The lack of any effective date and certain defined terms kind of being opaque to me seems weird and odd. The fact that, the terms seem especially favorable to them, that you don't seem to have much remedies at all on a situation you might imagine where if you're, think about like any kind of IP issue, like that's not sorted out here. I can imagine an intellectual property issue emerging. So yeah, I'm like, the fact that everything's bold, it doesn't seem like it's been analyzed by some sort of like reputable or thoughtful counsel, and the fact that this doesn't appear to be something that's drafted carefully by an attorney, it would seem to indicate, well, that makes it less likely that they have this kind of capital to do this kind of show, where presumably they would need to like get insurance and all the fucking things that you would want, right? And the fact that the communications happen entirely through Discord, that's a red flag, man. You don't know who this Stephanie person is, right? You had 24 hours to respond to it. Yeah. It's not clear that you have even authority to sign up to the things that you are signing up for. Your warrants and reps, like, how can you do that? How could you possibly do due diligence in this amount of time?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I honestly was just banking on Mythic Talent having my back on this, but I guess maybe that's a bad.
Can't do that, man. That's irresponsible.
Yeah,
you got to grant that's irresponsible.
It is, but there's another downside to what you're talking about here, because if I do all these, here's what you gotta understand. I'm like kind of a nobody, and if I am,
you're a celebrity. You're a celebrity.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
The point that I'm saying here is I've tried to do so many of these partnerships with gaming companies before, and I get kind of blown off. And so if I am, my thought process is if I'm slowing down, every step of the way, I do kind of lose it, right? And so, like in this case, you're right, but I'm wondering, like, okay, let's say I do all of these things, I talk to a lawyer or whatever, and I do all these things just to do like a Reddit AMA. Like, is that, is that going to kill the thing, or like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would like. I don't understand why. Like, if it's not worth it, I'm not saying that you would have needed to get a lawyer to do this, and that like hiring a lawyer made financial sense for you in this context. But even just not as a lawyer, a legal person, I think that there's enough indicia for a lay person here. Reasonably, I mean, you're someone who works for a living. You're someone who. You're not representing that you're totally like clueless and like you don't have any common sense. You have, right? I mean, you have the ability to look at red flags and stuff. And so yeah, I think that this, I'm going to be honest, I think this is like a fair basis to remove you from the Reddit mod. Now, I'm not saying that that's a good thing that happened, but when you say like, well, they should have removed me for other stuff, why isn't this sufficient? If for anything, if you violated the TOS stuff.
Sure. So I will disagree with it on, we'll call it like a meta level.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is, I wish stuff like this would have gone through Reddit first. Right? And so like, one of the reasons why I was moving so quickly on this and not doing as much due diligence as I should is because I kind of got blown off by Reddit in the past, and it never goes anywhere. And so, you could still say that is my fault, but from a systemic level, it's not completely out there that a company like this would want to work with a subreddit. And, they really are, it really is their platform. They really are supposed to be the adults in the room protecting me from kind of my own mistakes. And so that's what I do still, even though we'll say it's my fault, like for sure, but I do think that there are systemic issues that they should fix to prevent, the moderators from making those mistakes.
So you think that they were negligent in not providing you counsel to funnel this agreement through?
Yeah, I think that they should have a whole pipeline, a whole partnership team, which is like the top of the funnel thing, which this stuff goes through. So it doesn't like go to, I thought I was being a go-getter here, I guess, my mistake. Because like nobody else does this. Basically, no other moderator, and they basically just don't have a pipeline for doing something like this that should be obvious. Like I think it's a very obvious thing that a company should do a partnership with subreddits, and that's what Reddit should be there to kind of facilitate.
Well, I like. I think that there are better things that Reddit could do to make sure that they're, doing helpful things for moderators. Maybe. To be honest, I don't. You have way more experience in the Reddit mod side of things. I have like none, and so I mean, I'll defer to you on what you think is reasonable given the circumstances for Reddit to do as a company. And I certainly have no good ideas there about how to like grow a business like Reddit's. I'm not that kind of guy. But yeah, no, it's.
I mean, the better question I'll ask is let's say you weren't talking to me. Let's say you were talking to like an influencer, and they were like going through these contracts.
I'll be like, fuck this. What is this shit? Who are these people? Get me on the phone with $1 Million Fan. Who the fuck is Stephanie Hall? Yeah. I need their email. Like, let me talk to this person right now. Voice call. I'm not doing this through Discord. You guys need to give me a letterhead. I need to know where the business is. Like, those are like the first thing is like, what am I? Sure. Who am I contracting with? Like, that's a big thing. That's what I would do if I were like repping like a influencer. I'd be like, oh, who are these people? How do they contact you? Do you know their names? Okay, put me on the phone with them, and I'm gonna ask them questions. And those are the things like with like a, I don't know, with like a dad voice, not with like a kind of like, sure, oh, that's so great, like a kind of critical scrutiny voice.
Sure. I just let me rephrase again. Would you agree that the other influencers and talent manager who got tricked, like whatever mistake that I did, they did it like 10 times worse? I guess that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, it depends what they did to try to entice them. I only know this, so maybe they have like my guess. If you put a gun in my head, my answer is like, yeah, but like then you're basically saying is like treat me like an infant and treat them as like because I should be to a lower standard than them, and I guess do you want to grant that?
I mean, I'll grant it compared to an agency, maybe not an influencer. Okay, I think of myself as smarter than most influencers, but
okay.
I don't know about the agency.
So the agency. No, listen, yeah. Listen. There are ask the people of Minnesota. There are organizations that, and in fact, states and governments that get taken for a ride. So I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to say that you are like a bad person because this mistake happened, man. Like, I think that could, and people who are like attacking you and going crazy. I'm not saying that I agree with all that stuff, and I don't want you to take it to heart. Like this kind of shit happens, man. Like there are people, you were excited about something, right? And there's nothing wrong with being excited about something. There was like a good opportunity, right? And you wanted just to like, maybe you wanted some power too. I heard that in the fucking, that was funny. You wanted some fucking power, but like this was like a cool idea you thought might make some people excited, might increase your clout a little bit. And so it's disappointing when it doesn't work out. But yeah, I don't think that like it's wrong to be excited about stuff. And I'm glad that you acknowledge it's more likely than not that these guys aren't legit. I think that's true. And but I think you can use this opportunity to your advantage, perhaps, never let a good crisis go to waste. This was Rahm Emanuel. And yeah, like, I don't think that you need to forever be apologizing about this or doing the rounds on it. Because I think that, you have more to offer to the world, and I'm excited to see what that is.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of my thoughts too, is like, in my follow video, I did say, this is my fault, but then I'm trying to redirect it to, so I am like trying to redirect things to Reddit, not necessarily to absolve me, but to more to like try to solve the problems.
Yeah, leave Spez alone. Come on, dude. He didn't really do anything. Yeah. Come on. I mean, leave Spez alone. What the fuck did he do? Come on. Take the L and leave Spez alone, and you can start with the new subreddit and have some, it can be fun. What is it called? Sub Alliance? See, I remember this shit. Sub Alliance. Make the Sub Alliance sub fucking great again. I mean, I don't know. Like, but Spez is, he doesn't have anything to do with this shit, all right? What does he have to do with this shit? Okay, maybe he should have had a fucking lawyer for you, but really?
I would say that so I'm not saying that he's at fault for this thing. I'm saying that this is like a random example, like that's like indicative of other problems at Reddit. Like, I mean, the high level, very general problem is I don't think that moderators get enough resources. Forget if this thing applies or not. It's just this is like one example of that. Of like basically all these problems about moderators not being kind of treated well enough, or not getting enough resources, or not being professional enough, are still very real problems. Maybe this example applies to it, maybe it doesn't.
Okay. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. And I think that there's like a lot of fun stuff to come from the Stale universe. Yeah, man. I saw some of the videos. The one of you doing the running up the tree that made me laugh.
It's. I mean, did you get the? It's a programmer joke.
When you explained it to me, I thought it was just like a Naruto thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I told it about you later. Yeah.
Yeah. That's I'm ignorant about that. I don't get all the references. All right. Let me think. Other stuff. What's on your mind? Do you want to keep talking? You're not going to loop on this with everybody, right? Who are you going to talk to next?
No. Well, I don't want to talk about the $1 million fan thing all the time. I do want to talk about Reddit stuff. Is my real answer, because like there's lots of stories I could tell about that, about like the crazy power games that I did to take over a subreddit. Yeah, I mean, who else? I mean, Asmongold has a podcast. They want me on that to talk about Reddit.
Shit,
so that's crazy. Yeah,
that'll be fun.
It's all cast, yeah.
Tell him he's being a little bit of a bitch with his political takes, though. You won't say it.
Yeah.
You won't say it because now that you're a celebrity, you're gonna schmooze with them. You're just like the rest of them.
Yeah, I'll have to find an example to bring up.
Yeah. Hassan got you pretty bad, though. He was pretty mean.
He's so mad, dude. He's so mad. Yeah, especially.
He was a dick to you.
Okay, what's hilarious is that he's one of the few people who understands that, like,
the power of LSF.
Power. Yeah, because he's the one subject to the negatives of it, and so it's like a very huge irony where my biggest enemy believes me the most.
Is Hassan your biggest enemy?
Well, he's not my enemy. I mean, he's not somebody that I'm trying to destroy. I'm just trying to think of like people who want to destroy me. Who's the biggest?
I don't understand. I thought you said he was your biggest enemy. Do you mean just like the biggest? Is he an enemy of yours?
Sorry, he's the biggest person coming after me.
Got it. And that's what you mean by enemy, that they're coming after you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, no, I think Asmongold is bigger, right?
He's not coming after me though. He doesn't obsess with me every day.
Oh, I watched 3 reactions. I watched I almost said Charlie Kirk, Moist Critical, Asmongold, and Hassan. I watched the 3 of those ones in preparation for our call. And they seem to be pretty rough.
Well, okay, the other people are making fun of me, but Asmongold is not talking about me like once a week. Like so Hassan, I got doxxed a year ago. Like so Hassan brings me up on his live stream. Like has done this multiple times before. Not just about this new video. This is just like he's just taking advantage of the opportunity.
He's doxing you?
No, I was doxed by other people, and then because of that, he was attacking me on his live stream multiple other times in the past.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
But yeah, I guess where else do I want to go with this? I mean, I'm in a high level, like more than just Reddit. I do like doing like my style of content is like crazy audacious things. Like who would think to make a video directed to the CEO of Reddit? And so I think there's a lot of ways to go with that. Like, it's ironic because nobody.
You should do it to Trump. You'd be like, Mr. Trump, I have a problem of serious deadliness, and it's like, I don't like the East Wing renovations, and I think that's like a good bit, you know?
Yeah. Okay. He's a little bit too big. You got to choose. Yeah. You got to choose your targets wisely. It's got to be something that nobody else is thinking.
You should do Chuck Schumer, and then me and Hutch can react to you.
He's a politician. People know about him. I'm saying like a better example.
Like streamers. CEO of Walmart. What did he do to you?
The point would be to pick some real issue that maybe nobody else is thinking about, and then go way too deep into it, and then kind of bring the issue to them, like because they're the people with the power. So because nobody would think. Take my example. Like the joke is that nobody, like the CEO, is obviously not going to watch my video that's directed at him. But based on all that's happened, I can guarantee you that he saw my video, right?
True. I think he probably did.
Yeah.
Is that fun?
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
It is fun, yeah.
Who do you think is the most famous person to watch that video? There's probably some like big people who watched it.
Yeah, I mean, it was all over right wing Twitter too.
Oh shit! Maybe like Mark Carney or Keir Starmer. That's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah,
fuck. There's some angles there, but you want to focus more on like issues that people haven't thought about, right?
Yeah, I'm focusing on, we'll call it like low hanging fruit that nobody else is thinking about. Like find nobody thinks that you can just like find employees who work at companies and just like contact them. Like you can just like it sounds crazy, but like there are people in charge of companies who nobody else reaches out to, nobody else talks to, and you can just do a very in-depth, 20-minute kind of explanation of some huge problem, send it to them, and they'll probably look at it because nobody else does that.
No one else messages CEOs to do things?
Not as much as you'd think, I think. I think that the random, I don't think that a random consumer would think that you can just write a letter to somebody and they might actually read it.
My favorite stories of those are the people who like wrote to J.R.R. Tolkien and he like responded with like these big elaborate things. Yeah, I mean sometimes reaching out, you never know. But I would like not wait if you're reaching out. Well, I don't know what you want to do, but like you kind of talked in that video like a supervillain, right? So Batman, you think you can thwart me? So like, I mean that's funny. I thought it was a great bit, but I don't know if it's you get more flies with honey.
Yeah, well, it can't be. The problem is it can't be completely serious because nobody's like that's almost boring. But it's like how do you play that game? How do you ride the edge?
See, I'm really boring, so I can't give you advice there.
But yeah, there's even like more audacious plans. Like you could like print out like 50 flyers and like put every single flyer on like every single like phone booth that's like surrounding their office until like every employee sees it. It's like it sounds deranged, but there's nothing illegal about putting up posters.
I guess not unless ICE is there. I don't want you to get shot by ICE. Still, I really couldn't handle that. Like, I know, but like they're doing some shit. So as long as you don't live in Minnesota, I think we're good.
Yeah.
What else? How's things other than this? Can we talk about something other than your plans of world domination?
Yeah.
Let's just have like a 5-minute cool off. Like what's been good? What are you seeing? What other issues? The zeitgeist. What have you been watching? Stuff like that.
Oh, like, honestly, I'm outside of politics. I almost just like don't care about politics anymore. I'm just like so doomer.
Oh shit.
I think a lot of people are like that. They're just bored of it.
But are you gonna vote blue no matter who though?
Maybe we'll see. I don't know. I'm nonpartisan at this point.
Did you ever vote for Trump?
One time. Well, here's the thing. I'm a center-right conservative. So like,
wait, you voted for Trump? When did you vote for Trump?
The first time.
Okay, in 2016. All right.
Yeah. So I mean, the best that you're gonna get out of like a center-right conservative is like be like a non-voter, right?
You're a conservative?
I'm a center-right. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. I a decade ago, I interned with the Washington State Republican Party. I met Mitt Romney.
What the fuck? I did not expect this.
I'm a San Francisco Republican, though, right? So how far right are we really here?
I had no. You have to have a video with a MAGA hat on next. That'll be a great bit. If it's like you go full MAGA, and you just like announce it and you put on the MAGA hat for like 45, 47. I had no idea that you were a California Republican.
It's it's an interesting phenomenon. Like, do you know about all the I'm calling it like tech bro politics. Like there's this whole like tech bro movement in San Francisco and California.
These are like the worst people in the world. These are like the Peter Thiel, the Yarvanites. They're like the literal scum of the earth. I hope that you're not like aligned with them.
Okay. I mean, I'll agree that Peter Thiel is he's a.
No, all these guys are like
they're
like meta humans. They like don't even want humanity to exist. Who do you admire among them? Are you a Yarvin guy?
No, I'm not. No, that guy's crazy. Right. I'm talking about people like Beth. Do you know Beth Bezos? Not Jeff Bezos. Beth.
No, I don't know who Beth Bezos is.
He's one of the most popular tech bros. He's basically there's a bunch of people who are just like really into artificial intelligence, and they're like AI is going to take over the world, and the government needs to get it out of my face so I can make more AI, and also screw the wokies. Like no more HR training for us, and that's tech bro politics.
Oh shit. So you don't think that?
Yeah.
Do you think that there's a white genocide?
No. Okay. The tech bros, they're pro diversity. They want all of the Asians and Indians to like have their H-1Bs so that you can hire them for their companies.
Interesting. Who would you say among them, besides Beth Bezos, is your go-to inspiration?
Like it'd be somebody like Mark Andreessen.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I don't know what his real politics are. I just hear about his tech politics, and it's like different. It's like a different like axis here that we're on. It's like a different plane of existence.
Uh-huh. You sounded like Eddie Bravo right now when he was talking to me at this word war debate thing. Different plane of existence. We live in a clock. But interesting. This is like an insight. I'm glad we did this because I had no idea that that's how you rolled.
Yeah, I mean it's how everybody, and I guess what I was saying here is like it's a very, you're not gonna get it unless you've like spent years in San Francisco. It's a whole different world here, and it's not what regular people talk about. The only thing I talk about with normal people is like startups. Like, what company are you working on? What's your side project? How do you like Claude Code or do you like ChatGPT? It is a crazy world here in SF.
Well, I very much appreciate you coming through and having this chat. I think it was a productive chat. I think that we ended on good terms. And yeah, no, just let me know if you ever want to chat again. We can shoot the shit. But appreciate you and you know, best of luck out there. Again, the internet can be cruel, but I hope that you don't take it all to heart.
I mean, it's fun and exciting. So you know, I never look back.
All right. Well, have a good one, man, and best of luck.
Yep. Bye.
Peace out. Very interesting. Okay, I think that that's enough for today. I don't think today even happened. Such a bizarre 6 hours of my life. I have to decompress a little bit and just reflect on it. I'll check DMs after stream, but I can't promise it'll be directly after stream. But it will be before I stream next. Very eye-opening. If you guys liked the stream, please, you can definitely like it. You can definitely sub to the channel. All right. But I, more than anything, appreciate your support, your continued support. And going with it on the show with me through a bizarre set of circumstances. I feel like Beau is Afraid. You guys watch that movie? That was kind of the last 6 hours feel like that movie. I'm disassociating a little bit. Okay. See you guys later. I love you very much. Stay cool. Join the Discord. Sub to the channel. Much love. Stay cool.